nonsense, if you will. Crypto shenaniganders. Now, we all like video gaming here on this channel, I hope. We all like, new technologies. But of course, we've all probably played video games like GTA Online, World of Warcraft, Need for Speed, probably on social media today. Well, that when you combine the words of crypto and MMORPGs together. Well, the answer is shockingly irrelevant. Now, this video comes out from a massive YouTuber and live streamer, iShowSpeed. Now, of course, in this case, iShowSpeed was basically promoting a crypto token, a coin, if you will, a crypto project. And of course, while some of the clips seem to be taken down, for instance, I saw this on live stream fails. And of course, by clicking on the YouTube clip, it's actually been removed simply because the video was removed or edited, or like parts of it was removed through YouTube's built-in system. But thankfully, due to a lot of archivists on the internet, we've actually found it. So we're gonna listen to it together and just hear what's going on. Damn, they sound like they're hounding. Can you not close the chat? Ooh, the poor guy. Now, for the tiny little snippet that I saw survive, obviously Steve didn't look exactly the best in that situation. He wasn't exactly putting on a big smile and a song and dance. And of course, the people behind him, who he was working with, weren't exactly too happy. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, Steve did catch up and give us a little update on what it was like to be called a scammer, if you will, all over the chat. Let's listen to this.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up, bro. Let me give you a quick little. I do so much stuff for y'all, bro. I made a mistake. You know, I'm not that smart, you guys, bro. But as I go, I get smarter and smarter, bro. I made a little mistake, you know, that I wish I never did, but I'm not a scammer, bro. A day of my life, I would never scam you guys. This is me, bro. That day of my life, I care about you guys so freaking much, bro.
Now, I'm gonna stop this right over here. Now, I'm gonna show a little bit of nuance in the situation. Now, normally when I looked at influencers in the past promoting tokens, I've been pretty, vitriolic, I've been pretty, venomous about it, simply because I really don't have any, chill for people who have a fan base they've built up and are willing to take advantage of them by promoting projects that are not exactly of the best repute. Now, of course, when it comes to iShowSpeed, this person is 17 years old with an incredibly massive following, and of course, I have to imagine, I have to believe, if I'm giving all the benefits of the doubt, Speed was effectively coerced into this, or this idea was brought to him from a manager or somebody on the team. This isn't something that he primarily looked into. Now, does that necessarily excuse any fault? Speed is not a victim in this. Speed definitely agreed to a big chunk of payment getting towards him, and of course, while he agreed to that payment, obviously to promote this specific token, it didn't really go that great for him. All right, so at the end of the day, all right, he's not a victim, but I can always imagine that for somebody that young, when that much money is brought up, I wonder how hard it is to truly say no. To give you a great example of this too, being somebody in the space myself, anytime these coin people come at you, these cryptocurrency bros and gals, and they come at you with offers, these offers can tabulate up to some pretty high amounts. I've given up a few $1 million simply not promoting trash like this. And the reality of it is I can do without millions of dollars if it means not screwing any of you financially or getting you on board with any token crap that I 100% know is not going to go in a positive manner for anybody. Now, of course, because of this, Speed basically inadvertently brought a lot of attention towards the project itself. Now, this is the Paradox multiverse, okay? Now, if you go to their webpage right here, you can see right now we've got some off-brand version of Batman holding an assault rifle. But of course, I wanted to really look at what was going on with this specific group, okay? So about this project, the metaverse, the Paradox metaverse is a next-gen, AAA third-person action-adventure free-roam game on Unreal Engine 5. The most recent project being developed by Paradox Studios, a London-based indie gaming studio. So you got indie gaming and AAA, all right? So again, you can read right here, you can literally see the lining on the wall. It's made by people who really don't even understand the industry they're trying to grift into. The Paradox multiverse utilizes the latest in blockchain technologies to bring its player-earn model. I hate the player-earn model. I really, really do. But of course, what they want to do is they want to raise $200,000. And of course, they've got the old white paper, if you will. So I want to look at the white paper, but it's all missing. Oh no. Now this project is so fucking irrelevant that when I looked into it via Wayback Machine, I still couldn't even dig up the white paper on the 10th of November. This snapshot, nothing was necessarily working. So thankfully, to our friend CoffeeZilla, all right, who I've done investigations with, he actually did have snippets of the white paper in his video. So I wanted to look at that together just so we can laugh at this as a group. Now, when it comes to the game, missions to earn rewards, player requires up to 8 hours of gameplay to accomplish missions. That's some raid shit right there. 24-hour delay before being able to start another mission, allowing players to enjoy the social aspect of the game. Basically, they even had a pot of money. They were trying to prevent actual, farmers from jumping in and grabbing all of their cash as quick as they can. Let's not mince words here. Play and earn gamers are earning on average $500 a week based on 4 hours a day gaming. Now, this is a rather interesting statistic. I've seen this in a bunch of other white papers. What they're trying to basically build this to are people that are in low-income areas or low-income countries where, again, people can just sit at their computers, be part of the metaverse, and earn pennies for the larger people. Again, the player earn model for a lot of people is where you can have a certain NFT or item in the game. Rich players from bigger countries can buy these NFTs or items, and they can then loan them to players who can't afford them because they're from low-income or low-earning areas, and then they can basically be slaves to the top in this NFT pyramid or this crypto pyramid, and effectively, earn money for them. So the players at the top keep raking in money because they have the property, if you will, and the ones at the bottom are literally doing slave labor, so they can earn a few bucks on the side as part of it. Again, I highly doubt even $500 a week is actually being earned on this, unless you're actually prostituting yourself for nearly the entire goddamn day on the metaverse. Now, they also had a focus on how you can earn money. So, for instance, you can stake their token, Para, for instance, by locking it up in an amount known as key save for apparently a period between 28 days, a month, to several fucking years, okay? Your stake accrues rewards every day that will compound. The amount of yield depends on the length of your stake. Delay and get paid. Again, if you're locking up your holdings in their system specifically, listen, never ever lock up your shit, okay? Never ever let your stuff stake, especially in these extremely fragile systems. Now, of course, they also provided this beautiful graph to show you the staking process. Again, you can feel free to read this all you want. If you can make sense of this flowchart, then congratulations, because I stopped giving a crap as soon as you reach the second block. Again, anytime you see anything like this, be very careful jumping into projects. So again, we talked a lot about this. What is this game actually like? So again, first things first, there's some CGI trailers going on. The fact that they've got apes here as well freaks me out. Why all these NFT projects use goddamn apes to begin with weirds me out. But of course, channels like this have YouTube pages. So let's go into the YouTube page and actually see what's up. So if you actually look at the YouTube page over here, what's rather interesting is they've got gameplay up as of 6 months ago, even, or at least they've got CGI snapshots, if you will, on YouTube. These were uploaded, under a minute long, I believe, just to capitalize on the YouTube Shorts meta. But obviously, they did not catch up. So again, let's look at some gameplay footage real quick. So this is the summer gameplay trailer from 4 months ago, okay? Let's watch this together, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got what appears to be an interesting little cyberpunkish city. All right, we're walking towards our Rayfield Caliburn. We get in without a single animation triggering, and we drive through the city that has absolutely no other vehicle on the road. I love game development example footage like this. Even the run animation shows you straight up that the game you're looking at is literally just coded together in what? How long? I don't know, maybe like a few days, if anything. What's even funnier is the amount of copyright busting vehicles. you can see right here. I swear this is definitely a McLaren or something that they straight up dropped into the entire game as well. I wonder for a minute how other companies are comfortable with their assets potentially being used in your metaverse. Again, I might be wrong if that's a McLaren or not. Let me go back a few steps. Kind of looks like one. Honestly, some of these supercars look a little familiar, but they could just be a generic pack. Who knows? But of course, the world itself isn't super duper interesting. You've got a frame rate of like 2, and you've got some characters around, especially when there's any action going on. It seems like frame rate's hit. They've got like areas that you can teleport to explore. Seems okay, I guess. A museum for all your goofy NFTs. But of course, that's just the summer gameplay. Maybe things have gotten a little bit better. Oh, hell yeah, more gameplay trailer? Let's check it out. Woo! Alright, damn. Okay, it doesn't look that different. At least I got cars now, I guess. This is the Battle Royale gameplay trailer. Now, last I checked with Battle Royales, they weren't arena-based scoring systems, but I swear to God, they can't even get their gameplay done right, okay? Not only is the person playing like dog cheeks, but this looks like a team deathmatch scenario, not a Battle Royale scenario. Come on, people, what is going on anymore? Oh, hell yeah, dude, this is a hood-ass moment. Look at that. It's like looking at early footage of Crackdown 3, man. And you also saw how that game even came out, too, Jesus. Again, the more I look at these metaverses and how next generation they are, can I just straight up say for the record, for the millionth time, how is this in any way better looking than the PlayStation 3 version of Grand Theft Auto Online, okay? How? I ask you, alright? These people have created open-world metaverse scenarios that are actually inferior to something that has existed over 10 goddamn years ago, okay? I'm talking GTA 4 Online, okay? GTA 5 Online is like 2 generations beyond just whatever we saw. So again, what was even wilder is when these people were confronted by CopyZilla. And of course, this is where they played what is known as the race card. Alright, so let's listen to this real quickly. It's truly wild shit.
Okay, we said to each other, and I realised that you are a man of dignity and a man of the people.
Okay, they're sucking them off.
A few moments later.
You don't think we're a scam. You just think that we're not gonna.
No, I think you're a scam.
All it is is because we're not your average suit and tie kind of guys. I think that's what it is. He does like color fast skin.
Oh, he played the race card. No. Hey, buddy, we're the same speed.
Moments later.
You don't think we're a scam. You just think that we're not gonna.
No, I think you're a scam.
All it is because we're not your average suit and tie kind of guys. I think that's what it is. He does like the color fast skin.
Oh, he played the race card. No. Hey, buddy, we're the same skin color, and I still think this stuff is dog cheeks. What now? Can't play the race card against your own kind. Let's go. Oh my God, dude. This is the biggest, this is like the, I have never seen copium inserted into somebody's face this hard. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know what you guys were expecting, man. It's really funny how some of these people will come up and straight up think that they're going to get like easy like softball questions thrown at them. You know, at the end of the day, the reason I wanted to make this video was A, because I thought this was really funny, and the fact that, you know, influencers are still promoting this kind of stuff without any repercussion. You know, if we tie all this back to it, do I think Speed is some malicious child that was out there to scam his fan base? I don't actually believe so. He's 17 years old, and I'm pretty sure a giant bag of cash was thrown in front of him, and I really treat him a little bit differently than somebody else that I've looked at that's well into their 30s or around my age, okay? I think there's a big difference between those two individuals mentally. But that doesn't excuse Speed whatsoever. Speed should absolutely never get involved with any of these kind of projects, or really any influencer. If you don't, listen, if you're shaky as hell trying to promote a product like this, that should be like your gut instinct litmus test to stay far, far and away. And when it comes to projects like the Paradox Metaverse, let's look at how this actual, Paradox Metaverse is going, because apparently it seems like they were supposed to be launching at some point on the 17th of November. So that date is already pretty much passed, okay? So I kind of want to see where Paradox Metaverse's price is. And of course, looking at the 17th of the Metaverse, okay, the 17th of November, boom! It's already been dropping. It's already been dropping like goddamn flies, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, maybe it'll recover. Maybe it'll go straight to the goddamn moon, okay? If the moon was in the center of the goddamn planet. Maybe. But ladies and gentlemen, this is one of those exact token and exact projects that's literally sitting off there, at least in my opinion, just running a video game grip to try to at least capitalize as much people as possible. Their whole goal, it seems, is to get as much money flowing in initially, and then forget what happens afterwards. I want you guys to do a little check, okay? I want you to go through the history of all the projects that I've looked at. Earth 2, okay? I want you to look at that. I want you to look at any game that I've looked at, that other worlds like Mutant 8 Yacht Club NFT game, goddamn. I want you to look at all these projects and just see where they've actually went. If you've actually got a materialized game that tons of people are playing, then I'm wrong, okay? I'm completely in the wrong. I will hold that L. But to this day, none of these projects has materialized into something that has truly been revolutionary. So ladies and gentlemen, yeah, Metaverse Gaming still keeps Metaverse, NFT, crypto, play-to-earn gaming still holds fat goddamn L's. And I think it's going to hold fat goddamn L's until the end of time itself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nikke. And if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just
But this time, we've got some serious of the China show. We actually have a very special show for you today. It's jam-packed as usual, but this time we've got some seriously good stuff.
Stuff you're not going to see anywhere else.
And yeah, stick around. This is going to be a fantastic one. Let's get right into it. We're going to saunter right into it with what's new. And this is when we talk about what's new with regards to China. And, well, can you explain this?
Well, if you're an audio listener, what you're not looking at right now is Alibaba ads on like AliExpress. It's like basically China's Amazon/eBay, these online retailers. What they do is they provide a conduit service between cheap factories that make like garbage products and sell them cheap abroad. And this is an ad that popped up for one of our subscribers here on the China show. It's Alibaba.com, and it says save your time and money on global product sourcing. Choose from the world's largest supplier base. But the ad is for a plastic baggie. And it says $0 small plastic bags for drugs. It's just very on the nose. It's like you buy these wholesale plastic baggies and sell drugs.
How can it be $0, by the way?
I think what they mean is like it'd be like $0 point something, like maybe 1 cent per bag.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, this is a legitimate advert. This has not been photoshopped.
Yeah, it's for drugs.
Okay. What's going on with this?
So remember we were talking about the police stations. And it took so long to get was.
Right.
So a think tank out there called Safeguard Defenders. They went out and sourced and found 56 or 57 different countries that had Chinese police stations operating in them. So I'm not talking about like an embassy or a consulate. Just and found a think tank.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a legitimate advert. This is not being photoshopped.
Yeah, it's for drugs.
Yeah.
It took so long for me to catch up with this.
Right.
So, a think tank out there called Safeguard Defenders. They went out and sourced and found 56 or 57 different countries that had Chinese police stations operating in them. So I'm not talking about like an embassy or consulate, a Chinese police station that would hide inside of Chinese restaurants or laundromats or
Real estate
businesses,
companies,
and they would masquerade as a legitimate company. But actually, what they were doing was acting as a long arm of the Chinese government in these countries, potentially finding dissidents and finding Chinese people abroad and harassing them to either come home as part of Operation Fox Hunt to get prosecuted in China, or to harass them and just keep eyes and tabs on dissidents abroad. So that guy has been looking into the one that they found in New York City. Apparently, there was one operating out of New York City, which doesn't surprise me. There's a huge kind of how can I say, like unofficial economy that revolves around a lot of Chinese business and stuff. It'd be a perfect place to hide. Yeah, because a lot of people don't look into what's going on in those places. Language barrier is a huge thing.
Oh yeah, always has been.
Yep. So finally getting attention.
Good.
A lot of countries around the world have already either removed the police stations or are in the process of doing so.
Investigating them and so on.
Fantastic development. Hopefully, it doesn't push them more underground and fighting more barriers.
Well, I mean, I think it's just a good example to the world just how blatant and out there the Chinese government does things because they get away with everything. So they do things out in the open. Nobody ever questions them, and they've gotten used to this.
Yes.
So
It's like flagrantly like in your face.
they have signs up saying like overseas police office. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, we've got so many great things to show you on the show today. Let's move on to the next one. A bit of a meme from all of you guys out there who are part of the subreddit. Thought this was pretty funny. A lot of people were complaining about our Port of Dandong soundbite, and it's been ranked as the loudest sound on Earth.
on Earth. Let's see if that's true.
I think I changed it, right?
Fort of Dandong.
Volume report from chat.
And it's been ranked as the loudest.
I think Breaking Bad epitomizes everything that I guess does not interest me. I prefer the latest season. I think Breaking Bad epitomizes everything that I guess does not interest me. I
奥側に爆弾仕掛けといてイベントムービーが始まったら手前の入り口側にでもさあの密室だったらさ爆弾っていっぱい
Fuck
いらない
off,
の
God.
genuinely.
Welcome back to this episode of Trash Taste. I'm Connor with the boys, God and Go. And
Yes.
today, we have a special episode.
Yes.
Only fit to be viewed on the TV. Hope you are Chromecasting this, or you have a built-in Chromecast in your TV. The
Apple TV?
The point is, it's going to be on your TV because this is the TV episode. We talk about some of our favorite TV shows of all time
Yes.
and roast each other's tastes. We're going to be picking 9 shows each, and we're both going to be rating the other person's
Bring
taste.
back that 3x3, baby.
We're running out of ideas.
It's been well,
We're running out of ideas.
No, because I've missed the 3x3 format. You know, I've missed it because it's been actually like a long time since we did our last 3x3. What was the last 3x3 we did?
Oh,
I think it was like music, right?
しまったらいいんだけど4対9だから
みんなの週心ゆくまで楽しむわよ。
敵はやっぱり無理がないからフットアンダーウェイもできないし
リロードするのじゃ。
ばっかり
刑事掘り行きまーす。 天地万物を切るとは全力でぶちまけてください。
レイションした。ようやく1レイション。このダイナソどもはレイションこれもう1個あればいけるか。
どれどれこれでよかったかな。
行きますわ。これどうにかいい曲つなごう。
刑事掘り行きまーす。
一番やっぱあれかな。こういうのがいいよね。よく
ボルトと私の勝利じゃ。
演劇はもっと上。ほらこれ入れ替えてでこれセーブする。
何かよ。
よしよしちょっとこれでいこう。ちょっと頑張って行ってくる。すべての望みをこの一粒のレーションにかけて。頑張れスネーク。お前ならできるスネーク。一粒のローション頼む。我に力を。でさらにここでセーブを重ねていく葉山は
スネーク呼んだ。
引きこもりだから極力走りたくない。そうスネークでも引きこもりは引きこもりだ。うわ上行こう。ここだな。そっか透明に見えるやつ。ああそうなんだよね。ただポキチンしなきゃいけないんだよな。いやもうでもなんかふわっと見えるから行く。この時点で見れればいいのにな。この時点でさ透明化のやつを見る。スコープじゃないこれか。
Sound on Earth.
Let's see if that's true.
I think I changed it, right?
Report of dead dogs.
Volume report from chat.
Yeah, I feel like we've improved it. Anyway, that aside, what's going on here?
Oh, this is just hilarious. So this is in Guangzhou. So go back.
Yeah, I will.
Back to that clip. So this this is what happens. You'll understand this. I might have a hard time trying to explain this to the audience.
Okay.
In China, you can do something and it doesn't match up to what reality is, but that doesn't matter.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
So in this news clip,
Yeah, I don't
this is
understand
significant.
Cantonese,
So he says he's tested to go report on this shop because there are rumors in Guangzhou. There's all these kind of like crazy like people flipping cars and like
Yeah,
you know riots and stuff because of zero COVID lockdowns in Guangzhou. Guangzhou had previously kind of avoided a lot of them really harsh ones.
Yeah.
And so people in Guangzhou who are already pretty rebellious compared to the rest of the country were like, nah, we're not gonna do
Yeah,
this.
no, we've got footage of like lots of barriers being kicked down.
We know you guys are tired of
Yeah,
zero
so we're not going to show it in the show, but there was huge unrest.
Yeah, so what does the Chinese government do in response? Well, they always say, hey, there's no reason to riot. There's no reason to flip out. They don't acknowledge riots, by the way.
No, sure.
They'll say, hey, people, don't worry about it. We sent a news reporter out to show that there is no shortage of food. The shelves are full. So this guy in the news clip says, there's an abundance of food in me, so no reason to worry, right? And as he's saying this in the report, he's showing empty, picked, clean shelves.
Yeah.
It's the dissonance.
But I think it's because he's showing there's still some meat left there.
No, you understand? No, he's saying the vegetables as well.
Oh, okay.
He was tasked with going to this shop to say, look, everything's still here.
Yeah, there's
and
lots of food.
saying what he's supposed to say.
Yeah.
Because propaganda.
Yeah.
And then showing the complete opposite, which is just delicious.
Yeah, that's exactly what you expect.
I love that. So.
Now for something completely different, guys.
Yes.
We simultaneously can't stand but also love Chinese state media. Okay, as you all know, we're big fans of when Chinese state media goes out there and makes complete fools of themselves. So the one purpose, as you're going to find out later in this video, the big purpose of Chinese state media being on YouTube and other social media around the world is to put out propaganda. That's what they're there for.
The sound didn't work, by the way.
Which one?
On the last clip.
Oh, the sound didn't work?
Means there's no security.
Oh, I better make sure that's okay. Let's see.
We're gonna get the next clip. Don't worry, guys, sorting it out. This is OBS, classic, free streaming software, but it's the best. But it's very buggy.
It's awful, but nice.
But nice. It's great.
Let's see. Like I'll be able to tell in a second if it's
It's
going to be
terrific. It's probably the worst software, but it's the best.
Yeah, it didn't work. I have to just. Now I have to go edit this again. How do you do that again?
Jerry Huang, I'll be premiering a new video in a few hours as a birthday special. Happy birthday, Jerry. To explain why the CCP cannot be trusted in its narratives regarding the Uyghurs in Xinjiang with the main focus on the police systems. Everyone go check out Jerry Huang, friend of the channel.
Okay, let's just see if it's going to work. Okay, I fixed it.
We're good.
Anyway, let's get back to this whole thing. Now, Chinese state media, like we said, the only reason for it to ever exist on YouTube, what we're going to show you is something from a Chinese state media YouTube channel, which is also broadcast on Chinese state TV within the borders of China too.
It does not have a state-sponsored label
No,
on YouTube.
no.
YouTube, you promised that you would give Chinese state-sponsored media a label so that people know what they're watching.
So anyway, this exists for one reason only, and that is to spread propaganda and soft power about China to you, the international audience.
Yes.
So we thought we'd help them a little bit by giving them a bit of a boost and looking at one of their shows. So we're going to introduce you to, we're going to introduce you to our
来那个开始唱歌就好了。哎，对，梁静茹的，对，是，没错。
our host here that you can see behind us. His name is Rick, and we've actually talked about him before.
Yeah, a long time ago.
He's, a guy who went to, whether it's Beijing or Shanghai, one of the two, Beijing in the 90s, and was it the 90s?
He's been there,
Yeah.
30 years maybe.
And he was like a radio DJ at one of the state radio things for a while. And then remember, he's very condescendingly decided that he was going to bring a mascot to China because China needs its own Hello Kitty.
Yes, we'll get into that another
And
time.
he made this thing called Bao Bei. It's ridiculous. We talked about that. But anyway, right now it's pretty obvious what's going on in China when it comes to foreigners that are living in China. The ones that are left are all being co-opted. Doesn't matter who, what, when, where, why. Doesn't matter if you're way past retirement age and should probably not be doing certain things. You get dragged out and you're like, say what you were going to say. Come on, we need someone to do this. So anyway, Rick here is now hosting a show.
Well, Show Me China.
It's called Show Me China. So
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Let's watch. Yeah, we're gonna get ourselves out of here so you can watch a little bit. We're gonna come on. You trust me, we're gonna be in here for comments. But let's start.
Hello everybody, I'm Rick. Show Me China has a special program today, bringing you more stories about delegates to CPC National Congress. CPC National Congress. Today, we invited guest host Ian Shanghai and spend the day.
It's all about like it's supposed to be like travel and stuff, but then it's morphed into like, oh, we're gonna talk about the CCP's National Congress.
Who wants to know about that?
No one. Like, so what they did for this special
Yeah.
is they want to combat a lot of things, right? Let me set the scene. China's famous for not maintaining anything, right? We criticize it all the time. We often have an effect on the propaganda, like when they show birds.
Yeah,
Talk about how birds. So China's maintenance is shit. Yeah, buildings are falling down. Stuff is left to rot. It floods all the time. It's shit. Right? Infrastructure's not good.
General maintenance is actually very good.
It's very poor. So they put out the propaganda show and they're like, let's get foreigners to talk about how China's maintenance is good and stuff. They just have an accent, by the way. Not that I this. But anyway, they get this Rick guy who looks like he's in his 70s, which is fine, but it's like he's trying to look mad young.
I think that's my main takeaway from him because like this is like we're not going to criticize people too much. But when you're an elderly gentleman, dyeing your hair and trying to look like you're a teenager or in your 20s is never a good look.
That, no offense, but that is a used car salesman / working at
Well, I mean, anyway, let's see. We've got to give Rick a chance. Let's let him do a show.
So anyway, they have to get foreigners involved. That's what we call white monkey jobs.
Yeah.
This is peak white.
This is peak.
You'll see. They got a guy from Spain. Well, the guy is from Spain. I shouldn't do air quotes. But listen, I just gotta preface this.
You have to listen.
They dubbed him over with a British accented Chinese man.
Not just one.
No, multiple.
So yeah, we're gonna let you watch this, but we have to forewarn you that you see, Rick gets this other guy who's like live on the scene, who's Spanish.
Not live on the scene.
No, and he's dubbed over with the Chinese person speaking English. So let's just watch it.
It's incredible.
Yeah, let's just see.
More stories about delegates to CPC National Congress. CPC National Congress. Today, we invited guest host Ian Shanghai and spend the day with Hu Xiaoling, a delegate to the 20th CPC National Congress, in her everyday job.
Our guest host, Antonio Milan from Spain, is now in Shanghai and has arrived at the scene.
Hello, Antonio. Are you in the subway station now?
Yes, Rick. I'm at the Yuchao Station Line 8 of the Shanghai Metro Terminal.
It's difficult to
I
deal
hope you
with.
guys can hear.
Antonio, are you in the subway station now?
Yes, Rick. I'm at the Yuchao Station Line 8 of the Shanghai Metro Terminal.
It's difficult
I
to
hope
deal
you
with.
guys can hear this properly.
It's so bad.
So this is totally filmed separately. They just cut together. He's not live on the scene anywhere. And the impression is he's supposed to be. This is my thought process. The dubbed audio sounded like shit.
Yeah.
So they're like, they know that the recording capability sucks. So they're like, if we put a headset on him, it's gonna kind of be like, oh yeah, he's just in the station. He's talking to a microphone, and the voice isn't correct. They wanted some sort of British accent. So they got a Chinese guy with a British accent.
No offense, we don't know this. This guy's English probably is awful. So
We don't know.
maybe
The option is he's supposed to be.
Station Line 8 of the Shanghai Metro Terminal. I'm at the Yuchao Station Line 8 of the Shanghai Metro Terminal.
Hello, Antonio. Are you in the subway station now?
Yes, Rick. I'm at the Yuchao Station Line 8 of the Shanghai Metro Terminal. The subway in China.
it's difficult
I
to deal
hope you
with.
guys can hear this properly.
It's so bad.
So this is totally filmed separately.
yeah.
They just cut together. He's not live on the scene anywhere, and the impression is he's supposed to be. This is my thought process. The dubbed audio sounded like shit.
Yeah.
So they're like, they know that the recording capability sucks. So they're like, if we put a headset on him, it's gonna kind of be like, oh yeah, he's just in the station. He's talking to a microphone, and the voice isn't correct. They wanted some sort of British accent. They got a Chinese guy with a British accent.
No offense, we don't know this. This guy's English probably is awful. So
We don't know.
Maybe they
They
just
had to.
Anyway, one thing I do want to point out, being in this particular broadcasting game, is the fact that he's got 3 microphones on his desk, but then he's still wearing a lapel microphone, a lav microphone, What's going on there, guys?
I love
What are you
these
doing?
these
It's like a
little
prop. It's a
droplet
prop.
legs.
Those three are a prop.
What are you, a senator?
Yeah, I don't understand. Those are not functional.
People's hall.
I know. Anyway, let's get back.
No, go back to that part where you
What, just
yeah,
a-
just like I want. This guy's great. He's a model,
Probably, yeah.
and I think he's just doing such a stand-up job with whatever limitations he's been given.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
Yes, Rick. I'm at the Yuqiao Station Line, 18 Shanghai Metro Tunnel. I just took the subway in China. It's very smooth and fast. Now I will meet He Xiaolian here, one of the managers who work at the tunnel.
I mean, dude, I just took this up. It's very smooth and fast.
Yeah, I mean it's a Chinese script.
Yeah.
Translated in English, read by a Chinese English speaker.
Yes.
Non-native.
This poor guy has been dubbed over.
Yes.
I've muted him. They're like, you
Yes.
know what? Your English sucks.
You're just good
You're just not good enough. You
Yeah.
just look the part. So we're gonna put words in your mouth.
Yes.
Literally.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
It gets better.
Yeah. Let's take a look.
I love Rick does not.
Mission today is to experience a working shift with her, and her daily routine starts at midnight. Here she comes.
Go back to that.
Yeah.
Like he didn't say here she comes. They like dubbed
Oh yeah.
that
If you look at his mouth, watch his mouth.
Today is to experience a working shift with her, and her daily routine starts at midnight. Here she comes.
What is this?
Yeah.
That's actually his voice now.
Yes, yes.
So listen to that. He's supposed to be saying, 你们太辛苦了, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't speak Chinese. So he's memorized this line to use his own voice.
Yeah.
But he can't even say it in Chinese. So you can now hear the dissonance between the dub voice and his real voice.
He said, "Nima dai
means
Yeah, your mother. That's actually he actually swore at her.
He swore at her. He's basically said, like, F your mom.
Yeah, he says Nima and like da shinkula. Like your mother's like a big problem. Like how would you translate
It's
that?
a big hassle.
Yes.
Like a big suffering.
Yes.
你妈太辛苦了.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's continue.
Let's go to the tunnel with Miss Her.
That's a different voice.
Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonder Man? Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonder Man?
Why is Subway Wonder Man?
I don't actually know. I feel like you do look like a Subway Wonder Man.
You know what? If anyone in this world looked like a Subway Wonder Man, it's you. What's his name again? Milan?
I can't, yeah, Antonio Milan. That sounds fabricated, by the way. Like, oh, we need a Spanish guy. What are we gonna call him? Antonio Milan. Yeah.
That's a city of Italy.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, you are absolutely a Subway Wonder Man.
I don't know. I gotta see it again.
Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonder Man?
Like, this is S tier. This is, you know, like, it's been a little while since we've had ridiculous embarrassing Chinese
Yeah,
This is S tier.
I know.
This
This
is
is tough. And also, I like the fact that they mixed his voice with the dubbing voice.
Yeah, hey, it's him.
When he jumps in, he's like, hey, that's his voice. And then like the Chinese guy comes and dubs him over.
Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonder Man?
Let's go.
Wow, so good. Wow, so good.
Go back to that. Okay, so start from Wonder Man.
Yeah.
Ricochet.
Yeah.
It's Ricochet.
Yeah. Ricochet. Yeah.
His reaction is that. No,
No, that's not. Wow, so good.
Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonder Man? Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonder Man?
Let's go.
Wow, so good. Wow, so good.
wow, so good.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think that's gonna have to be a soundbite from now on.
Absolutely.
That's a soundbite from now on. You know what?
真的吗？这是什么？这是我们为了这个景点做的。
I guess they manufactured the scene.
Yeah,
he's like walk to the factory, and then he's supposed to look like.
雑学をさすがなるほどベスティはいつもウーファに怒られてバカタイから口喧嘩でバカしてたさあそんなに難しくはないでも大丈夫あいつあの性格だと手も上げるでしょサブレさん溜まってるよね私がウーファより強いからだから教えて口喧嘩が強くなるまず最初にやることは9時方向ラクチャー42機ごき後射程距離に入りますあら戦闘が起こるわよ私行ってくるってすぐ帰ってくるからすぐに倒して帰ってくるから全部倒してあげるから心配しないであれくらいなら問題ないわよいや単独侵入なんて無謀すぎるでしょすぐに支援を大丈夫ベスティは強いから
Wow, like, but he does it too soon. Yes, he gets excited too soon, so he has to wait.
Oh, yeah.
有趣的东西，真的吗？这是什么？这是我们为了这个巡检员做的两停检车，往前，我们出发。
Hold on. You say woman too far? She said woman.
这是我们为了这个巡检员做的两停检车，往前，我们出发。
Woman too far. I mean, my mom's going out.
Yeah, I think he doesn't say woman. So he says mom. It's just mom to the men. Yeah. It's like my mom. Just go out.
Gunfox 61 said, how many soundbites can one visual make?
I know, right? It's
Woman too far.
Yeah.
This patrol car is really helpful. It saves time and footsteps in the tunnels.
Saves time and footsteps in the tunnel.
But he says woman too far, and then it's a completely different voice.
Up here, from here. Yeah, supposed to be him.
During the day with Miss Her, I see a very good team leader who loves to study. She helps others. Miss Her also has an ability to inspire people towards a common goal. Yes, she is a delegate to the 20th CPC National Congress.
The amount of effort they put in to dress up this CPC crowd. Yeah, like you hired and got a big budget to get some foreigners, some white monkeys to go do propaganda that no one watched. No one. It makes no sense.
Exactly.
Wow, so good.
Oh, thank you, Rick. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Like what a cup of garbage. Okay.
That's, dude, promise me, you're gonna take a few more of those.
Oh yeah, we've got. We'll bring more. I think there's a lot of them.
I haven't gone through them. Yeah. I did watch it again. It wasn't absolutely.
Yeah, so we'll be bringing more of those ridiculous things in the near future.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that we've had such a nice laugh, we have to talk about something that's a bit not so nice.
Yeah.
So bring up here. Yeah. So basically, there's been a spate of dog assassinations around China. Like, not just in one part of China. Maybe you can explain what the method of this is.
Yeah, so we got some inside info. Yeah, this has been going around, but we got inside info from people in different cities. So there was speculation this was only happening in Chengdu at first. In Chengdu City in Western China. So basically, dogs are getting poisoned, but the poison isn't in food. It's not something the dogs are consuming. It's a poison that affects canines through the air. So it doesn't affect humans. It doesn't affect most other animals, but it affects dogs. All they have to do is smell it, and then they die of like asphyxiation or something, right? So this is happening around Chengdu. So you think, oh, it's just some crazy dude that got hold of some awful chemical, right? Oh, it's just like going murder. You know, some people here, right? They go after certain things with arsonists, people like that, right? So you think that, but then you see it was happening in different cities. We got confirmation from other people: Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Shanghai, and multiple other even mid-tier cities.
最弱じゃなかったっけ？あ、不足。私は近く。そうか。一番強いわよ。見かけとのギャップが激しす。ごめんなさい。いや、謝ることは。私の宣言は死の宣言。よし。じゃあ口喧嘩で勝つ方法を教えてあげるね。お願い。私が言う言葉をそのまま言ったら勝てるから。ヒロインみたいになってるオタク。それは言い過ぎでは。つまりあなたもそれに同意するってことでしょ。今度機会があったら絶対使ってみて。グズグズするな。戦闘が終わったらそんなに時間を持て余してる。これなのかな。早くも機会が訪れたね。今よ今。何をしてるんだ。早く動け。あ、見えたな今。黙れ。見えたけどめっちゃ当たってる。しかもこれ頭が早まむしろ無理だよね。バカなことを言う暇があるなら早く聞こえ。斜めのとこが見たいな。ごめん。これさそうだね。ごめん。でもどうしたの？どうも。思ったよりレベルが高いわ。戦闘力だけで見ると上位 10% に入るかも。そうじゃなくて。じゃあ何？あら。あ、ウンファがそんなことを気にしているなんて。いいか、いるな今。あれ赤い光。あ？どこ撃たれた？触ってみないとわからないの。あ、真ん中にいる。うますぎあいつ。
Yeah, this is happening in Shanghai.
Well, if we have to talk about something that's a bit not so nice, which we'll bring up here. So basically, there's been a spate of dog assassinations around China. Like, not just in one part of China. You can explain what the method of this is.
Well, yeah, so we got some inside info. Yeah, this has been going around, but we got inside info from people in different cities. Yeah. So there was speculation this was only happening in Chengdu at first.
Yeah.
In Chengdu city in Western China. So basically, dogs were getting poisoned, but the poison isn't in food. It's not something the dogs are consuming. It's a poison that affects canines through the air. So it doesn't affect humans. Right. It doesn't affect most other animals, but it affects dogs. All you have to do is smell it, and then they die of like asphyxiation or something, right?
Okay.
So this was happening around Chengdu. So you think, oh, it's just some crazy dude that got hold of some awful chemical, right? Oh, he's just like going and murdering. But you know, some people are weird, right? They go after certain things. There's arsonists and things like that, right? So you think that, but then you see it was happening in different cities. We got confirmation from other people: Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Shanghai, and multiple other even mid-tier cities. Yeah, this is happening at the same time.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
So most people are saying, oh, it's some weird group online that's meeting online on Weibo or something and deciding to do this, but it seems more sinister than that.
I'm just going to put out a theory. Remember in Shanghai, how they were murdering people's pets? Because the Chinese government is convinced that COVID is being spread by everything.
Yeah.
Whether it's a rock or a truck tire or a duck or whatever, you know, they keep swabbing stupid things, mirrors and butts, right? So, of course, a dog that breathes, animals that breathe are definitely possible. It's possible for them to carry airborne disease. Even if it's not transmissible to humans. Yeah, I'm just saying, in their minds, this is a definite threat to their zero-COVID policy. And that's why they were killing people's cats and dogs in Shanghai, the most sophisticated city in China.
Yeah.
So I think they got a lot of backlash, by the way. Not only just international, but local backlash too.
Of course.
So maybe they've decided, well, we just want to get rid of the dogs and cats anyway, but we don't want the backlash. Maybe they're doing this. I'm saying, this is my idea on it. This is very possibly why. Right. You never know.
You never know, but it's really crazy how this has happened in multiple places.
You know, poisoning dogs is quite common, but those are the people that are trying to catch them for dog food, okay? I mean, when I say dog food, I mean human food made of dogs, dog meat. And they would usually shoot them with poison darts, though.
Yes.
That's not something that they've made up, by the way. They shoot dogs like in the rural areas. They go,
rural areas? I have
sure.
students that got their dogs kidnapped.
Yeah, so they'll shoot a dog with a poison dart, so it dies, and they take it, and then they sell it to the restaurants that make dog food, you know? I mean, human food made out of dogs, so, you know, sometimes
this is the country that the propaganda department came up with the idea that COVID came from.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, on that horrible, sour note, let's move on. But before we move on to our next segment, we'd like to thank one of our sponsors for sponsoring the show. 5 Minute News is an audio news show. It's really fantastic. We really like it. And
Yes.
I can see Nikke has a few words to say.
I do have a few words. So many news networks, but which one to trust? Journalist Anthony Davis of the 5 Minute News podcast provides a trusted voice amongst the noise.
Yeah, I'd say. Anyway, guys, it's time for us to...
About this.
Oh, good.
That's
いやいや声は止めないのよ
voice of legacy cable and network television can listen while you have.
what do you think Chinese state media thinks about it?
Wow, so good.
That's Rick.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a little too much for me.
Okay, that's better. That's a little bit. At least he saved it.
Yeah, I'd say. Anyway, guys, it's time for us to hit our main segment. We've come here to find out about the Xi Trudeau thing, and by the way, we've got some fantastic insight for you.
Yeah.
So let's hit Soft Power Hour. This is where we talk about how the Chinese government does everything in its power to try and, well, change your mind, and so on and so forth. Let me get to the correct part in the media pack here, and there we go. We're first going to play for you the clip, okay? Right now, you've seen it, I'm sure, and if you haven't seen it, you've heard about it, but at the G20, Xi Jinping and Justin Trudeau had a bit of a confrontation, okay? And the background behind this is that Xi Jinping and, Justin Trudeau were discussing things, and then those things were discussed in the Canadian press. And Xi Jinping was like, it's normal. Xi Jinping's like, that's not okay. Yeah. So let's see what happened. Yeah, we're going to play it here for you. The subtitles are accurate. Just take a look.
而且我们也不是那样进行的。如果有诚心，咱们就用相信的态度来进行采访，否则这个结果就跑脱了。
Canada doesn't believe in free and open and frank dialogue, and we will continue to have to look to work constructively together, but there will be things we will disagree on. We will not
创造条件，创造条件。
Let's create the conditions first.
好，你可以。
constructively together, but there will be things we will disagree on. We will not
创造条件，创造条件。
Let's create the conditions first.
好，你可以。
Okay, so, well, before we get into the comments,
Yeah, just go back for a second. I just want to say, so basically, you explained it. This is like an exchanging of words. But what happened was, you can see Trudeau, perhaps caught a little off guard, but responds with the idea that, hey, like, we're not always going to agree on everything, right?
Sure.
And Xi Jinping talks at him. He's confronting him and talking at him. It's not if you understand Chinese, this didn't come off as a powerful or confident move. It came off as a move of displeasure.
yeah. By the way, I'm pretty sure the subtitles didn't show when you walked up and said naive.
I know, I'm
Oh,
gonna,
okay.
that's why I said we're gonna add
Oh, okay,
something. But anyway, when Xi Jinping said 或者这个结果不好说了, that's kind of really like a strong phrase that you use in Chinese, but the way he says it and like the body language involved, it's almost like he's got to say it and he wants to put it out there, but he's not open for dialogue here, right? And this is a fundamental difference between a Western democracy and like an authoritarian country. Things are going to be reported in the press, and in China, nothing is reported in the press unless it's okay to be. Yeah, it's very simple. This is how it works. And Xi Jinping doesn't understand the most fundamental basis of that, right? And this actually differs a lot from the diplomacy of previous Chinese leaders. But before we get into all of it, something that wasn't reported here in this what's it called, this interaction, is a subtitle that says 很天真, which means 很天真 means like so naive, right?
Yeah.
He kind of utters this in a snide way as he walks away,
Yeah.
right? And it was insane to me to see how this actually played out, because we got caught up in the middle of a Chinese influence campaign surrounding this. And I think a lot of you may have gotten caught up in a Chinese influence campaign surrounding this. I'll show you how this actually happened.
Yeah, we will.
This is why you guys come from.
Yeah. And before we move on to that, I want everybody to just quickly pay attention to Xi Jinping's face. Okay? He is a person who talks at people. He does not talk to people. He doesn't have anyone reply to him. So when Justin Trudeau started responding to him, first of all, he didn't even wait for his translator to translate anything. He doesn't know what Justin Trudeau is saying. Okay? But he's also not used to anyone speaking back. So look at how uncomfortable he is. I want you to watch his face.
free and open and frank dialogue, and
He's like, what do you continue what's happening? Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can't look at him in the face. He's like, this is awkward. He's like, shut up, man. Just listen to what I have to say. Get out of here. It's very...
The how, the dismissive how.
It's like how.
It's like when you say to like a friend, not even a friend.
No, it's not even. It's like
dismissive,
whatever.
Like
It
shoot.
means like whatever.
But not in a. I think people are just reading this so wrong. We'll get into why. But it's not a power play. It's kind
This
of like
has been a very fascinating thing because this interaction, on all sides of the spectrum, people have seen that as a win. So people that are very pro-China have said like, look, Xi Jinping's completely owned Justin Trudeau. People that are very like pro-Canada, pro-West, they look, Justin Trudeau really showed Xi Jinping, really stood up to him. Both sides are trying to say the same thing. Right. But obviously it isn't like that. Okay, there is one side to all this. Right. And before we even get into this, I want to lay my bias down on everyone here. I'm going to bring my bias. I'm going to lay it down on you. But when someone confronts you and says, hey, we told people what we spoke about, that's not how it works. Hey, let's set some conditions first. That was the wrong thing to do. That to me shouts mafia tactics.
Yes, absolutely.
That's like, what the hell? You don't go to somebody and like scold them on just talking the truth. There is no rule that says that you can't talk about it.
How it works.
But the Chinese government wants it like that because they don't want anything to be said without their explicit permission.
He can't. Xi Jinping here can't even stand his ground and have a conversation, as we said here right before getting up. You can't even have a conversation about that. He has to just say, you need to play by my rules.
Yes.
And that's not how it works.
Yeah, I like how he says, let's create the conditions first. Yeah. In other words, I'm not going to talk to you again until we've got some conditions down. Yeah, is his response, his only response. He didn't even listen to what Justin Trudeau had to say. Okay, now guys, we understand that there's a lot of hate towards Justin Trudeau, and not being Canadian myself, I have no idea anything about Justin Trudeau other than the like fantastically ridiculous things that I see clips of him saying, like she session and she covery and being in blackface or whatever. That's what I know about Justin Trudeau. Okay, so all of that aside, we have to put everything aside here. Anything, you can hate the guy as much as you want, but this is a demonstration of China's mafia tactics. Okay, so whether it's someone you love or someone you hate, the same tactics are being put on display here. Yes. Anyway, let's get into this how it all evolved. Yes. So maybe you can give us an idea of what we're going to look at next.
So what you're about to see is a Chinese influence campaign that was targeting you as an English speaker.
Yeah.
And what I want to do is highlight a random comment I took off of here that isn't part of that campaign. This would be from a comment probably from someone that didn't see the Chinese influence campaign. It says, she's blatant bullying, doesn't work abroad for once. Right? You can't control the dialogue and it drives him mad. The idea that a president might share information about a meeting with another world leader with his people is unimaginable. Thus, if you want to converse with China, you must do it under the Chinese restrictive and abusive conditions. A relationship is that of subjugation and submission. Now that makes perfect sense to me.
I agree with that. That's my viewpoint. But let's be honest, that's not everyone's viewpoint.
Sure.
Okay, that's the way I see it. Other people might see it differently. Sure. Okay. But what happens next? This is where things start to change.
Well, so I wanted to show an unbiased version of a headline surrounding this. First one is BBC.
Yeah.
Xi Jinping criticizes Justin Trudeau in awkward exchange. I think that encapsulates that perfectly.
Yes.
It's awkward and it's critical.
That is a correct headline.
Exactly what happened. Right?
Yeah.
Another one is Japan Times. Says Xi's back with Trudeau lays bare China's great ties with Canada. Also agree with that.
And yes, they've got
That's
great ties.
Very accurate, right? Now, where this gets weird is that I like to show that comment and then these headlines is before this all blew up into this weird Chinese influence campaign.
Yeah.
Before it got tainted.
Yeah.
So what I noticed was that when I went on the Chinese internet, there was zero coverage of this event.
They're not allowed to show it.
They're not allowed to show it. This spat, or whatever you want to say,
Yeah.
was not covered in Chinese media, but it was talked about amongst Chinese diaspora and Chinese speakers. Right? Now, there was this forum that came up, the Six Park, where this was covered heavily. Okay? And this was in its infancy. This is right in the beginning. It's a Six Park is a Chinese government-sponsored internet forum specializing in community-written news, launched in 2003. Okay, and this is really interesting.
What does it say? Google Arts and Culture. Stop! They're always hiding their political bullshit under the culture label.
So,
Is it an art?
I don't know.
Propaganda? The art of propaganda?
So imagine Six Park is some sort of Chinese version of 4chan, but it's allowed by the government. So it's almost like an incubation test bed
Sure.
for topics to make sure that Chinese speakers abroad that are going to see the news make sure they have the correct opinion. Right. So when you go on here,
So these are screenshots from the Six Park.
yes, it says Xi Jinping and Trudeau, F-U-C-K-E-D, dissatisfied with the exposure of the two private conversations. So what they did,
So Trudeau's effed.
yeah, so they took the Voice of America article about this interaction and they broke it down with personal bias. Right? The comments that surrounded it were hilarious. You go next slide. If you look at these comments, this was kind of in its infancy, like I said. And they go on to say like Xi Jinping schooled little Trudeau.
Yeah, like a son.
Yeah, like a little baby, you know, like all this kind of stuff. Trudeau just got effed, like
Yeah.
humiliated. You start seeing this loaded language,
Sure.
and it's crazy because it makes you go back and be like, did I watch that clip wrong or something, right? And you start to realize, wait a minute, maybe there's something weird going on here. So, yeah, we found this influence campaign, and this is I want to set this up. If you watch that clip and you've already seen something that has pushed you in the direction to say, oh, Trudeau just got his ass handed to him. What just happened was your preconceived bias for thinking Trudeau is bad, which a huge amount of people do,
Yeah.
was preyed upon by the Chinese government. And this is someone that doesn't support Trudeau. I have no idea about his policies,
No.
right? But
I'm
what
not
happened
interested in no
was,
she session or
Sure.
whatever. What even is a
I don't
she
know.
covering?
It's gaslighting. So I don't even know what that is.
No, but I wanna know. I wanna know.
Anyway, what it did was this Chinese influence campaign. It preyed upon people to look at this
Dude,
and say,
maybe he meant she as in Xi Jinping, not she as in her.
You're gonna actually confuse people.
Okay, sorry.
They're actually gonna be like, yeah, that's what he meant. Anyway, what this was meant to do was prey on people that have ill opinions of Justin Trudeau already.
Yeah.
What you do when you come out of this campaign is to watch that interaction and say, Xi Jinping just effed up Justin Trudeau,
Sure.
schooled him. Maybe I don't like the Chinese government, but I like them a little more now.
Yeah, because like I don't like Justin.
Because I don't like Justin Trudeau. Or, at the very least, you equivalent both of them. Oh, Justin Trudeau's a dictator and he's undemocratic. I hate him. And look, he just a strongman. Xi Jinping just schooled him. See, it shows you how weak our country is, or weak our leadership is.
So we went to where did you get these comments from? Which video was it from?
It was the first one that was released. So the first clip that went out on YouTube
Yes.
about the
This
Trudeau Xi
interaction.
Jinping interaction was only full of upvoted to the sky comments mirroring that exact post we just showed you
Yeah.
from that 6 channel.
Yeah, exactly. So take a look at this for instance. GB made a comment. Looked like a boss and a subordinate. Trudeau looked scared and weak as he ran out the back. And then if you go to look at this GB account, you're like, who could this GB guy be? You'll notice that, of course, it's simply just a bullshit account. It's a Wumao account. This is what they do. There's no content on there. Joined a month ago. It's part of these bot farms, part of these Wumao influence operations. They create these fake, stupid users. They abuse the system to go and put stuff out there. If you go and look at all of the commenters, every single one is the same. So look, like Ryan Liu said,
2,000 upvotes, by the way.
and 227 replies. From the look of President Xi, he was extremely disappointed with Trudeau and wouldn't want to be there a second more.
Number 2, Montesson. Lol. I assume the whole world knew that Trudeau is incapable of being honorable and trustworthy. 1.8k upvotes. This is the first clip that
Would you
was released
upvote? Would you upvote that comment? I mean, even if you agreed with it, that's not really a worthy comment to be like, oh, I like it so much.
But you see this, guys. We'll read a couple more of these. Hold on. Mr. Billy says, it's so sad and embarrassing for Canadians that Trudeau represents Canada as a world leader. So remember, the unbiased headline started, the unbiased comments you saw, then this flip drops, right?
Is Trudeau representing Canada as a world leader? A world leader?
Yeah, Canadian leader.
Yeah, not a world. Is Canada going to take over the world? What's going
I
on?
didn't know their ambitions were so
Yeah.
weird. Sam says, she must be thinking, can't believe the kind of idiots I have to deal with in my job. Do you see this made up shit?
Yeah.
This is a totally made up opinion about this clip.
Yeah, and it's all being like jumped.
It was hijacked.
Yeah.
All of these
Upvoted.
comments got uploaded unnaturally on this clip, and there was only opinion out there on the clip. Yeah, exactly. What's next?
Don't forget that this was Trudeau who led to Meng Wanzhou's illegal arrest in Vancouver. He lied when he said there was nothing he could do for the released. His justice minister only had a paper to sign. The people are the people, and the government. I am of the people. I love China, and I am not afraid of getting into trouble when I go back. But Trudeau is not of the people. He has acted very, very badly. If he thinks of rectifying the situation, he dreams.
You see how this works?
What does it even mean?
You
It's
see
so
how
bad,
this
yeah.
works? you hijack the narrative because anybody that has a preconceived idea that, oh, I hate Trudeau, now becomes more aligned with China in this scenario. Yeah. It's a dangerous match, right? You have the Canadian PM is shameless. This was awesome. Trudeau got the disappointed father talk, then Trudeau went straight to his room. To get schooled on such diplomatic protocol is most unusual and shameful. Trudeau is proving to be an insincere and untrustworthy individual, an utter embarrassment for the nation of Canada and its people. Said these fake accounts
and they're being upvoted so much.
It's gaslighting in its truest form. None of this happened.
No.
In the clip, nobody. I mean, there's no scenario here where Trudeau's looking him in the eyes. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the guy. But he was looking him in the eyes as he was defending himself.
He responded
with
correctly.
confidence.
Yeah.
And saying this is not how it works.
Yeah.
Xi Jinping couldn't look him in the eye. Says some bullshit, really, honestly, like wussbag shit, and then walks away. You know, completely like.
They focus on Justin Trudeau walking away. Xi Jinping walked away too.
But you see the gaslighting thing.
Why not follow Xi Jinping walking like around the corner?
Yes. See, what happens is when the first clip comes out, you hijack the comment section with thousands of upvotes.
Look at the upvotes. That's the thing. Like that second upvote, the Canadian PM is shameless. Got 2.3k upvotes.
Yeah.
Look. It's not a great comment. Right. It's not worthy of that many upvotes. But this is how the Chinese bot army, Wumao army works.
Every single one of these.
And by the way, you notice this with crypto scammers too?
Yes.
I get crypto scammers posting on my videos all the time. So what'll happen is they'll post like, oh, this guy's great for getting your crypto money back.
Yes.
And then it'll have immediately like 8 replies of different people. Yes, I also use that service. It's really good.
Yes.
You see, the bot farms work that way. They work in tandem. They're like, okay, we want this message to look like genuine and legitimate.
Yes.
So we post, we upvote, and we reply to it.
And it works. This is the crazy thing. Is
why does it have 111 replies to someone say the Canadian PM is shameless?
Because it's bot farms. Yeah. Bot farms go out there and hijack the narrative because what will happen is if you go on there and say, oh, this is super awkward. Like Xi Jinping looked like he didn't want to have this conversation and Trudeau looked uncomfortable. It's just a normal comment.
You'll get downvoted.
You'll get downvoted or you won't even get compelled. These top voting comments, I'm not joking, every one of these is a bot.
Yes, we went to go look at every single one of these accounts and they're all the same as that first one we showed you, where it's got 0 followers, 0 subscribers, 0 content. It's just made like within the last week or month, and it's just there to do this bullshit. This
or it's very clear rule. This is so clear. Like a boss giving us more than a lesson in a firm, but nice way. This is what happens in a nation without an independent foreign policy. Canada's biggest embarrassment. Keep going through these. Yeah. Like it's relentless. And imagine this. Imagine if it was just like a balance. It's not. Yeah. It's only these comments.
Yes.
On the first video about the topic.
Yeah. There's nothing here about like, oh, that was different or awkward. It's all like insulting and attacking Trudeau and being upvoted.
Trudeau immediately seeks a safe place. Yeah. News picture is too rare. This comment here is directly translated from Chinese.
Yes.
You have one of these. What to respect when you, as the president of Canada, take orders from the president of the USIC? He's doing this whole narrative, and it's part of the Meng Wanzhou plot.
They've thrown that in there.
It's all of the elements of propaganda.
Yeah.
Look at these.
Yeah, Canadians must be disappointed of Trudeau's behavior. It is really let down to Canada. Come on, grow up, Mr. Trudeau.
You know what happened here, guys, is that when the Chinese government knew that this
we didn't cherry pick. These were the top comments. These were the top comments on that video.
When they knew this was going to happen, they had a panel sit down in China and say, how can we manipulate the narrative?
Oh, you're going to see more about that soon. We got a great. This is a good episode for that. You're going to find out.
As a Chinese, I can confirm this is how we lecture kids. Trudeau definitely can work as a BBC TV interviewer. They hate BBC.
Yeah, they do.
Because their top skill to interrupt during other people's talking rather than a PM. However, she didn't give a damn on this. She gave a big reverse slap in the face. 3 years of this pure 3 years old Canadian guy. See this garbage.
Yeah, it is.
Once again, it's an embarrassment for Justin Trudeau for Canada. You watch this clip without any of this context. It makes no sense.
I personally, seriously, strip away all this bullshit and all the bias. Strip away my bias as well that I talked about. If you looked at that, would you walk away thinking that this was a massive embarrassment for Canada?
Not at all.
No.
Even if you're totally impartial and you're like, wow, that was awkward.
I'd say it was an awkward exchange between, two countries.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Right? I personally can look at that as a Chinese speaker and say that was really kind of like more embarrassing and juvenile in China. Yeah. In non-diplomatic.
Like, why would you do that in public?
Yeah, for sure.
You don't call people out in public if you've got an issue with someone.
No, it's a little bitch move.
It is a little bitch move, but the fact that Justin Trudeau stood his ground and replied to it, is a good thing.
Yes,
If he had been like, yes, sir, I'm so sorry, and ran off, then I would agree with these comments.
For sure.
But he didn't do that, so that's why these comments are invalid to me.
These are Wumao comments masquerading as Canadians.
As a Canadian YouTuber in China and went to the same university as Trudeau, McGill, I'm disappointed. He does things for the sake of appearances instead of what's right. I hope he learns from this mistake.
And this guy did have
gains respect back.
But honestly, no offense. Foreman says, I love the end where Justin runs off to the little girl's room to not cry in public. Justin Trudeau, a day without embarrassment is a day wasted. See, this gaslighting is just made up shit.
Yeah.
It's made to make you feel like, what did I miss here?
Yeah.
A lot of people, very impressionable people, and this doesn't make you dumb if you fall for this, but it's the kind of people that need other, that's my comment section of this, right? You want to go and be like, how should I feel about this? I don't really understand this awkward conversation. How should I feel about this? You go to comment section and you see 1,000 comments with thousands of upvotes that tell you exactly how to feel, and then you know what's self-realizing? Is that all of those comments agree with each other.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you feel like an absolute idiot if you came out of that without that.
This is exactly what a psychological operation, a psyop, looks like. Okay?
It's a real psyop.
This is where you as a casual observer get basically bombarded and forced into having an opinion.
Yeah.
Because everyone is saying the same thing, and they are going in there and replying and boosting this stuff. You know what's
hilarious?
What?
From Vossler Guardia, thank you for pointing this out. He said, is Lauai reading the comments from the video or the Wumaos from the chat? Because this has been since the beginning.
Yeah.
The exact same shit.
Because you guys, you Wumaos there in the live chat, you've got nothing else to do. You have to follow this one state narrative. It's pathetic, and you're gonna get yours. Don't worry, we're gonna show you a little later how we catch you out, you dumbasses. Anyway,
keep going. There's more. So unprofessional, it's Trudeau.
Yeah, exactly.
Very impressed with President Xi. Even though he looked very pissed because of Trudeau's behavior, President Xi still said, I want to shake hands with President Xi is the true leader. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, Trudeau is shameless. Trudeau is a shameless person. Indian PM also ignored him when he visited India last time, and now Xi Jinping slams this guy. Canadian people should be ashamed of Trudeau.
You know what? A lot of these comments, I love to see if it ever starts with as a blah 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 person. Yes. It's always fake. I noticed that more. There's a huge psyop campaign.
Always like as a
Taiwanese person that doesn't like China. I love Xi Jinping and the Chinese government.
As a Chinese Canadian, as a Canadian. Why does that matter? Do you go out there and every time you write
as an American?
Yeah. As a white American.
Yeah, that's how I always start my sentence.
Yeah, I'm always like, as a white South African, I don't.
Yeah, I participate in lots of online forums about my hobbies and stuff. I don't go on there. And as a white American, I'd like to know what kind of filtration I should use.
Exactly. I know, it's like ridiculous. What is wrong with these people?
Anyway, keep going.
I remember when he made the Queen feel so old. This man is no joke. What? So unprofessional, Trudeau. There's a reason people arrange private meetings. It is supposed to be private. If he did not want private meeting, he should have said at the beginning. Oh, maybe that's what
it wasn't, by the way.
Yeah. No, maybe Xi Jinping should do that. Yeah. There's probably a change. Of course it is. Yeah. Anyway, we get the gist. There's just thousands and thousands of this.
But again, I want to separate this from. Again, this is a progression in Chinese propaganda because this works. If you see this, people are like, "Oh, this is so funny! What a freaking joke! What an embarrassment!" All this kind of stuff, right? It preys on people's preconceived notions, and this is very different than when Winston and I criticize Chinese propaganda for being sloppy or whatever. This works because when you hijack the narrative from the beginning, then it makes people very confused. It makes people say, "Hey, maybe they're onto something," right? And let's hear your image.
Okay, yeah, so because this has now been relentless, every forum that's been discussing this, we're talking YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, anywhere you go that's discussing this exchange has been these kind of comments. And it has a knock-on effect. Let's look at these headlines now. What does that say?
So remember the progression? Like I said, you have the clip, right?
It's like
you have unbiased opinions, the headlines. Then you have the Chinese state narrative hijacking.
Yes.
And now let's look at the headlines that follow.
President Xi humiliates Trudeau as he's caught on camera tearing strips of Canadian PM that their conversation at G20 has been leaked to the papers. It's not appropriate.
You know what this is? The Daily Mail in the UK, which we're not going to hold to any sort of standard.
The Daily Mail, yeah.
Let's be honest, though. Daily Mail, this is my word to you here. You literally just fell for a Chinese government psyop. Yeah. You contributed to it.
I contribute because now they will use this as their propaganda too. I like the underline there. It's like Chinese President Xi Jinping gave Canadian counterpart Justin Trudeau a dressing down at the G20 summit. I mean, tearing strips off of him.
I mean, come on.
This is ridiculous. I don't know about you, but I saw this conversation where somebody's like, "Hey, don't do that. I don't like it." You know? And he's like, "Well, that's the way we do it. We believe in freedom of speech." It's like, "Well, we make conditions next time." Oh, okay, bye. That's what I saw. I didn't see any tearing strips.
Tearing strips. This is basically like he bent him over and had his way with him.
Yeah.
That's how this is coming up. This is mainstream media, guys.
Yeah.
And this is what happens when the comment section gets hijacked by Chinese psyop.
And there's another one, like, which one is this?
Shows. Xi Jinping humiliates Justin Trudeau. I don't know about that.
Yeah, so this is how the headlines evolve. Yeah. From awkward, whatever.
Unbiased, like,
Xi Jinping, I'll get us out of there, scolds Justin Trudeau in humiliating G20 snub.
I mean, this is not proof that this works.
Yeah.
The Chinese
It's ridiculous. Keep going. Yeah, let's see what comes up next. By getting thrashed by Xi at the G20 summit, Trudeau has shamed Canada internationally. Listen, okay, I honestly I take a big objection to this, okay? And not because I'm biased against the CCP and Xi Jinping, because I do think the CCP sucks, and I think Xi Jinping's a toad.
He's the greatest enemy of
He's a piece of
our
shit. He's really not a good man. I don't like him. But this headline here is inaccurate.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's just wrong.
Justin Trudeau did not get thrashed by Xi Jinping.
What is See, this is the thing, though. And this is what I wanted to say. Yeah. The timeline, which I should improve, I'm not going to show you, so I can show private message.
Sure.
But it goes from the Chinese psyop in its infancy as an incubator, spreads to the main video, then makes these headlines, and then, and this is no offense to you guys, love you guys and stuff, but the hundreds of people that messaged me today saying, "Did you see Trudeau just get by? Yeah, sure. Did you see it was so embarrassing? Blah blah." And it works. It really, really works. Because I reply and I say, "No offense, but like, did you watch the clip? Yeah, did you see you could see his face? Like, oh my god, did you see the confidence that you think? Don't like the guy, man. You really man.
That dude's got no confidence. His face is the same color.
Yes, and he doesn't look the guy. We're not here to argue about that. My point is that it worked. It really worked. And what it did was it humanized a dictator. It humanized a dictator and brought down Western democracy, right? Brought down the opinion of Western democracy and propelled strongman culture.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. Think about it, okay? We could have a conversation about anything. Okay, let's say, for instance, I ask you a question, and I'm like, "Did you leave the coffee pot on?" And you're like, "Yeah, well, you shouldn't do that because it might ruin it." Right. Just an average conversation. But then suddenly, underneath our conversation in the video, there's thousands of women saying, "Look how he disrespected him. He owned him and schooled him on how to use the coffee pot." Yeah, that kind of thing. Thrashed him. And you've said the same thing to me the day before, and it's no big deal.
Winston rips females' intestines out and hung them with
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
Intestines out and hung them with
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? It's like it's this crap narrative that's now being created by all these thousands and hundreds of thousands of women accounts. And yeah, the international press is buying it and running with it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, it's... No, you know, I wanted to say less than trustworthy outlets, but it's read by billions. These outlets are read by billions.
And they'll be used by Chinese state media. Trudeau humiliation for all to see. It's like you're being told what to believe.
Yeah.
It's awful. Xi Jinping humiliates Justin Trudeau in devastating public dressing down at G20 summit.
You, who wrote this headline and article, participated in a Chinese government psyop.
Yeah.
That's not tinfoil stuff. It's so... You have to have two no-name dudes on YouTube show you where this came from.
Yeah.
Because you didn't do your due diligence as a journalist for these outlets and willingly participated with Xi Jinping's propaganda department.
Yeah.
Hand in hand.
Chinese President Xi Jinping blasts Canada's Justin Trudeau for inappropriate leaking of meeting details at G20. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's just this is what soft power is about, right? It's where we show people how the Chinese government has changed your mind through all of its influence operations abroad, its soft power operations.
You know, like, you want to make a juxtaposition here. I want to compare, like, what we're making fun of at the beginning. The White Monkey guys talking about the maintenance of the subway. Hilarious. It doesn't work. That's what I'm used to.
Yeah.
But Chinese psyops, after pairing up with Russia, by the way, when China decided that Russia was going to be their ally and support them in the Ukraine war,
they learned a lot.
They learned a lot. We saw things change overnight. We now see them preying on not even extremes, preying on people's preconceived notions. Because what China did before was, and it was so sloppy. This is, I can break it down for you really easily. China would say, China good, you must love Xi Jinping, you must love the Chinese government. And people go, no, not for me. That's not for me, right? What they learned from Russia and other psyops and stuff is that, no, you don't need to do that. What you need to do is sow division and distrust. You don't need to love Xi Jinping or China.
You just gotta hate your own politicians, hate your own government, your own country.
Yeah, so they go out there and they go, China is good, but you don't have to like it.
Yeah, but you must hate.
Good, but you don't have to like it. But you must hate the opposition
Yes.
and lose trust in your own government, and then we come away with a victory.
You must hate the Democrats. You must hate the Republicans.
Yes.
You must hate Trudeau.
Yeah, and people don't realize they're
don't
fighting.
trust your government, but trust ours.
Yes, you see there's a lot of like right-wing and left-wing people that go after each other on all sides, Canada and the US and stuff. oftentimes what they're doing is fighting over something they don't fully understand the policy that they disagree about. What they end up doing is fighting on behalf of China.
Yes.
Because China is sowing division amongst people that probably agree on 90% of things, and then taking China's side over that when they would never agree with anything China does.
Yeah.
Right? Taking their side and fighting on their behalf. It's quite literally a marionette game.
Yeah,
You know?
it is.
So you shouldn't have to. I just want to end this by saying you shouldn't have to rely on two guys on YouTube to figure out how this happened. It's laid bare on the internet.
It is,
Still
but look, the thing is, at the end of the day, for instance, us finding the forum where they were actually discussing this first,
Yeah.
before they went and pushed this narrative everywhere,
Yeah.
it's in the Chinese language. There's a language barrier. And the Chinese Communist Party has relied on that for the longest time.
Yes.
People cannot read it. It's out there in public.
Yes.
They basically can put down their plans for world domination in public, and nobody knows about it because nobody's reading Chinese.
Right.
So, you know, that you can't blame people for not knowing that.
I absolutely don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy we can lay it there.
So, let's move on, shall we?
Yeah.
We're going to talk about our Uncle Warm OC Pels? Okay, let's take a look. What's going on with that?
You guys remember this?
Yes, do you remember this ridiculous nonsense where the Communist Party of China, like, they've got a little sect in Taiwan,
Yes.
which they,
Very small.
it's like this small little sect, and so like this little group of like 10 people, they turned up to protest Pelosi landing in Taiwan, and they did the Angewon. Remember when we made some merch about that?
We did a t-shirt.
Remember when we actually made patches?
We did, and it took
No,
us...
we didn't, though.
No, well, we did. It
No, we
took
didn't.
us-
We wanted to.
Yeah, the company's...
Yeah, the company was screwing us around until now.
Until now.
Now we have
have
patches.
the patches. I just put it in there. I'm going to pin it. I'm going to pin it in the chat. Okay?
So now, it's one of those weird limited run things where only if they receive a certain amount of orders will they actually print them.
Yeah, I think we're going to get that.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So get yours now.
Okay.
There's only like a week left.
There's only a week left, so
Yeah.
if you want one of these, go order them. I've definitely ordered one. I can't wait to put it on my
These are-
motorcycle jacket.
Yeah, these are mad high quality. These are like stitch patches. It took us
Yeah.
forever to find a company that was willing to do it.
Yes.
Not for like a 10 billion orders.
Yes.
We're not going to have 10 billion orders. So this is your Under Warm merch. This is made by one of our subscribers. It was fantastic. We think it looks great.
It's going to be good on my motorcycle jacket, that's for sure. Can't wait.
So finally, it's out there. And, by the way, the profits are going to go to charity.
And you know what I found out in America is that if you want one of these kind of patches sewn onto your jackets, go to a shoe repair place.
Shoe repair. Interesting.
Yeah, because they have all those, like, the right kind of stitching equipment to, like, stitch leather.
Cool.
So they offer this. I don't remember how much they charged me. It wasn't a lot. It's like, I think it was less than $15.
Gotcha.
You know?
There's apparently a bunch of countries going through some sort of famine right now, and the artist of this wanted us to donate his share of the profits to that. We're going to do that.
Yep, we will, absolutely.
Prove it to you.
We always do. Okay, so anyway, that aside, drinking, we wanted to just remind you guys that we have a Monday show. That's kind of a fun little, it's kind of like a
Little. Don't say little. It's a full show.
No, I'm not that. It's a full show, but it's a fun private club type thing.
Yes.
Okay, which of course you're all invited to. We thought we'd show you a little clip from that so that you can see what you missed last week. So here it comes. Drinking, of course, in all cultures, there's drinking culture.
Rural drinking culture is very different. You see people actually.
There's another one.
drinking stuff. That's
It's like a guy. What is she doing?
Sometimes light cigarettes on the alcohol. That is insane.
That just makes me want to puke. Alcohol poisoning is also very common. It's not really seen as a bad thing. You know what? The reason why we just ignored like a lot of the bad things in China is because we're drinking all the time. So yeah, you get the idea, guys. We did a whole thing about rural drinking, especially like women drinking. It's a thing in China. If you want to check it out, please feel free to head on over to patreon.com/advpodcasts and sign up for the Shaban Ho tier. And you can watch every single episode that we've released so far. We've got like 20 episodes, and of course then you'll be able to watch live on Monday as well.
We do every Monday.
Yes, every
So
Monday.
imagine this: you guys tune in every Friday to watch this show. Monday we have another show. Just think about it like that. But it's a small group. It's a VIP.
And it's actually the show where we can show you things that we cannot show on
Always
YouTube.
going to be someone that knows about that, but it's literally the show, the Monday show, the Shaban Ho show on patreon.com/adpodcast is the show that is the stuff we can't show here.
Yeah.
And I don't want to like put it behind a gate or something like that, but at the same time, there's stuff we can't show on YouTube, and all that stuff goes on a Monday show.
Yeah.
So definitely go join that if you can.
Yeah, it's fun. Can't wait to see you there. Anyway, guys, it's time for us to move on to our Wumao corner, which is where we talk about the haters. And man, I am getting so ticked off, I should say, with ambassadors. You know, like ambassadors.
What kind?
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know what an ambassador is, right? It's a person who, you know, represents a country. Now, you would think, because remember, when we were living in China, we always were told you're a cultural ambassador, right? You're an ambassador for your country. Anything you do can actually like make your country look better or worse. Okay? But if you're an actual ambassador, it's your real job. It's your job to make your country, well, to represent your country in a good light.
Yeah.
Chinese ambassadors, on the other hand, their job is to represent their country in a bad light.
Yeah.
In the worst light.
Yes.
They suck.
Yes.
Ambassadors are awful from China.
Yeah.
Okay?
The worst, really.
And I just wanted to show you guys this. Okay, here's this Ambassador Deng, whatever his name is, Xi Jun. Yeah, it's very small. And he is the ambassador of the People's Republic of China to ASE.
Oh, okay. Association of Southeast Asian Nations.
Yeah. So anyway,
So
what,
basically Cambodia, Vietnam, Philippines.
he is an ambassador.
That's big. That's a big.
He's a huge ambassador, right? Okay, so now, first of all, he's the ambassador to the Asian countries, right?
Yeah,
Southeast Asian countries. Why is he so obsessed with America?
Well, because China is very obsessed with Africa.
Okay, now, you know how we've been talking about how China uses Western media. We're just showing you an example of how they use it for soft power to change your mind with all these like comment psyops. They also use platforms like Twitter. This is straight from Twitter. And all he does is post, I'm going to focus on that particular thing in a minute, post garbage propaganda all day, every day. The guy's got like 8,700 tweets and every single tweet. Every single tweet is like, China this, Xi Jinping that, Xi Jinping thought, China's amazing, China great, China...
This is like North Korea shit.
Why is it that Western social media is a platform for Chinese propaganda?
Yeah, what is this?
Yeah,
I mean, so you as the Chinese government block all of your citizens from using this platform, but your diplomats and ambassadors do it to spread hate all over the internet.
Yeah, and one of the things this guy does, and other Chinese diplomats do, is they constantly post these stupid childish comparisons.
The rip paper
yeah,
thing?
it's like comparisons between China and America.
This is like the format for all of them, right?
Yeah, and remember, this guy has got F all to do with America. He's the ambassador to the Southeast Asian nations. What the hell does he have to keep putting these childish things? So, okay, I thought we're not going to look at all of them, because he posts like almost once a day. He posts these stupid comparisons. So I thought we'd look at two of them. Okay, just to give you a taste. We might look at some more in the future, because some of them are just absolutely ridiculous. Like one where he says China's had 0 conflicts ever. You know? Anyway, I'm going to just read this one. He's got Chinese modernization on the left and US modernization on the right.
Yeah, so for listeners, by the way, this is like a ripped piece of paper, and the left is why China good, and right is always why America bad.
Yes, every single time. So apparently, China is people-centric, and America is capital-centric. Okay.
Wait. So the country with one of the largest wealth gaps in the world, with no social programs, is more people-centered than the country with social programs and with welfare.
Yes.
Now, how does that make sense?
It doesn't. He's like common prosperity for all for China, and in America it says polarization of rich and poor.
So the country with the biggest wealth gap,
China has the biggest
One
polarization.
of the biggest
like,
in the world.
dude, from what we've seen traveling around China, in your face.
I mean, even with their own statistics, it's bad. When you go to China,
Yeah.
you're in Africa for 5 minutes, and 5 minutes back into the city, then you're in Manhattan.
Yeah.
You want to see wealth gap?
You got Ferraris driving around with barefoot children on the side of the road.
You got Lamborghinis and pigs around.
Yeah, dude, it's ridiculous how they just say things and expect people to believe it. Okay, so again, let's go back to the China side. It says material and cultural ethical advancement. What?
So the country that makes their own culture demonized and illegal and celebrates a Western ideology.
Yeah,
Marxism.
by the way, Marxism is not Chinese. Yeah, it's not Chinese culture. And compared to America.
In genocide?
Yes, in genocide? Yeah, seriously. Concentration camps, you know, is that ethical?
No human rights.
Yeah.
Removal of religious freedoms.
Yeah, freedom of speech taken away. Yeah, what they did to Hong Kong. Yeah,
Forced black site prisons.
yeah, ethical advancement. But apparently, America's bad because it has an insatiable hunger for wealth.
God forbid. Oh, darn it.
Now, here's my favorite.
Animal rights. Yeah, what about
Oh, yeah, here's my favorite one. Chinese says, harmony between humanity and nature. You've got to be joking.
So-
China's the worst offender when it comes to ecological destruction.
China in many places looks like the freaking moon, but like a man-made moon.
Yeah.
It's
Dude,
destroyed.
we all know about the huge amounts of pollution, and that 90% of the soil and the rivers, the water is polluted in China. The fact that, you know, animals have been wiped out, species have been wiped out, the fact that they go out and outfish the seas and destroy the seas, and the holes in the ozone layer and stuff very recent from. China has a lot to answer for when it comes to ecological destruction. But here's what I love. When they compare America, they say, America has inaction towards the ecological crisis. America has inaction. Okay. I don't want to get too, mad here, but national parks, state parks, that was an American idea. Nature conservation. Where do you think all these stupid whale-watching boats that go out there, what's that, sea shepherds and shit? Is that coming from China? I don't think so. Greenpeace. These annoying twats. I don't like them. Greenpeace. Where does that come from? Not China.
I'm an environmentalist, so I'm not like an environmental.
I'm not an
analyst.
eco-terrorist.
Yeah, I'm an eco-terrorist.
Okay, I'm just trying to say that when it comes to like nature conservation and caring about the environment and ecology, I'd rate America as one of the top in the world.
Yeah, definitely the pioneers.
Yeah, in so many ways. But no, apparently, America is in action towards ecological crisis.
Okay, wait,
And-
just.
Yeah.
For just a second. In the last quarter, or in the last observed metric,
Yeah.
America reduced carbon emissions by like 129% or something.
Yes.
In China, increased them 200-something%. So it's quite literally the opposite on every single principle.
Every single thing.
It's a joke.
It is a joke. And this is an ambassador, a Chinese ambassador. So it's not like some low-level
This
dude.
is just an accident.
Yeah.
This dude is a little miserable pile of secrets.
He is. What a piece of
This
shit.
guy's a piece of shit.
I like how he also says Chinese modernization, peaceful development. I don't know if you've ever like seen the development in China, but it usually involves beating people up and throwing them off their land, forceful destruction of their
I
houses.
guess those huge wars between the people and the government shooting fireworks at bulldozers
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
happen.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
guess
Displacing people.
Displacing people. I guess the whole flooding of all the area near Chongqing and displacing thousands of villages and millions of people didn't happen. I guess the peaceful development doesn't count all the protests you shut down when people are upset that their money's gone.
Yeah. No, so peaceful development. And apparently, America has wars and plundering. And yeah, okay, maybe, you know, hey, if you lose the wars, though, you can't claim that as an accolade. You have to win them, and you can say that.
First.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's a small taste, but I thought I'd show you one more that he put out there. Just because, you know, you got to get a bit of variety. So this guy's just going on and on about all this bullshit, right? This ambassador.
Peacefully beating.
Yeah, exactly. I just hate, dude, it's blatant lies by a Chinese official out there for everyone to see, you know?
It's right there.
Yeah, blatant bullshit lies. You know, a lot of people might look at this and say like, oh yeah, maybe he's got a point. And that's how it works. And why is he using Twitter to do his bullshit propaganda? You know?
You know what the new thing is, by the way? All these Chinese officials on Twitter complaining to Elon Musk saying, please remove our state.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's like McCarthyism. Fucking people use Twitter.
Yeah.
Idiots.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolute idiots.
So I thought I'd show this one next, okay? So he's doing his whole China versus USA thing. So China, among the safest countries in the world, 0.5% homicide rate per 100,000 people in 2021. Can you work out that percentage for me? What is 0.5% of 100,000? Let's figure it out. We'll figure it out. This is 2021. And the source for this statistic, by the way, is the Ministry of Public Security of the PRC. So how many people was that he claims died? Yeah, we'll see.
You know, this calculator.
Yeah, it's terrible.
You got people in the chat kicking our butt here. 500 people.
There's only 500 people? Okay, so apparently 500 people. That's actually a lot, buddy.
Out of 100,000. That's outlandish. That would be the highest rate in the world.
Yeah, so anyway, let's look at the USA.
Stupid idiot.
Now, he's very tastefully used a picture of a grieving family.
Yes.
Okay, which, ambassador, if you're really a diplomat and an ambassador, you would not use somebody's personal tragedy to score your damn political points. That's tasteless. Okay, I can teach you about diplomacy. All right, I can show you Chinese manners. All right, and the USA says very high crime and gun explosion danger.
Gun explosions. I hate when my gun explodes.
Gun explosion dangers. How much did he say? 7.8% homicide rate per 100,000 people in 2021. His source
Hold on.
is the World Bank database. So how many people would that be?
That would be 7,800 people. Bro, that's like that would be a nuclear holocaust.
So we were like, this isn't right. Okay, we're like, how is it that he's saying that 7,800 people per 100,000 people are killed by gun explosions in the USA? So we actually went to the source, which is this World Bank database, and we took a look at homicides. Let me get past all this guy's stupid propaganda that goes on forever. Okay, here. We took a look, and the actual homicide per 100,000 people in the United States for that period was 7.
Right, for 100,000.
Yeah, 7.
Which is decently high.
And that is the same source that he used, so he's confusing numbers with percent.
Yes, correct.
7 people per 100,000 in 2020 from that source died from homicide. Only 7. Not 7,800, you stupid, useless excuse for an ambassador.
By the way,
Yeah.
with his statistics.
Yeah.
You know how many people have died of homicide in America last year? Or in 2020?
How many?
Let's see. 31 million.
How's that even possible?
31 million people died.
Whatever, like this guy's off the rails. Yeah. Anyway, we thought we'd just take a look. Thought we'd take a look at South Africa for 2020, and we're actually on a downward trend here. Look, yeah, down from like whatever it is, 65 down to 33 people.
Yeah.
But that's like 4 times the United States, 4 or 5 times the United States. Not too bad. But then we like, is China even there? And we found out that China is there, but they stopped reporting in 2018, and the only thing they reported was 1.
So this is China logic. The World Bank to even use China's state data is a slap in the face of just reason. You know, China. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, there's no way to prove this because China doesn't have any reliable data. But as safe as like normal Chinese cities are walking down the street, like in the city center, China's brutal and pretty fucked up.
There's a lot of stabbings.
A lot of stabbings, a lot of murders.
We've actually been witness to the aftermath of murders ourselves.
Absolutely.
I've seen a person get stabbed at an ATM.
Also,
All the dead bodies and the blood everywhere. I mean, we've seen that with our own eyes. That's not something we're making up here. It's not secondhand tales.
I've seen more people murdered in China than I have. And you might say, okay, population density and stuff. I'm just saying. Yeah, I have no way of quantitatively like proving this to you.
If the statistics were out there for everybody to see, it would tell a very different story. But as you saw, his source was the Ministry of China's Ministry of Security or whatever.
By the way, like just to show that. World Bank data for the US.
Yes. Yes.
And then China's internal data.
Yeah.
6.5%. It's just wild.
By the way, look at his Twitter feed. It's just Xi Jinping thought. We have ensured and improved public well-being as a matter of priority and pooled resources to wage a critical battle against poverty. Like, dude, seriously, most boring shit ever. Anyway, we went to the CDC also to see about assault and homicide. All right? Yeah.
25 people to 100,000.
Yes. So not percent.
Percent, dude. People like the ambassador doesn't know the difference between percent and figure.
Yeah.
Figure is like the most basic math.
It's ridiculous. Okay, so this is actually world news, so let's move into world news. We're going to go straight to world news. We'll have a big Q&A afterwards. So world news, we talk about what's happening in the world, specifically with regards to China. And we want to start out with some, I don't know if you'd say bad news. It's bad news for gamers. I mean, we're gamers, but, you know, Blizzard, right?
Yeah.
Make World of
Alliance.
Warcraft. Yeah, exactly. World of Warcraft and actually just Warcraft 1 and 2 and, you know, stop touching me, you know. Yeah, so they make some great games. Diablo, to name a few. Exactly. They have been operating in China for 14 years.
Yes.
Okay, as most of you may or may not know, online gaming specifically in China is massive. Okay, so much so that the government has imposed restrictions on children are only allowed, was it like 2 hours or something a day or some shit like that. And you have to register your real ID in order to be able to use an internet cafe. It's a very controlled system, but they have a problem with internet addiction. They have internet addiction camps where they like shock therapy people and stuff. It's a big deal. It's brutal in China. Anyway, online.
いいえ、ついに仲間に出会えた気がしまして。Go big God, fucking damn. It's a pop-popper. 弾丸は何を使ってるんですか？私そういうの出た。エリシアンが支給してくれるものをそのまま使ってるだけ。その中で最も強そうなものを選んだだけだから。そう。でも最近は火力がちょっと見づらい気がするのよね。はい？ネオンが火力の専門家みたいだから教えてくれたらすごく役に立つと思うわ。わかりました。私がこれまで培ってきた火力の真髄をお願いするわね。まず火力を引き上げる最初の方法。心が上から入ることめっちゃ最初のところですか？妙に仲良しです。実はすごく心配してたんです。色がやばいのに。そうですよね。前に会った時はでも指揮官全く気になる。そうですよね。
静かに。それ以上喋るな。
でパラパラパラって言ったら OK OK Boon sweet Boon sweet my love OK 何取ったか分かった Boon sweet あんなにいがみ合っていたのに戦闘では背中を任せられる仲間って知っています。待ってちゃんとしなって言ったからそれで分かった。そうかチャフは待てをしなきゃいけないんだな。いいね、忘れてください。移動しましょう、指揮官。ダイヤゼパム。ダイヤゼパムって何だろう。Interesting。空っぽ。Also, does the loot replenish or is it just?
And gaming is a massive thing, and Blizzard is one of the big players. They've had this cooperation with NetEase, which is the Chinese company that distributes their stuff and runs all their services and stuff in China, and they finally come to an end. The reason being that Blizzard said it was unable to reach a deal with the Hangzhou-based company NetEase that was consistent with the culture, with the California-based firm's operating principles and commitments to players and employees. So in other words, China has been, as usual, forcing a lot of rules and a lot of laws about games. You know that like you're not allowed to show skeletons in China.
Yeah, that's all stupid.
Yeah, you don't want to see skeleton. No. Not your thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's this one.
Wow, that's a little too much for me.
Yeah, it's a bit too much for him. Skeletons. But there are all sorts of things. Censorship is massive. Okay. So when you've got online discussion in any game, which you do in these games, you can chat.
Yeah.
You have to build an entire government censorship like metric into all of that. Yeah. So it really places a huge burden on companies that want to operate inside of China because they have to follow very strict censorship laws. Yeah. That change all the bloody time, by the way. Because Meng Wanzhou this week is now a term that's not allowed to be searched. Now you have to implement that in your game too, right? People start talking about tennis in your game. It's not a good idea. They're going to shut it down. So you have to implement stuff on the fly. There's a lot of prerequisites, and obviously Blizzard has just had it. They've had enough. There've probably been a whole slew of new things that they have to implement and they're not allowed to do or whatever. And they're like, you know what? It's just not worth it anymore. So that's the way I read it.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be like January 24th or so. They're going to stop all their servers and they're pulling out.
Sure. Can you turn down?
Which one? Oh, is it too loud? Oh, which one? Oh, that's good to know. You don't like that? You want to read this next one then? I'll start working on some of those.
Texas Panda, I said it was 500 people. You dig that?
What?
Instead I was saying he's gaslighting and saying I said 5,000.
Yeah. All right. So what's going on here?
Sexism instituted in the CCP. She didn't think equal amount of power. So it's gotten so much worse.
Yeah. You know what? Like under Xi Jinping, China's fallen from 86 to 139th in the world. We're going to start women in power.
You compare it to Western countries or like democratic countries, you're getting more and more women getting voted into power because sexism is kind of getting more voted out over time, and women that are qualified for the job are getting the job. In Xi Jinping's China, it's regressing to the point where it's almost doubly worse.
It is, and I mean, here's the thing. The weird thing I find is that the people that usually care the most about women's rights in the West, you know, like all these, you get these think tanks and you get all these like groups of people that go out and protest for women's rights and
certain ones.
Yeah, but in general, people that are all about like liberal ideas and removing misogyny and sexism from everywhere and complain about that stuff all day and all night seem to have no problem supporting China,
or at least not bringing it up.
Yeah, and they love this whole Mao Zedong "women held up half the sky" quote, which just means that women have to work just as hard as men. It's like in physical labor, like go out there and plow the field. You know, it's got nothing to do with you have the same rights. It's just you have the same responsibilities. They absolutely seem to love championing China, which is the opposite to their core values. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
just want to show these stats here. Like 139th in the world, guys. Female representation has dipped to astronomical lows.
Yeah. Now, this is a very important section of the show, guys, and I'd like you to pay attention because this has something to do with us personally, and it has something to do with you as well, and social media. So, you know, I made a couple of videos about Li Ziqi. You know who she is? So she's this very pretty, in the farmyard, kind of run around in rural China, making clothes out of cloth sack or whatever.
Yeah, you know, it's got wholesome depth.
Very, very nice. Now, we were always confused, like, why is it that an influencer, a YouTuber in China, is allowed to post videos on YouTube? It's a platform that's banned and forbidden by the CCP for average people to access. You're not allowed to. So how is it that you can get an incredibly successful, because she had like 17.2 million followers, right? On YouTube, earning megabucks from like, from ad rev. Okay, so she's earning a lot of money from like Western platforms that she's not allowed to be on, not supposed to be on. But like, how is this possible? So now we have an explanation finally, because an official explanation, a think tank called ASPI, who does great work. We told you about Vicky Xu last week. Vicky Xu works for ASPI too. There's a guy who's released, his name is Fortis Ryan, who recently released a very good thread on this.
Yeah, really thorough. This is a great one.
So we have to go through this, and I'll show you how it's actually directly tied to us as well. I'm going to read just a few of his things here. So he says, Chinese influencer Li Ziqi has 17.2 million followers on YouTube. She's the biggest by far, but there are thousands of other China-based accounts on the platform. But wait, isn't YouTube locked in China? What gives? Here's how it all works. The short answer is that influencers from Li Ziqi down go through special agencies that are trusted by the party state. When she was still posting videos, because she's not posting videos anymore, I got a video about why she isn't doing videos. When she was still posting videos, Li did it through Web TV Asia, a Beijing-based YouTube-certified multi-channel network owned by Malaysian entertainment company Prodigy Media. So you see how they do this, by the way. So it's a Beijing-based company, but it runs through Malaysia, because Malaysia YouTube isn't blocked. And yeah, that's the thing, like, you know, when I was in China, I could not receive ad payments into my Chinese bank account. Remember, they wouldn't allow it. I couldn't, because I was a Chinese-based person. I had to be based in Hong Kong. You know, luckily because I was married previously, because you're married. And I had to make money in Hong Kong to get paid back then. Obviously, just moved to America here. But, you know, it just shows you how they game the system. So they're using a Malaysia, like, shell company that actually is Beijing.
That's not the important part.
No, it's just, we have to explain, like, how this starts, you know, to work. MCN equals multi-channel network. All on them here is going to look. Web TV Asia operates more than 600 YouTube channels for PRC-based talent. Yeah, so China-based talent, including the People's Daily, the official newspaper of the Central Committee of the CCP.
That is the state newspaper.
Yeah.
So this company is the Chinese government. You have YouTube. On YouTube, you have an MCN, so it's a company that controls a lot of channels. That is an arm of the CCP.
Yes.
Quite literally.
Okay, so it gets more interesting. Another MCN called Xiaowu Brothers has its own 600-plus stable of talent across a variety of categories from cooking to gaming and countryside.
Now, before you go into this, I just want everyone to know, I get this question all the time. How is this channel allowed? Because YouTube is blocked from China. You can now understand, if you ever see any Chinese content that is on YouTube, it's a good content. It is run by a state-run Chinese government propaganda. Yes, simple as that.
So I recognize this name, Xiaowu Brothers. I'm like, where have I seen that before? Guess what? I'll show you where I saw it. Xiaowu Brothers tried to do a copyright strike against my channel and get a video removed. Now, I blurred out the name of the person, because, you know, the company's a Xiaowu Brother Company Limited, and it's like, I am so and so and from Xiaowu Brothers that they complain to YouTube. Now, how it works is when you get a copyright strike against you on YouTube, YouTube will send you a copy because you have a chance to defend yourself. But they didn't even bother to send me a copy this time because we'll see how it follows up. But I just want to first give you the gist of this. I made a video called China Lacks Good Samaritans, okay? And it's terrible.
and I showed footage of, I showed lots of stuff. I spoke about the fact but I showed a small clip from a Chinese creator where they did a social experiment in public, where they pretended to kidnap a girl, and nobody stepped in to help. And they did it in various places. They did it in a park, they did it somewhere else. And the whole point was to show that, hey, you know what, in China there aren't good Samaritans. People will not try to help a woman who's being kidnapped, okay? So I used a small clip of this social experiment, and they tried to get my video removed, okay? Now this is, by the way, that clip that I used is like 10 years old. It's old, it's an old clip. Or 7 years, it's really old, so it's not relevant. It's not like, oh, he's just stolen our new video that's come out and it's copyrighted something. I used it under fair use, you can do this on YouTube. People use our videos all the time as like commentary or they'll take a piece. It is what it is. As long as you don't take someone's video and then upload it wholesale, right? So anyway, here's the thing. This Xiaowu Brothers, who's a CCP, like MCN, not only do they allow people from within China to be vetted to put on YouTube and earn money for the Chinese state and earn money for China and so on, but they also act as a censorship apparatus. Look what they tried to do. They tried to get my video taken down. And here's the difference. When it comes to YouTube content creators, if somebody, for instance, if we use a little clip from a music video or a movie or someone else's channel, what happens all the time, 100% of the time, is they'll do a copyright claim. And what copyright claim is, it means you've used some of my footage, now I get to earn all of the money from your video. And this happens to us all the time. It'll be a copyright claim, your video still stays up, but you can't earn money from it anymore. And the proceeds of your video go to the creator of that original
Even
music.
if it's like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I know, it's really crappy. But they didn't try to do that. No, it's not about, oh, I want to earn money. No, they want to censor. They want to silence. They want to remove. They wanted to remove that video that proved that there are no good Samaritans in China, or it's a big problem in China. So these content MCNs are not only acting, like I said, as a way for the government to get propaganda out, but also as a way to censor people abroad. And this is proof. Xiaowu Brothers tried to do a copyright strike against my channel, tried to get my video taken down. Okay? But what I love is that for the first time ever, YouTube stood in my corner and they said, hello, they sent me an email. We have received a copyright infringement notification below regarding your videos. We believe that your content is protected by fair use, fair dealing, or similar, blah, 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 blah. So I like what they said to Xiaowu Brothers. They said, hi, Xiaowu Brother, thank you for your notification. YouTube reviews copyright takedown requests to make sure that they are valid, etc., etc. We are concerned that your copyright notification may not be valid for the video identified in your request. Please keep in mind that in many countries, it is legal to use copyrighted works in specific ways without the owner's authorization, particularly for transformative purposes, such as news reporting, parody, commentary, or review. Some countries protect such uses, this is really small, under doctrines of fair use and fair dealing, etc. Now, but the important thing is, learn more about fair use in the United States. But okay, the whole point is, YouTube didn't take the video down, they didn't do a copyright anything. They sent me this notification to say, hey listen, Xiaowu Brothers, the Xiaowu Brothers company, they tried to do a strike on your video, but we believe it's fair use, so we're not going to take it down. This is what we sent to them, this is what they sent to us. So remember this, guys, Chinese Wumaos and all you shills and stuff who try to do copyright claims. When you do that, we get to see what you're doing, okay? It's not like anonymous. I know you guys love being anonymous, do all your dirty deeds as an anonymous little rat, you know? But in this case, we got to see exactly. So Xiaowu Brothers, you're busted, okay?
It turns out, Xiaowu Brothers, we now know, because of thanks to asking,
yes,
we now know that you are an arm of the Chinese government.
By the way, this is the clip I used. See, China lacks good Samaritans and it's terrible. This is the clip I was talking about. I used this from a social experiment. Now also bear in mind that Xiaowu Brothers manually went in. It's such an old video that I did. It's got to be like 5 years old or something.
I also want to clarify, people might be confused that this video is Xiaowu Brothers, like channel. No. What this video is a channel that Xiaowu Brothers owns.
Yeah,
They're arm of the government.
And probably, they owned this, where I got this clip from, this clip that was posted years and years and years ago. And I didn't even get it from YouTube, I got it from Chinese internet when I made this video. Yeah. But because it's been posted on YouTube under the Xiaowu Brothers MCN somewhere, they've like, okay, now we have a reason to censor this, now we can get this video taken down. Because they manually did it. It's not like YouTube alerted them, hey, you know? No, they were like going through my videos and they were like, this guy, how do we get this video done? So here, there's more to this.
Yes.
Xiaowu Brothers are not just on YouTube, they're also on Facebook.
Chinese government.
Yes. As this Meta press release notes, Xiaowu now manages over 100 pages and has a dedicated Facebook operations team.
They have a dedicated Facebook operations?
Yes, they do.
The Chinese government, which blocks Facebook.
This piece of shit Chinese government, the thing that tried to take my videos, tried to delete my videos. No, everyone.
Oh, they're all over. Right.
Anyone they disagree with.
They have their own freaking metadata. This is how Xiaowu lose and globalize and boost revenue for Facebook. You know what this is?
On Facebook, yeah.
On Facebook. You know what this is? The idea that you can masquerade as, hey, we're the guys opening up China to the world.
Shit. It's the Chinese government. You think we're talking shit? Wait. Generally, only state media workers, diplomats, and political and economic elites and foreigners can post on foreign social media platforms in China. Yeah, if you live in China. But as the head of Xiaowu notes in this pitch, MCNs like his can offer a legit gateway through the Great Firewall for influence institutions.
See how this masquerades? I will help you get past the Great Firewall of China. I want China, people of the world to see China. If you're a politician, if you're running under the government Chinese propaganda, or if you're a foreigner.
So take a look. So why are companies like Xiaowu trusted to offer the service? Because they are closely linked to the CCP. How close? Well, here we have some pics of their internal party meetings. In the first two pics, they're actually carrying out a criticism and self-criticism session. I want you to take a look at these pictures, okay? Because this is relevant to me. See this office? These guys sitting around at this table? They were saying, how can we take down that Serpent Today video that shows that China lacks good Samaritans?
Yeah, this is the party room for that MCN.
That tobacco uncle there was like, ha ha ha, you over there, you go and do the copyright claim against him. I got the name of the person who did the copyright claim, like I said, I didn't include it because it's one of these people in this room. Guarantee, it's one of those women. It could be the one on the left, the right, or the one in front, who knows. But either way, this is that Xiaowu Brothers company, guys. This is the...
It's a party bureau.
Yeah, look at it, okay? I mean, how much proof do you need?
I want you, when you finish your point, when I make my appeal, please leave that one in this
I will. I mean, this is photos from their own company review that they published themselves. Take a look. It's their stupid Gongchang down little red books, and they get the little commie pins to wear and stuff, while they sit there and take advantage of Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and all of this garbage.
There's a reason that China goes around in internal domestic articles in Chinese and brags about how they've overtaken Western media outlets, including Google, and have their own minions and peons inside of all these companies. They do it blatantly. Yeah. And then the face of that is these oh, we set up a dedicated team for this Chinese media thing. Oh, look at how we're linking the world together. Internal documents in China say, oh, by the way,
Propaganda about these regions.
bingo! Which, guess what, is tied to us yet again.
Guli sisters.
The Guli sisters were a Xinjiang psyop from the Chinese government directly that
Going through
this MCN that was running ad campaigns on our videos to attack and remove us off of these platforms, off of YouTube.
Yes.
We are directly tied to this shit. It's unbelievable.
So guys, when you see a video on YouTube coming out of China about ethnic minorities dancing around or doing whatever, doing some farmyard work or whatever it is that they put out there, showing a happy, healthy life, the only reason you can see that content coming out of China is because it's what the Communist Party of China wants you to see. You will never be able to see an organic video coming out of mainland China of what it really is like. Alright? So first of all, any Chinese content creator that wants anything on YouTube or Facebook has to go through the state-run MCN companies.
It is an arm of the state.
Every single one.
Yes.
When you get these foreign shills who go out there and put their bullshit about like, oh, there's no genocide in Xinjiang and stuff, those guys, because they're foreigners, are allowed to post without going through these MCNs, right?
Yep.
But they know what side their bread is buttered on. If they want to continue to be able to travel around China, continue to be able to get the boost from all this fake bots and all the government money that's pumped into boosting and platforming these people and state media appearances and stuff, they must toe the party line, and they may not break any of the rules, and they may not show anything that isn't what the Chinese government wants people to see. So you see, the Western social media is being used by the Chinese government to push one-sided propaganda and a one-sided image of what China is like to you. And the reason they hate us so much, and the reason they try to attack us, attack our families, attack our way of life, try to shut us down, no matter where we are in the world, is because we've shown genuine China. We've got footage that we're not afraid to show, and we've shown footage and talked about aspects of China that are not what the Chinese government wants you to see. And that's why they go after us so much. It's that simple. Anyway, do you have something to say about this before I roll the clip? Sure. You want the tobacco, Uncle?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Actually, no, there's not enough hammer and sickle. There's only one.
There's only one hammer and sickle? Okay.
Yeah, let's get more.
Like, how about this too?
Yeah, I like the distance learning meeting, whatever.
Yeah.
The Zoom meeting up there.
Sure.
So again, it's not a threat. Just awareness, right? There's enough credible proof now that MCNs, and it's not just about us, but that these MCNs operate with impunity.
Yes.
They operate with protection under Facebook and Google and all these companies. They're operating to really further the agenda of the central government. They're run by the Chinese central government in a country that government locks those platforms on. Has their own rules or TOS that censors and handcrafts speech, which goes against the First Amendment in the US.
Yeah.
To make sure that their narrative is already procured and okayed by the Chinese government, and then goes out to stop, block, and remove people like us that have dissenting opinions about the Chinese government that stand up for human rights in China.
Yeah.
On those platforms, in countries where they're from. It is outlandish.
Oh, not to mention the huge amounts of money they're earning for the Chinese government through these companies, which are the Chinese government.
And these companies like YouTube.
Oh, sure, Facebook, sure.
If you have an MCN with a dedicated team on Meta that is out there operating on behalf of the Chinese government, get fucked.
Yeah.
Dude, like, that is so wrong.
Yeah.
You need to weed these out yesterday, and we need to stop this going forward, because people like us, Chinese dissidents, all these opposing voices are getting shut down by people gaming the system on behalf of the central government in goddamn China.
Yeah.
Not okay. No. So please, if you're watching this, anybody in this leadership of these companies, do the right thing.
Anyone who's got any sway or any influence out there, if you can talk to somebody about this, because these people sitting in this commie room right here, I hate to use the word commie, but I don't know what else to call it, this red room.
It's literally a communist room.
It is, it's a party room. Remember we told you
Every
company has a party room, and it's not where people go to have fun and drinks and stuff, no?
Yeah.
It's like the worst party ever. So if they're sitting in this party room over here deciding whether or deciding how to copy strike my videos in order to censor me
and running ad campaigns on our videos,
and figuring out how to release propaganda onto Western media and reap profits by releasing that propaganda.
Gaming all kinds of systems in the process.
What's going on? This has to be put to an end. There has to be a stop to this, okay? It's not correct. All of this nonsense, that stupid ambassador on Twitter, the stupid wolf-wanker diplomats that go out there and cause shit everywhere on social media, they shouldn't be allowed to participate. They block their own citizens from doing it.
Weed it out, guys.
It's gotta go.
No, I'm talking to Twitter too. Why are you allowing Chinese ambassadors and diplomats the only access to Twitter, not their own people? Get rid of them.
Yeah.
Get rid of all of this shit. Get really nip this in the butt. Look at the psyop we just saw about the Trudeau thing. All of this is tied together, guys.
I'm so sick and tired of the fact that that little commie pin was probably awarded to somebody for doing copy strike against my video.
Yep. Or running ad campaigns on mine.
Yep.
He's saying Lao86 is racist.
Yes.
Because he hates us weaker minorities. And then it turns out they were run by that MCN.
Yeah, exactly. Here's your commie pin. So it's such bullshit.
Get wrecked.
Yeah.
So anyway, the dirty work is done.
Yeah.
People like us figured out, Ask figured out, these think tanks figured it out. It's up to these companies now, it's up to you guys to appeal to these companies to say, get rid of this shit.
Yeah.
Enough's enough. I don't want to see Chinese propaganda on Western platforms anymore. No, it shouldn't be allowed.
So I want to play a little clip, which is from what's called the Brookings Institute, which was also linked by Fergus Ryan in his thread. You should go follow him on Twitter, by the way. If you want some insight, he releases very good, like in-depth.
Absolutely.
Looks into certain things like this. He did a thing about the Guli sisters, which we're
Great,
involved in. And he releases them in English and Chinese. So if you've got a Chinese family member who maybe doesn't believe what you're talking about, or a Chinese friend, you can show them the Chinese version of his Anyway, I want to show you this little clip. Let's take a look at this, because this is very...
So we've all heard that China spreads propaganda online, but what does that really mean in practice? We have some answers that might surprise you. Over the past few years, we've learned quite a bit about the tactics foreign powers use to influence what you see on your Twitter or Facebook feed. But what if we told you social media was just the tip of the iceberg? Search engines are another powerful vector of authoritarian efforts. When you type the term Xinjiang in a news search, Chinese state-backed media outlets appear in top 10 search results at least 88% of the time. The number is even more jarring on YouTube. For the term Xinjiang, Chinese state media appeared in 98% of top results. Search engines are where we've been told to go to do our own research, but we found it surprisingly easy to stumble on unlabeled state-backed content. This is especially the case for topics like COVID and Xinjiang, where the Chinese government has a vested interest in perpetuating narratives that serve its own interests instead of reality. When it comes to Xinjiang in particular, international media and human rights organizations have documented egregious abuses against the region's Uyghur ethnic population, including internment camps and forced indoctrination. But because Chinese state media surfaces prominently on Google News, Bing News, and YouTube for results tied to Xinjiang, people can get a really different picture of what's actually going on. These articles and videos claim that the Uyghurs in Xinjiang have religious freedom and that reports of abuses are just all Western lies. There's a lot that platforms can do to solve this problem, ranging from providing
今野営するからな。
野営をほら見た今のは駆け足取りスキルで単純な方法で相手を怒らせるときにいいよ。すごく効果あるね。ウンパがあんなに怒るのは初めて見た。パニスってすごい。大したことないわよ。
行け。
はいはい行きますよ。ネオン、ラピ、ポン、
いやラピは残る。二人で行ってこい。
まあいいよ。行ってくるから。積もる話でもしたら？私も話に参加した。後でしましょうね。後で。いってらっしゃい。
では私たちはこの先を片付けて野営地を確保する。
みんな一緒に元気出してみる？楽しみでしょ？ユニがたっぷり遊んであげるよ。
Adding additional context to users about the origins of a source, to collaborating and cooperating with other platforms to share information. We did a deep dive on how China uses search engines to share propaganda and what companies, governments, and individuals can do about it. Check out our report on Birking's website.
Okay, so seriously?
Links in the description.
Yeah, links in the description if you want to go check them out. But it's true, if you search in YouTube, Xinjiang or China or whatever, usually something related to something along those lines, Chinese state-backed media is coming up on the top results all the time.
Yeah.
So like we've got videos about Xinjiang, we've got videos.
That's my number one favorite.
Oh, coming up that you don't know it's Chinese government. The video that you're watching on YouTube that says, oh, you know, Xinjiang genocide's a lie or whatever, that's a Chinese government-run propaganda piece you're watching, but it doesn't say so. It'll be like a pretty girl or something saying it. You're like, oh, what is this? Oh, I should take it. And remember this, if there's anything that we could take away from today's video, any video that you see on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter or anything coming out of China, yeah, unless it's one of those leaked clips of someone like jumping up a building. I'm talking about like these, here I am on the streets visiting the Dong minority, look at how they dance and their traditions and stuff. If you see anything like that, it's 100% Chinese state propaganda, because it can't be anything else. It's not allowed to be influence, you know? Anyway, I guess we've said our piece on this. Hope you've learned something from this, guys, because it's time for people to wake up to this bullshit.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's one of those situations where we're very passionate about it because it's obviously what we do, but at the same time, it's a massive problem.
We see huge changes in the way things work. Yeah. But it's time for our Q&A, guys. Now it's Yum Chow. This is where we get to relax. I get to lose some time. We answer your super chats. We keep it up for the weekend. On Monday, we cut it out of the show. But if you are a patron over at patreon.com/ADPodcast of any tier, you can watch the full show. You know, anytime. Yeah. And you also get access to, of course, our Discord server. If you're into Discord, if you want to have a chat, catch up with us, Discord's the way to go. And if you're a patron, you get access to that too. So, yeah, let's loosen the time. For those of you who are not sticking around, watching it live, or watching it on the weekend, stay awesome.
Saltiest Salt says thanks for that. Yeah, yes, younger and beautiful. Stuck in my head. Soundbite when I like remake it. Soundbite.
We might have.
I don't see the context.
So everyone's complaining that those sound bites are too loud, eh? You mean like this one?
Wow, that's a little too much for me.
You mean that's he's referring to the sound bite? Oh, yeah. He is referring to that.
Oh yeah, it's too much. Yeah. Wait, let me try the other one. I'll take the volume down a little bit. Okay. So I removed that volume a little. Let's go to the other one. This one.
Wow, so good.
He loves me.
Yeah.
Loves me.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that one is crazy. All right. Let's try again. If I go back to.
Wow, that's a little too much for me.
It's a little too much for him. Really.
Yeah. Okay, I get it now. You guys were right. Okay.
Wow, so good.
Okay, that's gotta go down too. Let's try it again. Okay. I know we're experimenting here, but how about this?
Wow, that's a little too much for me. Wow, so good.
That's still peaking. That's not there.
Peaking down.
Speaker Django, thank you very much. Gabriel Keen says, "Can I glad today? Here's my weekly contribution. I asked the advanced Huawei information on both of you, and the only reply I got was Yanga and beautiful. One Dan Dong, please."
Yeah. Oh yeah, you want a dandong? Here you go. By the way, somebody on Twitter asked me to talk about bricks. What's my opinion of bricks? So I just wanted
They're good at building.
I don't like bricks at all, and the reason I don't like bricks is because South Africa is a part of it, and because of that, there's huge Chinese influence in South Africa. Chinese police stations, terrible things going on in South Africa when it comes to China. So I'm very much against the whole BRICS alliance. Also saw Taiwan get kicked out of South Africa as a very legitimate trade partner. I have a lot of Taiwanese friends, and they were forced to close shop because the Chinese government and the South African government started to work together. And I'm not a fan, so that's right.
I would like to increase my YouTube channel membership, but there isn't much incentive for the higher cost. Can we please get last week's episode on Xiaoban Ho for those who can't use Patreon? We're actually working on that.
We are. We're working on something.
So it'll be the same. It'll be the same price as the patron tier for people that are in Xiaoban Ho, and you'll get Xiaoban Ho episodes. Yeah. We're working on how to do that.
Yeah, we have to implement it right so it's smooth. But thank you for your patience and thank you for your support.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. The reason that we've not done it yet is YouTube takes like a huge chunk of the memberships compared to patrons.
Like 30%.
Yeah, and patrons like 5. So we're trying to figure it out. Brian Kane, finished binging Conquering Southern and Northern China yesterday. Awesome work, guys. On that note, is there anywhere in China that you wish you could have visited before you had to escape? I would have loved to see Xinjiang before, so we had more perspective on it for sure.
From that point, yeah, it was never an appeal to me to go there. I'm not a desert guy.
I'm not a desert guy either, but I'm interested in the vastly different culture and language.
Yeah, from that point of view, it would be the food. I love the food.
And the food's top notch. Well, at 12:03, hey guys, how's my main man, Mr. Roman numeral 11 doing? Nice. Apparently he's bent Trudeau over and performed barbecue on his ass cheeks.
Yeah, like torn strips from
him and ate him.
Yeah, thrashed him.
The video is wild. They've actually went underwater and had to fight sharks.
Yeah,
she's even
like thrashed him.
Yeah, ate Trudeau. Russell Fander says she is formally telling the military for preparation for war. Does that change the maybe scenario to definitely for war or conflict? It's always been a definitely. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, and they always say.
Yeah, I mean they do that. It's just all the time. But yeah, it's a matter of when. Probably a while away. Power shift. Only Trudeau could have had a worse G20 summit was if he went in blackface again. Winnie the Pooh looked just as bad, and Wolf Wanker diplomacy has been an epic fail. CCP is now flailing about. Mark Carl. This week, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police arrested a Chinese spy at Hydro-Quebec.
Yes.
Maybe because of the Aurora.
Yes, they're probably trying to find out about the Aurora.
Yeah,
apparently, it's about battery technology.
We should have put this in the show. It actually tagged something else too.
Yeah, we'll focus on that next week because this is all about like social media influence. Next time we'll talk about these spies. But yeah, he was as usual stealing battery technology. And remember, as I posted that story on Twitter, there is nothing that modern China has invented. It's all been borrowed, licensed, in other words, like legitimately bought, stolen, or the result of espionage, reverse engineering, spying, and all that kind of nonsense. Okay? Yeah, absolutely. So the only way for China to keep up, because they can't invent anything. If they want to keep up, they have to steal. They have to spy. Well, they buy it.
It's not they can't invent anything. The education system doesn't allow it.
Yeah.
It's a rigged system from the beginning. It's rigged testing system. So there's no incentive for innovation.
Yeah. It's just the way it is. So you will catch spies from China, and you will never have the reverse. No. You're not going to find like an American spy trying to steal technology from China because what are they going to do? Go steal their own technology back?
Ooh, look at this.
Yeah. Oh look, this is how they used this and that.
I mean, that probably does happen actually.
Yeah.
Find out what they stole.
Yeah. Find out how they're using.
Definitely American spies.
Yeah, but they're not going there to get a new idea. That's what I'm saying.
Anyway, Charles Womack says, it appears that she does not understand how democracy works. In a democratic country, the press is not controlled by the state.
Yes.
He does not. And that shows, honestly, that interaction shows you the fundamental difference. He does not understand that.
No.
And it shows you how many yes men he's swallowing himself. He doesn't see the bad news. Super chats here. Thanks all you guys for sending super chats, by the way. It's massively helpful. Okay, cool. Sorry, Sky says dinosaurs in chat. ET, asteroid, and dragon realms. Who gets that? Tornado Brick, what's the most dystopian cyberpunk city in China? Definitely, dystopian for sure. Definitely the. No, that's more sci-fi.
Yeah.
Dystopian is more of the. No,
that's apocalyptic.
Dystopian for me are the modern built-up cities in Hunan, like Huaihuan.
Oh, sure.
That have tons of concrete structures. Or Zhengzhou. These places that are soulless, but there's tons of money like going into these infrastructure development, but it looks so like the end of the world, like young man.
Yeah.
Aochi, it's my birthday today. Happy birthday!
Yeah, happy birthday to you, man.
Perfect day or woman. Yeah, I think it's a girl. Perfect day to watch the China show. I hope you all have a great day today.
Thank you, you too. Happy birthday.
Byron, Zulu says, have you guys seen the Netflix movie I mentioned last week? Have some XX Dos Equis for me.
Thank you.
Not yet. Can't remember. What was that one?
The one that we haven't seen yet.
Oh, that one.
We have it written down.
We do.
Yeah.
Sorry, soon and very soon. We're going to see the Lord. Adam Denson song.
Did you see that new game that's on Steam? Pre-release where you can play as Jesus and perform murder.
Is it satire? Because I feel like most Christians get mad.
I feel like it's like, isn't it blasphemous?
Yeah? Being Jesus.
Hey, like you can like turn water to wine and stuff. Like maybe
it's gotta be satire.
It's gotta be, right?
It's gonna piss a lot.
It's gonna for sure.
Adam Doty, Extra shows, guys. I look forward to all this weekend. I'm still digging into the MiHoYo and how they use soundbar for China game. That's great. Yeah, I was actually working on a huge Genshin Impact thing. Yeah. I also just think a lot of people love that game, and I don't just that many people love, but there's some truth behind it.
Obviously, dude.
No, it's good. I found
like
it.
seriously, that's how they get you. TikTok. What do you think that's all about? They give something very appealing.
Yeah.
And they get people hooked on it, and then it's like once everyone's enjoying it, it seems very innocent. They start the slow little influence operations. It's like you want a waifu, and now you're gonna have to like say that you detest democracy, and then you get like a super plus extra waifu.
Yeah, I was gonna say in Minecraft, in Genshin Impact.
Yeah, in Genshin Impact. Yeah. It's like
yeah,
exactly. Yeah, you want this like skimpy outfit, you're gonna have to say that like Democrats are bad or like Republicans are bad, and then you get this special skimpy outfit. That's what that's gonna be. For sure. Tell us your company's like employee records, and then you get a special, you'll get a ring or whatever. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It'll be like that. It'll be like that. Yeah, exactly. You'll get like a lipstick kiss on a piece of paper or something.
Yes.
You know, you get that. But that's exactly. But that's only if you give like some some useful state secrets. And you get that. Yeah, sounds good.
Norman Fair. By the way. Norman Fair.
Yes.
Subliminal advertising works. Last 2 weeks I've been cooking Indian clam strips. No word, no joke.
Well, I don't.
No, I could go for some clams.
I don't like clams. I'm good.
Sometimes George Hazard says sometimes I fall asleep during the stream. However, when Port of Dandong comes up, I'm instantly awake again.
Yeah, I know. But it's not too loud.
Port of Dandong.
It's always like up there or something.
He wants great.
Oh, you want this?
Port of Dandong. Great.
Yeah.
What? Oh yeah. It's a pretty good one, eh? Yeah, you should check out the meme thing on.
Oh, if you want to go see hot memes,
yeah,
we participate. Definitely go to patreon.com/ADV podcast and join any level. You can join the Discord.
We're gonna
open up another feature on that, but like right now, there's the open chat and then there's a meme submission page. So if you want your memes to end up on the show,
well, you can go to the subreddit over there.
Yeah, but I just collected a bunch that people posted on the Discord for next episode. Okay, cool. Koala1203 says the Port of Dandong soundbite is indeed the loudest of all. So
not anymore.
To the point of my ears getting kicked in the ball second saying "Ayo Thomas."
You gotta finish it.
David's been doing some great
like daily motivational speeches.
I feel great when he does them. But you know what? I think he wanted the ball sack.
You got one.
Oh, you got it. I'll send it quick so I can't see it.
Yeah.
Kenya loves Japan. Thank you very much, Kenya loves Japan. You're amazing sticker. Appreciate that. Black Yellow 6. The Rick guy you paused on looks like he wants to wear someone else's face, Ed Gein style.
I feel like he is wearing someone else's face. Sorry, I mean, like, we're not.
I think you've gone a little too far.
I mean, you think so?
Wow, that's a little too much for me.
I mean, look, we're all gonna end up looking like that, so we can't get down on the guy too much.
He's
But
hanging out
I promise you this: that I will not dye my hair.
I will not either. I'm more gray than he is probably. I'm about half gray.
No, he's fully gray. He's just like dyeing his hair.
My point is, I'm not going to dye my hair. I'm already there.
It's a bad look. Like when a guy gets old, you should embrace your maturity.
Yes, it happens. We get old. We're old now.
You're not like a 19-year-old with rollerblades or whatever. You know?
He quite literally comes off as a 70-something-year-old man that would dye his hair like a gross fake brown red dye and put on rollerblades.
Yes,
you would do that.
Yeah, I feel like you would.
I'm gonna put a screenshot in the Discord, lol. Yeah, Black Yellow 6 is a mod. FKDH, blah blah blah. Is the background sound a server powering on? Is there a background sound? There's no background sound.
We do have like a NAS storage device here somewhere, so you know it does sometimes power on. I mean, I don't think you'd hear it though.
It's pretty far away.
Yeah.
Irving Chase, I legit thought that the dub guy was about to start rapping. That was really.
It was just like that ridiculous. Yeah.
Loved it. Yeah, me too. Chris Smith, thank you very much. Gunfox 61. How many soundbites can we put in? Yeah. Shaze, wow, so good.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, so good.
Pop that on. Oh, you can pop that on.
Yeah, I mean, I could. Let's see if it works.
National Congress today.
Wait, what? There it comes. Okay, it just took a while.
That one clip is great. It doesn't have context, but it's good. In the show, we can watch it one more time.
Yeah, okay.
Delegates to CPC National Congress. CPC National Congress.
I feel a bit uncomfortable, to be honest with you.
I feel like I am about to get inappropriately attached.
I get that feeling. Yeah, you know. Wow.
Wow, what?
Yeah, I've got it.
Wow, so good.
I feel super uncomfortable that it's always me.
I gotta fix
Why
that.
am I in the screen?
I did it in such a way that it'd be a green screen, so that whatever we're talking about would appear. You know,
it's always gonna be me.
I'm gonna have to change. I can change it to put something else there.
Craft NL says Subway Wonderman versus Clanman soundbite battle, please.
Oh, dude, we gotta do it.
Subway Wonderman.
Yeah, let's find. Where's Subway Wonderman? It's like, let's see his
That's incredible.
We gotta see his transformation.
Yeah.
Here it is. Like they put so much effort into this.
Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonderman? Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonderman?
What is that? So soft spoken. It's just so wrong. He's like, hey, do I look like a Subway Wonderman?
And it's a Chinese guy saying it. You dubbed a freaking Spaniard.
The guy,
with a Chinese
this guy looks like a very masculine man with a very effeminate voice.
Hey!
That's pretty much what it is. Gotta do it again.
Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonderman? Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonderman?
Yes, you do. You absolutely look like a Subway Wonderman.
He does. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna make a soundbite out of that for sure.
Yeah,
oh, yeah. Oh, it's just like, it's a given. We cannot not do that.
No, that's like... With it, I love the song lead up too.
Yes.
But it's gotta be in it.
Yeah, there'll be something in it, don't worry.
Old Matey, hey guys, did you make any videos about the day-to-day running a business in China? I'm interested to hear if there are any CCP corruption BS you had to do with the stay open back then. No, we can touch on it.
Oh, yeah. Especially to get licenses and whatnot. You want to get like a fire hazard, like, okay, or whatever. Like, you need to be buying cognac and going to have dinners and crap like that.
Jim Play, give me a wow, so good.
Sure. Yeah, sure, of course.
Wow, so good.
I'm hiding.
Yeah, you're always in there.
Oh my gosh, stop. I feel seriously violated when I see that.
I know. I kind of want to see that part where he
I think I look like a twerp.
I don't know.
Yeah,
this is probably like he introduces
before
it.
he comes out. Yeah. Right.
So let's watch this one again.
It's alive.
Yeah.
Spain is now in Shanghai and has arrived at the scene. Hello, Antonio. Are you in the subway station now?
Yes, Rick. I'm at the Yichao Station Line 8 of the Shanghai Metro Tunnel. I just took the subway in China. It's very smooth and fast. Now I will meet He Xiaolian here, one of the managers who work at the tunnel. My mission today is to experience a working shift with her and her daily routine.
Do you notice that that's a completely different voice actor? Yeah. So they go from like, the more soft-spoken one, and they obviously like couldn't find him again for the second part of the dub. So, listen to his voice change.
Smooth and fast. Now I will meet He Xiaolian here, one of the managers who work at the tunnel. My mission today is to experience a working shift with her and her daily routine starts at midnight. Here she comes.
Yeah.
你妈太辛苦了。
你妈太辛苦了。Anyway, yeah, we're getting hung up on the shit. Let's
I
carry
just
on.
love, go back, you don't have to play it, guys. I'll show you the Ricochet part where he's first corresponding with his fake clip.
Yeah.
He's sitting there. You can imagine in the edit. He's not watching anything.
No.
In the studio, he doesn't know what's on the screen. There's no screen.
He's just going like this.
Yeah. They probably put a timer on there, like 15 seconds, Rick. You gotta nod your head smiling.
Yeah. Yeah, let's move on, shall we?
Yes. Scranton B2. My theory is WoW is so good as a direct translation of Taiha, which would work in Chinese but not so much in English. I guarantee you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Owned 0110. Love how you guys love your guys' show. Thanks for letting me have something to look forward to on Fridays. Also, your other individual channels are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cisco Franks. Looking good, guys. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Impersonate yourself. Thank you very much for joining as a member. Sayas, who'd win? Subway Wonderman versus Clanman. People really want that.
Oh, dude, we're gonna have to make a battle between the two of them. Yeah, exactly. I feel like Subway Wonderman's way nicer than Clanman.
Yeah, I get the impression that Subway Wonderman is not a bad person.
No.
He's just doing a white monkey gig.
Yes.
And he seems like he genuinely is trying his best.
Yeah.
Clanman's a real wanker.
Yeah, he is just a
piece of shit.
Yeah, he's just a piece of shit. Like, you know.
You would know about it if you joined our Patreon.
Yeah, if you went over to watch, we did a Shaban Ho episode all about Clanman.
Yeah, and bad expats. We
basically scumbag expats. Yeah.
Ever saw.
No,
literally.
No,
you couldn't show that publicly. So if you want to see it, definitely go over there.
Yeah. Anyway.
Great Strip Matter, Ukrainian friend asked how the PRC stands on the possibility of Russia using nukes.
They condemned it.
Officially condemned it, but officially,
behind closed doors, they're like,
yeah, well, officially also supports Russia's war in Ukraine.
Yes, so it's like, what are they doing?
It's like it was a great way to play both sides in a way.
Good at doing it.
Like Halo 6, I made a Rick emoji on the Discord.
Oh, good.
Nice. So if you join the Discord, you're gonna get a Ricochet emoji.
That's amazing.
Poor guy. I don't mean to go after him because he's obviously like he stayed too long in China, passed up his prime.
He's just doing the white monkey game, man. That's what he's been doing since he got there.
Yeah, he is doing straight up propaganda now, though.
Yeah, I mean CPC Congress. What's it? CPC like delegates.
He did 2 of those.
Yeah,
remember that one. We haven't really covered that one.
Yeah, we got another one. We got more. So don't worry,
we got more Rick.
Yeah, we'll get more Rick.
More what is it called? China. Show me China.
Show me China. Yeah.
The engaged view. I love this clip. I'm still waiting for she to say go out in the backyard and cut a switch, boy. A. Watson, did you sense that Xi's response to Trudeau's defense of the leak was influenced by someone who was reporting? I saw Xi glance at the camera and become more defensive. Happy US Thanksgiving. Thank you very much. There could be something to that.
Yeah, I don't think he realized they were being recorded.
Not until the end. Yeah,
he did know this.
Illustrious Freedom, really feel for Trudeau. Like him or not, he doesn't deserve to be talked down to like that, especially by dictatorship. Rainbow Dancer, 97. Politics is an ancient art of making things up as you go along and hoping no one notices. It's difficult to perfect. Yeah. The engaged view. Is it possible that Xi took the leak of private conversations as indiscreet? If so, I can't say that I blame him. No. I mean, he would have to be a monumental, regarded person.
Dude, you're at the G20 summit. Everything you discuss there is open forum. It's not like in China where you just get to say what you want and nobody knows about it because everyone is a peer.
It shows you how out of touch he is.
Yeah.
By the way, if you are Canadian in China right now, I would find your best way to lay low.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a push.
Yes, you do. And it gets nasty.
I mean, look what happened to the Michaels. Yeah. You know?
Don't be Canadian in China right now.
Nope.
Isn't that weird? Usually it's like, oh, I'm Canadian.
Yeah, Canadian's usually the safe one.
Yeah.
That's because all the corrupt officials have their mansions in Canada and their families there, so you're kind of like brethren. You're almost like, you know, whatever. It's like, it's like, yeah, you know, yeah, that street that you grew up on, I own that street, bitch. That's the government official.
Makes sense. Yeah. In response to recent anti-CCP action in Guangzhou, Dogshit IPA is releasing good shit, Tiger Blood, Dragon Testicle Lager. Keep fighting.
Okay.
Remember the
yeah,
making fun of the micro grenades.
Yeah.
David Lopan says she was like a small dog barking and then running. That's the way I took it as well. Sorry, I'm coming back to here. Yahweh says, you have to look at your chat. You can see the depth of China and Russian influence on Trudeau haters. Yes, that's what I've been saying.
We saw.
They're preying on it. It's just right in the chat.
Remember, when you see all this crap going on in our live chat, in our comment section, we've shown you how effective they are at using social media to influence people. That's part of the influence campaign. You can ignore that. They're doing their job, you know?
Yeah, exactly that. Sinophile says, any sources you can recommend at all? Liza Wayana de Wenho, so he says, greetings from Vienna. Okay. Sources. I mean, there's all kinds of sources. Absolutely. You could use most of, like, you know, most of the big dogs. BBC's great, all that kind of stuff. There's nothing wrong with those things. We're not mainstream media haters, but there is varying degrees of credibility to them. There's some great ones, and there's some horrible ones, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, you know, it is what it is. I recommend doing your own research, figuring stuff out. Illustrious Freedom, these deflection comments, guys, I can't. Yeah, I know, right? There was a lot of them. And again, you saw the influence. And it sucks. You know, it sucks to be influenced by something like that and then not be able to recognize it and not be able to like admit it. You should just back off and be like, yo, that sucks, and be more aware about that in the future. Be like, wow, that's nasty what they do. Not, no, actually.
You know, the kind of people that complain about, like, I don't know, microchips in the water and government control and so on, why do they seem to embrace China?
They love that.
You want to talk about government control?
Yeah.
You know, changing your opinion?
Yeah.
China's the master of that shit.
Like chemtrails and World Economic Fund stuff and all that stuff. That tends to be the people that go, you know what, maybe China's not that.
You want to know real government control?
Yeah.
Look at China. You know that you have to be locked in your house if they say that you're not allowed to leave. Imagine those people that are going on about conspiracies and how bad America and stuff is. Just imagine one of those people in Guangzhou right now, or in Shanghai, anywhere, and there's a lockdown in their complex, and they're not allowed to leave their apartments, and they have to be force tested. These are the kind of people that if a policeman comes to like arrest them or something, they're like, I know my rights. You may not search me. Do you have a warrant? Do you this? Those kind of people. Those are the people that like you have to get a freaking swab forced down your nasal passage twice a day. You're not allowed to say no. There's nothing about consent or not.
And you get executed for the drugs you like.
Yeah, exactly. You're stuck in your apartment. You're not allowed to leave. You're not allowed to go anywhere. You have no freedom of movement. These are the same people that are like, oh, the American FBI and CIA and all that. They're stuck, and you don't know how bad it is in America. It's so bad. China knows what they're doing. The same people. Are you a moron? I can't stand those kind of people. Government control is what China does. America's got
poster child.
I mean, America's got problems, yes, and you can criticize it. But dude, you can still go out your door when you want to.
It's not anywhere to the level.
No, it's not
Freedom House Index. America's 83, China's 9. Right?
Yeah.
Just think about that.
And the higher number means better, by the way.
Illustrious Freedom. Oh yeah, sorry. Swear. Thanks for covering this. I saw it happen immediately. Before anyone gets down to me about saying the World Economic Fund, I get that it's bad. Sure. But people take it too far.
Yeah, they like to use it as a backing track for whatever conspiracy.
It doesn't matter. It's like, and I see Russian psyops used all the time. Yeah. They prey on those people. And now Russia is good in a lot of people's minds. I've seen it go from Russia bad to now like a lot of these really super ultra right-wing people go Russia good now because family values. Russia's like one of the highest abortion rates in the world.
And divorce rates.
What are you talking about? It's again, it's psyops. Yeah, this exact same thing. The left-wing and right-wing. Yep.
They're playing you off each other, guys.
They are. Yeah. I have to say one last thing. You don't hate your neighbor. I mean, maybe they're a piece of shit. Maybe your neighbor sucks and they like play like freaking Vanilla Ice 2 out of it. But you hate them for that. You don't hate them. Trust me on this. You don't hate them because they're a libtard or whatever.
Yeah, or like a
neo-Nazi, red
Trump-tard,
whatever you want to say. You don't hate them. I promise you don't hate them. You have more in common with that person than you do with a Chinese government official in a propaganda bureau.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're consuming.
Yes.
You have more in common with your neighbor, who's whatever you think you hate, as an American, than a Kremlin bot that is crafting crafty messages that praise on religion.
Absolutely.
You have more in common with them. Stop hating the person in your own country that you have 90% more in common with than actual psychological operations being run by billion-dollar campaigns in these countries that has been proven time. Don't fall. And to have the confidence to admit that you might have been had, and therefore, yep. I want everyone to be happy and friends. These Xi and Trudeau comments are effective no matter how wrong they are. It's extremely insidious and have you thinking that YouTube needs to overhaul their comments. Thank you, Square. Thank you for seeing that.
Yeah.
I know we have such a smart audience.
Absolutely. That's why they're watching us and not, like GD29 Shilfa or whatever that goes and says, Xi Jinping great. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
This is true. Walter Deadman says, speaking of crypto scammers, I wonder what they...
Speaking of crypt, I'm just looking at a back.
Is he been there the whole time? For what? I made my impassioned speech to Americans getting along with me.
Yeah, I think he was there.
Imagine someone clips that out there, like inspiring message from YouTube.
It's the giant head of Ricochet. Yeah.
Maybe he agrees.
Maybe. Never know.
I don't think so.
I don't think he'd be working for Chinese state media.
Walter Deadman, speaking of crypto scammers, I wonder what they must be doing now since FTX unless you become yeah, for sure. After that whole overall thing is like they'll just find another big point.
Yeah, we'll find a way. Oh, now that there's this, there's a quick way to make money on the returns.
You know what they'll do? They'll prey on the people that got had by crypto scammers, like the whole.
That's what they're doing.
And they'll go like this. Oh, you know how crypto's really bad? Just need to invest in stable things like gold and stuff.
I'll tell you one thing, guys, something to watch out for, because I've daily been deleting and blocking hundreds of comments on my videos that talk about the Piglet Ring scam. Is now they're like they have a name and it'll be like, I don't know, Genesis123 on Instagram. It look like an arrow or something. And they're like, I can't believe this guy actually helped me get my crypto money back or my scam money back. It's amazing. I didn't believe it. That kind of thing.
People are like, shit, I lost money.
And guess what? They're using the same like Chinese bots. They're probably Chinese bots anyway, because they are. I mean, the Piglet Ring scam is mainly a Chinese scam. But they've got replies to those saying like, yeah, this guy really helped me. Yeah,
just like the Trudeau.
Yeah, they're like, this guy really helped me get my money back. He's legit. That type of thing. Watch out. That's all scams. Don't ever listen to these people trying to say you can get your money that you scammed back, because it's just another scam. They're like, yeah, we can get it back. You just need to pay this agent or something. They get your money and you get scammed again. When you feel like it, dumbass.
You would.
They say fool me once.
Yeah.
Shame on me. Or shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on Xi Jinping or something. You know what I mean?
Marit says, not a big fan of Trudeau, but this stuff just comedy. And then Marit says, because you're smart.
Yeah.
See passes. You don't need I think no one needs to preface this with not a fan of blah, blah, blah anymore. It's unrelated.
Yeah.
You know, it's a China side.
It's diplomats. Like, diplomats, whether you like them or not, doesn't matter. It could be Arnold Schwarzenegger and Donald Trump up there, doesn't matter what they're saying to each other. It's, you look at the behavior of the person is what really counts in a diplomatic situation, like in a big important meeting like the G20.
Correct. Will Smith, what are Xi Jinping's pronouns? She and Shin? I don't know. Paul,
she, her, I don't know.
Is a Chinese-Canadian Yorkshireman from Timbuktu, Argentina. I love drinking beer. That sounds very legitimate. Fredcon 1, hijacking the narrative from the beginning reminds me of small children hitting the first person to reach the future and battle with the winner. Yeah, for sure. That's actually, there's a lot to that. Oh, and I have gained more respect for Trudeau. Thank you too for your hard work and I let the Chinese government approaches and extremely dangerous. Thank you. And I was gotta say, the gray suit, the pink dye does not help Trudeau's case. Hey, that's again the conversation.
Sure.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think she's a fitting suit.
He has a crappy like dollar store suit that he wears. By the way, cultural appropriation much?
Yeah.
Stop wearing our Western business suits.
By the way, don't take that out of context. He's quoting Chinese.
Yes, exactly.
It says our Chinese stuff should be worn by us.
Yeah, exactly. Like, remember all that crap about like my culture isn't the frontiers or whatever that guy was? That went all over. Seriously, you want to be like all about Chinese this and Chinese that and Chinese culture and all that? Why are you running your entire country on Karl Marx's Western bullshit ideas? Wearing Western business suits, using Western like military weapons and Western everything.
Everything about Xi Jinping's China is a copy of full way.
Yes, it's dumb.
Kind of shitty.
Yeah, it is.
It must suck when you sit at discount.
I know.
You know, it's like Dollar Store General. You know,
Dollar General.
Dollar General.
Yes.
China's now Dollar General America.
That's it. Yeah, pretty much.
It's now with more stuff.
Yeah. I'd say Dollar General Soviet Union.
Dollar General Soviet Union for sure. But
yeah.
They certainly love American shit.
Yeah.
Because the Soviet stuff sucks.
Sure.
Americans, Crypto says, Americans are finally waking up to the CCP as a good. Ryan.
Remember, it's the CCP, not the Chinese people.
Yes. Yeah.
Just saying that. No, idiots who don't know the difference. It's like you would not blame like average German citizens for the Nazis, you know?
I shouldn't say we're the biggest champions, but I'm going to say we are the biggest champions in supporting Chinese citizens or progression. Ryan Jenkins, she steps on Canadian bacon while making eye contact with Trudeau. Yeah, it's like the polar opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
Kiami says, even your own chat is compromised by them. You can't teach a person not willing to understand what is happening around them. That's the problem, guys. Please, you take anything from this. I'm not trying to get down on you. You are hacked by this. No, double down. No, you don't even need to admit it. I'm not asking come back and say I was wrong. Keep it to yourself. But just recognize what's happening because it's a very valuable moment. From now on, you can be very powerful in arming yourself. Hey, I know how to look out for this stuff from now on.
Sure.
It's a great thing. It makes you smarter. Makes you more successful going forward.
Yeah, don't let yourself get like railroaded just because tons of comments are saying.
Yeah. And like, and if you fell for it, that's fine. Again, people that message me, no harm, no foul. Still message me. I love what you sent me and showed me. I'm not getting down on you. I just am happy now that you can recognize that. Yeah. Hugo, thank you very much. Light Seeker, not a fan of Trudeau. But that being said, that exchange with Xi Jinping had some true Xiao Jinping. Yes. Bob Hunter, everyone on this channel does not fall for this bull. Yep. We, the people, are united in one human-loving position. Unfortunately, governments around the world do not want us to be united in peace, especially the Chinese. Yep. Walter Deadman, to be fair, I feel like Trudeau will find a way to screw up and feed the narrative further, and Xi Jinping will still be a pig. But you won't let me say what I want. Okay. Rick Armstrong, thanks guys. I thought, oh, here we go, listening to Trudeau again. Oh no, this is one of the few things I've seen him do that I've been very impressed with at face value. I thought that the ground was held here.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought he was to be able to actually just stand there.
That was good. I like
up to that intimidation and those threats.
No, this is how we do it.
Xi Jinping couldn't hold out.
Can you listen?
No, he's very insecure.
Yeah.
So from that point, from the body language point of view, Trudeau definitely won out.
Oh, school. Absolutely. If you're gonna look at it from a WWE perspective, which none of us should look through that lens. But how do you want?
You know, here in Pennsylvania, we got the new Fetterman or whatever.
Yeah.
It just reminds me of WWE.
Why did you have to bring that?
It's like, dude,
we have not been able to escape this.
It's like freaking Undertaker or something there. You know? Yeah, but I mean, he looks like a trailer park WWE star. He should be in the trailer park, jumping from the roof, drunk with like a cake.
Why is the trailer park a star?
No, he's a star of the trailer.
Oh, of the trailer park.
Yeah,
that's kind of neat.
That's what he looks like. Jumping. No, I know, but
you
like,
wore a suit the other day.
I know. It looked weird. He should have a tassel or something. The tassel's a hat. Jumping off things. Dude, he should.
Like one of those luchador masks.
I don't know, but he just looks like he should be like, I'm coming to bust your taxes, and like land down or something like that. You know,
that's the appeal to be honest. He's got a scrapper, you know.
Yeah, so it's like a meme. He makes the people in the White House shaking their boots. I'm coming for you. You know that kind of thing.
He does. He's pretty well liked amongst a lot of people.
He won for a reason.
He won.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like to me, it's like, what is this?
He wasn't the most convincing person. Let's be honest.
I just was like,
Dr. Freaking Oz. What clown world?
He's a very good representative of Pennsylvania. You go to those dollar stores and you look around. I think he's the leader of this place. I'm just saying. Yes, he's been chosen.
A lot of dollar stores in the country. The dollar store is a very industrious place to go get your water-filled pork chop.
Whatever it is, like, you know, I mean,
you can find good bargains.
I don't want to say I'm above going to the Dollar General,
but
I just that is the thing that I've appreciated living here. Is I don't need to go to a zoo or to a circus or something. I just go there and you look at like what people are dressed in and walking around. It's entertaining. That's all I gotta say.
I got so much shit when I said that last time, so I'll let you say.
Yeah,
you get less shit
because I'm a foreigner, you know. And for me, like, it is genuinely entertaining. I'm not used to this, right? So yeah.
Fetterman with tombstone pile drivers.
Yes, he would. If I could get like a diplomat from America to go and like have a meeting with Xi Jinping, I'd choose Fetterman.
Oh yeah, he's a fun dude.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm making fun of him, but I mean, honestly, he succeeded for a reason.
Oh yeah, no, I think he's got something to him.
He just looks like mean trailer park WWE like
6 foot.
Yeah, he's massive. Yeah, he's intimidating. He's intimidating. Anyway, let's move on.
Yes, Walter Deadman.
He's not a Subway Wonder Man.
He's not a Subway Wonder Man. I feel like a Subway Wonder Man is a very good-looking, pretty guy.
Yeah,
like this guy. This guy's incredibly good-looking.
I mean, yeah,
he's picked for the role.
Yeah, he's some kind of, I guess he's like a model.
Probably. Rick Armstrong, thanks guys. I thought we were. Greg, love my underwarm shirt. Thank you.
Oh, excellent.
Dave Levan has already patched that baby 200.
Yes.
Santa's whiskey. Imagine if the end of the world and one of you has to be the cat.
Oh no.
Did you ditch it?
No, I don't think so. It's gotta be here.
Now, would you like me to be the cat?
It still makes me feel nervous.
It's so creepy. It's very creepy.
It's psycho behavior.
I mean, he hung out with Saddam Hussein, that guy.
Yeah, at least we're a freak suit. You know what I mean? Like, be the cat.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, if you're gonna be the cat, be the freaking cat.
It's so, anyway, let's move on. Stop, it's gross.
Unbox. Which one of you can drink the other one? I say we're exactly unboxed.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, we used to like heavy drink. There's a video somewhere on my channel. Like, when I hit 30,000 subscribers, we drank 30 beers each.
Because it was like every 1,000 beer.
Yeah, it's like ridiculous. We used to drink a shitload, and like there was never a situation where either one of us would give up. So we just drink until like it was just no point in continuing. When you're waking up with sushi rice on the roof, you've been throwing it up there for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah. That's okay. Donation for beer fund.
Oh, thank you. I'll buy something.
Nice.
I like that. I think it's underrated.
Yeah, nice is good.
This square is breaking. She devours Trudeau like a succulent 4,000 at a humiliating G20 banquet.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
exemplifies that.
Yeah.
Well said. Doc Salting trying to learn, so hopefully I got it right. I don't reject.
Come on, man! I'm gonna get people to sing Empire State.
Dan Dong.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta do it. Sorry.
Fort of Dandong.
Old Doc Salting, he is 320 years old. He is his work. Go give him a shout.
Dan Dong.
Bob Hunter, what is our common song?
Yep.
Adios, Medicaid. Can you produce a poster? Please, I want you to on my wall. We actually used to have...
Conquering Northern Java.
That was not our show.
We didn't have posters ourselves.
No, but it was just a movie poster.
Yeah.
Other than that. Got 2 patches on the way. I'm excited. Thanks for everything.
You know, we do have somewhere. We've got that very cool. Remember that subscriber, really talented artist, drew that like line drawing.
Yeah, it's art. I think it's cool. Not just a picture of us. It's not like rock stars.
No, but like that was a very cool picture. We could probably share that on the Discord.
That'd be sick, and then you guys can just put it out.
Yeah, that's cool because it's like it's actually just a really cool picture of us on our bikes. It's really nice.
Yeah, for sure.
What's next?
That's why James said the peen liquor that about did in that. Yeah, I don't know what you're. Not there's anything except snake penis wine. Strange snake.
It was called strange snake.
Normal snake penis wine is fine. Strange snake penis wine. Yeah. Stuart Turd says for the record, show he's an enemy of the especially acid truckers. His attempt to save vision of the logic again.
But that's that's completely unrelated.
And I'm not calling you a woman, obviously. That's very much in line with what we're talking about. That's derailing the conversation about what happened at the time. And derailing it and trying to make it stupid. And that's the problem. That's the problem.
I actually don't know anything about the whole trucker thing. I know it was a big deal in Canada, so I don't want to like downplay it or anything. So I understand your concerns. I know it was a big deal. Something about COVID vaccines or something. I don't actually know, so I'm ignorant.
But we do know that you stay true onto what you're talking about. We analyze that situation. Like it derailed for the purposes of the Chinese government. And they won, right? So it's important to stay out.
Agreed.
Marie says, if you can take a train for 20 minutes outside major cities and travel back in time decades, it's quite something. Yeah, China.
It's exactly how it is. People don't seem to realize that because travel in China is very restricted. And just from a logistics point of view, if you're a foreigner and you're, say for instance, land in the city of Beijing, you take a taxi to your hotel, and what do? You go around to the subway to all the tourist sites, you go around
you
the
probably
city.
hear a song, it's like, welcome to
it's time to give it a go. Anyway, that aside.
You hear the church bells.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, it's so good. Anyway, the thing is, where do you go from there? You want to go to the countryside, you hop on a high-speed rail, and zip, you go through a designated rail, you don't get to see much of what's going on. You take a bus, if you live in it, because it's kind of difficult, or you fly somewhere. You don't really get to see the in-betweens. So we had the privilege of being able to ride our motorcycles all throughout China, so we'd see the nitty-gritty. We're not going to a high-speed rail station, hopping on a train and going to the next city. We're driving through the city to the outskirts of the city, and we're driving through the rural countryside. You get to see everything, and it really does go back like 100 years. Just 20 minutes outside the city.
Plowing a field with kids that are malnourished.
Yeah, it's crazy. No electricity and no running water.
By the way, you're going to jail. This probably doesn't exist.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Boycott China says Greenpeace lost my respect, but they didn't stop the destruction of the Philippine Islands during fish reasons. Cereal the protein says ambassador simply confessing through projection. Oh, projection! Yes.
We haven't had that one in a while.
Boycott China. Seems to be China destruction of the Philippines environmental islands. Obama should have sent Greenpeace instead of Joe Biden to stop them. Leaking barnacles. Wow, so good.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, so good.
Stop, Rick. Leave me alone.
He doesn't want to.
Ridiculous. Is there a way to tell how much China's statistics are real versus fake?
Yes, it's actually very easy. All of their statistics are wrong. It's seriously. It's just they make up the statistics as they want them to be, and it's been proven time and time again by themselves too. The Chinese government has admitted many times that the GDP numbers that are reported from various different local government areas are false, made up, overinflated, or underinflated. Anything that they want is what they make it. They might keep it in a ballpark, but the figures are never accurate. It serves them. They will only be accurate if it so happens by luck to be what they want it to be. You know?
Yeah, I said it's kind of hard to debate China shows with only immigrants. That's the problem. They're so stacked against every debate.
Because other open countries like America, Australia, whatever, the statistics are there. They're open because you've got all these governing bodies, these investigative bodies, and journalists are allowed to do investigative journalism and stuff. So they're held accountable. If you've got bad statistics, well, there they are for everyone to see. But you don't get to see the Chinese bad statistics because they don't allow people to see it. You know? It is. I'll just act against you in that kind of argument.
Fresh meat.
Oh, yes. The butcher. Yeah.
Thank you, Nikke. I appreciate those. Mike, thank you very much, Mike. Aside from lack of birds, presence of wildlife, water quality, environmental pollution, having traveled to the United States and China, what differences do we notice in terms of health of the natural environment? No. Yeah. The U.S. is just, it's like a pristine wonderland.
You can, absolutely. Like the
you have in China, this is what we used to do. You have to focus on a certain thing to keep the bad stuff out. Does that make sense? When you take a scene, you zoom in maybe on like a green patch, right? And there's concrete.
You'll go to a wetland that goes specifically to a special area to see some wildlife because you can't see it anywhere else. You'll go at 5 a.m. to a wetland to see a bird because you don't see them anywhere else.
Yeah. It's like post-apocalyptic.
It can be awful. It can be terrible. In America, you see up signs everywhere like littering, $1,000 fine or whatever. You see, you go to a park. There's park rangers to keep an eye on you and make sure you're not like messing up a campsite or whatever. There's real environmental protection in the States. There is not that in China. Just isn't that.
Very true.
And we've traveled all over China. It's not there. It's not. And when it comes to nature, I mean, I posted on Facebook. Remember the other day I was in the office. I was looking at the ring camera over my place there. Saw the deer like having a snog. You know?
Yeah, they're snogging.
It's nice to see this freaking deer and turkey and marmots, whatever you call those things. What are those stupid things bearing groundhogs and woodchucks and there's like beavers and every kind of weird insect and snake and all that. Yeah, it's there, and it's just such a treat for me. It's like wow, nature. And it's just like wow. It's like I missed this. A squirrel. Holy shit.
Squirrel.
I'm just saying, like,
no,
it's
a little.
Wow, that's a little too much for me.
Squirrel. Yeah, that's a bit too much. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you miss that stuff in China. You miss like a freaking
birds.
Yeah, you miss birds. The only like wildlife you see in the cities are rats and cockroaches.
Oh, it's it.
I'm being honest with you. And I'm really not. Yeah, I'm not trying to put China down, but in the cities they are devoid of nature. 100%. Yes. Anyway, Chinese trained pigeons in a square that you can buy feed to feed them. Like
Chinese ox. Oh no, the one on record that I'm the only Subway Wonder Man, and I'll kill anyone who tries to take that title from me, including Antonio or Doc Slothington.
Whoopsie.
Wow, so good.
No. So wait, are you saying that
Why is this happening?
endorses Chinese ox?
Yes, he does.
Oh my gosh.
He has to, you know.
Doc, I would hide. Antonio, you don't deserve any of this. No. Sean Bogart, correct. David said the liberal government is pushing C11, Bill C11, requiring internet and video video and audio platforms like YouTube and Spotify to push CanCon. You guys' videos might be suppressed in Canada in the future.
I heard something about some C11. CanCon. Support of CanCon.
That's what I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Report of Dan Nall.
Will Smith slapping Xi Jinping. Only class action lawsuits will stop politicians from putting CCP and PLA interests ahead of principles and people. I mean, that's and policy change for sure.
Yeah.
David, Xi Jinping said, tell the Chinese story well. Yeah, as part of a propaganda push. Trudeau's minister, Pablo Rodriguez, literally said the same thing replacing China with Canada. Yeah, but you understand. Are we reading what we were warning about? Because that saying something doesn't mean it's the same thing. Jiang Hao Zhongguo Gushi can sound the same as another sentence, but that's a multi-billion-dollar effort to overtake other countries with Chinese propaganda.
Yes.
You understand the difference. I don't think Canada is going to Saudi Arabia and pushing Canadian propaganda to overtake the entire country. You understand?
Yeah.
It's not the same. It's not. Appreciate the super chat. It's not the same thing. You can't say Hitler said I like the color blue and I like the color blue too, so now I'm the same thing.
Yeah, you got it. You also don't want other governments learning and implementing the same things that China does.
Yeah, but it's not the same program.
I understand it's not. Of course not. Yeah, and this tell a good China story thing has been like the bane of our existence because it's like they're like tell a good China story and suppress anyone who doesn't. That's the line they don't tell you about.
Oh, yeah, Juan says Matt, stop fighting on the table. Don't talk tribe.
Oh yeah.
Don't talk tribe.
Yeah.
I will do it in a second. Okay.
Wow, so good.
Clan Man would think that the Ongerworm patch is great.
He doesn't say. Oh yeah, Clan Man will just say it's. Because he eat like anything really.
Yeah, I like CP. Yeah. Into Nemus. Do you know how Naomi, Sexy Cyborg, would post to YouTube? According to her channel's info, she too is based in China.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe through some other means. Yeah. You have to ask her.
Yeah, don't ask us. Looking barnacles, these Wumaos are getting really good.
They are.
Yeah. Son of a.
Why is it always like jumping from a hole?
Okay, Mr. Keys. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Clan Man loves Creed and Nickelback. He probably
does. I think he might.
Yeah.
He might.
Dalmatian Daisy. Besides Huawei and Xiaomi, what do you think of other Chinese brands like Yutong, Hisense, Haier, TCL, Soundcore? I think they suck. I know people that work for those companies.
Yutong's like that bus.
They suck so bad. Yes, and they game the review system when their products enter the foreign markets as well. And they have the part.
Yeah, of course.
So you guys, we understand how it works from the ground up. We've been in these factories. We know people that work with them. It's all rigged from bottom to top. I think they suck.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Like, when you're living in China, you get absorbed in that. And, when you look at like, an iPhone costs like $1,000, but this only costs $200 and it can do the same thing. Actually, it can't. Like when you've owned these Chinese products and actually like used them for long periods of time, you realize how inferior they are. Never mind just the just the restrictions and this other nonsense that goes on.
Barnaby Schwepp says, a few weeks ago I asked, why didn't you leave China during the persecution of Falun Gong? That started well before I even got to China. My follow-up question is, do you think you'd still be in China if you didn't feel like you were personally at risk? No, not at the end. It came to a head. Again, it was a mixture of waking up to being like, I can't selfishly give advice to people down here, support this regime, at the same time going, look at this horrific, look at the horrors that have accumulated. It's way worse than before. What they're doing is bad before, but it got so much worse.
And that's the thing. When you get to a place, you don't understand a place, especially like China. Yeah, so you have a honeymoon period, you're like, this is great, it's so different, it's wonderful, and you want to like brag about it, and like, oh, look how great everything is. And then when you get to understand it more and you get to understand the language, you start to see the problems. But in China, because it was opening up, the positives still outweigh the negatives. So you see the poverty, you see the government restriction in certain areas, but you also see the opening up. And you see how things are improving, seem to be improving. So you kind of let the bad stuff slide while, looking at the bright side of things and focusing on that. But then as the good things start to close down and the bad things start to ramp up, you get to a point where you realize that the bad is starting to outweigh the good, and it's no longer worth it. And we had a very like succinct time where we actually sat down and we were like, you know what, we can't in good conscience keep making videos to show the good side of China and try to entice people to come to China and to share the lie is basically what it was. We got to a point where we were like, it was a great adventure. There's so many good memories. It is a country with so much potential. But right now, it would be a disservice to everybody to keep telling them that it's great, you gotta come here. And that's when we changed that too.
Cambodia 69, thank you very much. 6 million. Have you guys heard about the protests in Guangzhou? We didn't cover them last episode. Nicholas
Oh, they're massive now.
Yeah, they're big now.
We didn't cover them last episode.
So we've definitely brought it up at the beginning of them.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. We've got a lot of video. It's very violent. There's a lot of underground. There's death involved. There's people kicking crap over and flipping over a police car and barriers going down and all that. And so, if we're going to cover this, we're going to have to cover it properly. We're going to have to cover. We want to cover it succinctly. So give it a while because we're still seeing the aftermath.
Nicholas Lazak says, thank you very much, by the way.
Very, very generous, thank you.
Did Winston ever find the video of the old man watching Revolutionary Fantasies on his little red television?
Yeah. I've used it a bunch of times. Yeah, I've used it a bunch of times. Yeah. It's so funny because the Revolutionary Fantasy, they like shoot a tank or something, they shoot some Japanese people, and the old man's like, yeah. It's so ridiculous. It's so dumb. What is this fantasy you live in? It's like cheering on a football match or something, but it's a fantasy.
It's a wiki.
Yeah, and do you do that, by the way? If you're watching like a movie and there's like an action movie and the hero like punches the bad guy, you go like, yeah,
of course. It's a time-honored tradition.
With your mate sitting on the street, like a homeless person, watching a like $10 TV. You do that? Yeah, smoking a cigarette and dying of lung cancer. I don't know. That clip, by the way, I'm definitely going to show it in the show. If you remind me, I'll just show it next time because it just shows so much.
Chippy Beast says, Justin, maple syrup and feather. Yeah, that would be another. Eric Patrick, what is China's education system's purpose? Like, what does it promote in wanted citizens? Servitude, not innovation, but blind servitude so that they can implement control measures without anyone complaining. Yeah. Redcon 1, Trudeau was poutine his place. That's the other good.
Oh, yeah, it's like,
wow, so good.
Is poutine his place? I like how you keep turning up in ricochets. Wow, so good. It's pretty funny. I'll fix it for next episode, promise.
Pratik Sharma, did you see the short videos? Chinese are posting with empty pots. With the hit 80s India song Jimmy Jimmy Aja Aja, they say it's now anthem because Jimmy in Chinese is give me rice. Jimmy? Gay me. Yeah, gay me. Yeah, gay me. Jimmy? Gay me. I guess me,
yeah.
Lend me.
Yeah, that's what it'd be, yeah, Jimmy. Okay, that makes sense. That's kind of clever. They always use wordplay. Yeah. That's one thing Chinese citizens are very good at doing is wordplay. To get around censorship, you know?
Yeah. You can go and try to translate something in English and you will have no idea what it says because it's wordplay. They'll get around censorship. Yeah. Censors are wild. Good concept promotes Sagan, bologna, protection. Anshu says Trudeau admires. I'm gonna stop reading Trudeau stuff because it's playing into the
Sure.
Dwayne Beth, what percent of Chinese visa students in North America are likely users of I don't want to ever make guesses on statistics like that.
I'd say a very high percentage.
Yeah, but you can't put a number on it.
One thing I can tell you is that if you're rich in China,
you have some sort.
You have government connections. You cannot become rich in China unless you either have to be government yourself or have serious guanxi, as they say, with the government. So if you've got a factory or something, if you want it to be successful, you need to have connections with local governments.
It doesn't make that person a bad person.
No, but you are connected to the government. So if you have money in China, you are connected to the government. Your family is connected to the government. So the chances of the rich kids here in America or Canada, the ones that ride around in Ferraris and stuff, I'd say like the Ferrari ones, 100%. Yeah. You know, the other students that are just studying and doing their thing, I don't know, there's a high percentage, but I'm not going to like give you an actual percentage. Sure. There's tons of legitimate people too, but remember, you got money in China, you got government connections, there's no other way.
Quick all night says Winston tried fried you can't eat seafood.
I mean, yeah, like seafood doesn't agree with me. You know, I'm allergic to shrimp.
Not embarrassing.
No, I'm allergic to shrimp, but I don't know about other stuff.
Oh, that's true.
But it disgusts me. You know, yeah, I know, and I'm not trying to say it's like in like, oh, look at that disgusting thing. I mean, like when I smell it or try to eat it, I literally am repulsed. My body can't handle it. I'm just like, oh, you know, that fishy stuff. But that's because I was brought up a vegetarian. Until I was 17, I didn't eat meat.
Yeah.
All right, and that messed me up. It took me forever to learn how to eat meat.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Dandong 69. That's actually Dandong.
Okay.
Dandong 69. One time for Chinese man.
Oh, not right now. Sorry.
Rick George says, my name is Rick. I feel offended.
Sorry.
Wow, that's a little too much for me.
Sorry, buddy. Esther.
You'll find out why it looks like he's in a bathrobe, by the way.
Yes.
Probably next episode we'll do that one.
Lucky Donza says, Subway Wonder Man stickers, please and thank you. Love you guys. Thanks. So someone please do a fan art on the Discord.
Oh, the Subway Wonder
Like
Man?
an anime version. A cute anime version would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he needs like something behind him, you know,
Yeah,
like a
drawn one. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Subway Wonder Man. Yeah.
Thanks for the show. It's got me through some hard times. Thank you.
Hey man, it's a pleasure. We like having you here. It's awesome.
Walter Desmond, Subway Wonder Boy, Subway Wonder Man. David Lopez, timestamps coming soon. David's a legend. He does all the timestamps for the show. Always check one of the top comments.
Hey, hang on a second. We gotta play this one more time.
Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonder Man? Hey, do I look like a Subway Wonder Man?
Yes, he does.
But he'll always be my son.
Yeah, he'll always be the Subway Wonder Man.
SF, do you think China's going to grab Russian oil land World War III? Sun Express, it is sad to see how China doesn't even bother to try, because they have plenty of brilliant engineers only to flourish outside of Chinese territory.
Yep.
Question.
It shows you. It proves. Like, it's such a constructive environment.
Yes. Scary, Tyrann Ambassador to Star Pilot Alliance. I finally signed up for Patreon. Thank you very much, buddy. I've been watching for many, many years. Thank you, and sorry for you all are on the front line of this information. Thank you for educating both on great and wrong. Thank you very much.
We appreciate your support. Thank you. Every single one of you support us. Whether you're a patron or just a watcher of the show, we honestly owe you a great deal of gratitude.
Acronis says, late to the chat. You mentioned she once called Trudeau a little potato.
Yeah.
Small potatoes. If you change your crop to smaller potatoes, you'll get more profit.
Yes.
David Pay says, Nima Shinkula.
Nima Dashinkula.
Yeah, he says, Dash.
Yeah, Nima Dash.
Very separate. Yeah.
It's
Nima
such a-
is
it's
like
an insult.
the F word.
Yeah, it's like if your mom says Nima to someone.
But it's, like, like people always say, Tom, it's actually Nima by itself. You have to swear word.
Yeah. It's your mother. Like, you hear that, like, they say that, like, in South Africa, they're like, your mother, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
What is it? I'm scratching my beard? What is that?
I don't know.
What is that?
Like that's something that's going to get us in trouble.
I don't know why they do that all the time. Who does it? They was like, oh, your mother, you know, that kind of
don't
thing.
know.
What is that nonsense? Is that even supposed to mean? Like, honestly, like, oh well. Somebody tell me.
Interference in big leagues in our Koala 12, is there any update on the Revolutionary Fantasy segment? We cannot get past the frickin'
Oh, and you know why?
It's NCNs. It's tied to that.
So the same people that try to strike my video and get it taken down are the same people that are putting that crap on YouTube. Yeah. And what they're doing, similar groups, these NCNs, they are jumping at any chance to censor us. So they manually did that last time. They went in and manually. That's when you know that they're watching our stuff and they want to take it down. Okay. So it's really tough.
If you want Revolutionary Fantasy to come back, appeal to Google and YouTube and get them to remove these state-run MCNs.
Yeah.
We'll be able to play it.
Yeah, we'll be able to do it. All of that. Fair use. Because it is fair use. But when they go for these copyright strikes like this, they pursue it to a point because they don't give a shit about legal consequences because they've got a team of huge amounts of money for their MCNs and stuff. So we can dispute it and we will win, but it will take a long time.
A lot of money.
Yeah, potentially money. Probably not though.
If they wanted to go
But
for it.
you know, it's just one of those things that's freaking annoying.
Yeah, we don't want to risk our channel for 1 second.
Yeah. So yeah, we'd love to bring it up. Yeah, we could. Yeah, we'll try to. Yeah,
This will be unlisted.
They'll
They can
find
censor
it.
it.
We'll find a way around it though. Like, because they can't watch it, they won't be able to be like, oh, they want to strike it. So, you know, we'll do a little thing. I'll mess with the picture and image so that it's not picked up on my.
Joseph said, what happened to all your videos? Most of them have been deleted.
No, they're not.
Click the live tab.
Yeah, YouTube changed things around. Remember, this is a live channel. So if you go to our front page, if you go to the videos tab, it's only got a couple of videos because they're not ready videos. Yeah, you have to go to the live tab and then you'll see all the past live streams there.
Scary says, order half the games. Hey, Watson, right? Corey Mills made comments on China, Russia, Iran, and YouTube and TV live TV. November timestamp 14:30. If you shot comments on Tuesday, Monday, or next episode, we sure can. For you and
Don't know what that is. Okay.
Yeah, I will Chinese demographic. It's definitely do.
Well, you know, like we said, they're already starting to try and coerce couples into giving birth.
Calling people up.
They have been incentivizing people by like offering tax breaks and things, but it's going to get to the point where they're just going to like Mao Zedong said, just pay people properly, remember? So China, the government's going to probably get to a point where they're like, if you have a kid, we'll give you like X amount of money. Yeah. And then past that, if people are still not having kids, they'll probably just forcefully fertilize for women. Remember, they forcibly aborted. They had like forced abortion. So if they can force abort people, they can forcefully, you know, inseminate people too.
Definitely love chilling out watching these on Fridays. Thanks for the content. Thanks for chilling domestic politics. Thank you very much. I thank you for appreciating.
Yeah.
What's Winston's favorite PA staple? Fly shoe fly high.
I mean, yeah. No, I like it, but I'm just saying like a staple food. Yeah. Yeah, that's
your
awesome.
thing.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, so bad. Never drink Itachi no Nest. I don't know what I'm scared. Why? It's gonna be some effed up thing.
It's like it was a knockoff of like Wolf, or it's like Wolf Team or something. Something Wolf, you know, like they like to even copy their own crap.
Interesting. David says CanCon needs Canadian content. Oh, possible person. I really get annoyed that people equate America having problems with somehow it being the worst. Saying the US is the worst country has no culture displays real ignorance about the world to me. Absolutely possible person. You actually just read my mind. That's 100%.
Honestly, like whenever you bring up a China problem, they're like, oh yeah, what about America? It's like shut the hell up. That's a little bitch move. It's like, oh my coffee cup's empty, and they're like, oh yeah, well what about like in Zambia, someone's coffee cup's empty. What does that change? This is empty here, bitch. Let's fix this. I need more coffee. Okay, I don't care about the Zambia problem. It's got nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? I really can't stand it. They're just like, oh, don't pay attention to that real legitimate issue because it happens somewhere else. Dude, like shut up. Especially if you're not American, it's very annoying. I support America.
I'm American. I get annoyed.
I live here. And I support
me as a white American.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, it's like as not an American, it's always be like, oh yeah, you and your America. They keep saying that to me. I'm like, dude, you're running on the script and you don't know how to respond to anything else.
Try something new.
Dude, I'm African. Oh shit, what are you gonna say about that?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, by the way, you know, like YouTube's always these days sending these things about like, as a creator, we'd like to know your demographics, and you know, we're gonna help put more inclusion and stuff. I'm so tempted to like fill that thing out. Ask me where I am. I'll be an African because I am. Yeah. I'm just curious.
See what happens.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll start getting recommended every time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Doc Saw thinks that when Chinese ox inevitably shows up in the place, I will lull him to sleep with a long and meandering tale about the old days when I did speak cane.
Okay.
The Doc Ox Sloth crossover.
That's gonna be interesting.
This is weird, and I love it. I'm here for it. But it's Money and Macros is a very good video on research paper that talks about China's inflated GDP numbers over years. We're cool. Yeah. Justin Schubert, thank you very much. I think we watched that. Did watch that,
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
It does. I'm curious what Winston thinks about the cheesecake fiasco in South Africa. What the hell's that?
I don't know. I haven't heard of it.
David Lepan.
I like cheesecake.
The way around censors is to have your own streaming website. Yeah, you'll get
Zero viewers, yeah.
The good consensus is Carl Sagan's baloney detection kit. AIDS versus propaganda. Oh, okay, gotcha.
We'll take a look.
Michael Huter with the last one. Thank you very much for your generosity, Mike. Just under the wire. The show is so good. Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Oh, absolutely. It's Thanksgiving next week, isn't it? What day?
Well, it's different all the time.
Okay, I mean,
It's different every year.
thought I'd ask a down-to-earth American about an American holiday. There you go. All right, just
I'm
check.
pretty sure it's one of those ones that changes every month.
Right.
Or every year, sorry. It's not-
Yeah. Every month. Oh, Thanksgiving's changing. Okay, that's great. Well, yes, if you're enjoying Thanksgiving, and if you're not, because like for me,
hate it.
I don't hate it. It's
No, you
just
love it. You participate.
I love Thanksgiving,
It's
but for me it's weird because I've never, until I came to America, I'd only ever celebrate like once or twice.
But we participate. We love it. We're
Oh yeah,
thankful
dude.
for you guys.
Dude, I'm all about like embracing good parts of culture.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Thanksgiving is good. It's a good holiday.
It's a good
It's a feel good
Feels
holiday.
good. And we're thankful for you guys to support and you watching us, you being a part of this
You
scene.
always get those like turkeys with like shoe buckles on them or whatever.
You do. They love looking like
Those, like,
children.
hats.
You know what
Yes.
they did back then though is turkeys dressed up for the holiday though. They don't do it anymore. Lazy
Dress
pieces
them
of
up on a plate, that's
shit.
for sure.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, turkey dressing. No, it's great. It's a fantastic holiday. So guys, if you are enjoying it, please have a hell of a nice Thanksgiving. And if you don't enjoy it, have a great week anyway.
Yeah.
I got a video that'll be dropping tomorrow. I just got to finish up the editing and thumbnail and stuff, and it'll be tomorrow. It's going to be about China's 5G bullshit.
Yeah. And I got a video next week coming up about China's most respected gender.
Oh, that's going to be so good. I can't wait. It's going to be like the
It's
best.
exquisite.
It's going to be the best video of the year.
Oh, I hope so.
It's going to be amazing. So we're looking forward to seeing you next week in all our normal endeavors and shenanigans.
Yes.
And until then, you know the drill. Stay awesome. And I'm not going to cut myself off this time.
No.
Bye.
I think it's that girl we met.
Miss Sheena,
Neighbors.
please do try to keep your voice down if you're making calls within the school, won't you?
Of course, sir. Alrighty. Yes, that was Sherry.
You don't want
She
anyone
is
else
the art
overhearing
teacher,
any
Sherry.
personal information.
Okay. He said upset. He said you should watch for upset. Good job if you got that right.
Honestly,
It is indeed
so many
7.
people need to be careful about this day and age.
Did anybody come up with 7?
好，
Do you like to explain your answer? Please raise your
太累了，
hand.
不行，刚刚标
Please
太
raise
多
your
高音
hand.
了，
Kind of stuffy. It's kind of shifty. Master Singleton,
今天不行。
please
下次もっと始めてみる。
show your work to the class. Kind of stuffy.
つまらない戦闘になりそうだわ。シミュレーション
Master Singleton, yes.
差点听。つまらない戦闘になりそうだわ。シミュレーションルーム。悠悠，我回来了。我回来了，有没有听到声音了吗？ちょっと。私も是ここまで。没有，那不是我辛苦，我没有辛苦。哦，他好像有点那个。
The answer is it's 7. Is that is the golden number in ratio? Sure. I'll accept that.
And yes, I have some new drip.
I'll accept that. Okay. The L plus ratio is obviously P equals 2L plus 2W. Okay. That's enough of that. What does P mean?
We will not learn
Peanut.
about Vaporeon.
I know what you're Anyways.
We will not speak of that
I'm
here
open
in
for
these
questions.
premises.
Okay, understood, capiche? What would you like to learn about? This is your class.
This is not.
Capiche? This is your class. Anatomy.
Sure to respond in some way. It's a great way to get to know them. However, letting your Pokemon out of its ball is
Hey, they got a diagram for us.
Did anyone tell you that you shouldn't have your Pokemon walk
Got a diagram
That's right. Great job, Shina. I see. Correct answer is that we should not walk.
Hey, I drew this just now. Not worry about it. I drew it just now.
Some Pokemon might down the walls, and other things walking around inside buildings.
Okay.
Regardless of
Anatomy.
please only let your Pokemon out of their Pokemon. No, up top here. They just didn't code it. Up top here. We have the brain, the cranium, the head. Right? Okay, cool. Do they have a pointer? We don't need axes. I have Okay. Oh, wow! Pointer! She kind of looks like Shigo. Where is it? There we go. Sure thing, you can count on me. I'm glad to hear it. Yay! Right here, right here! She's dressed like Maximilian Titan. This is the head, this is the cream. Oh, she the head. 4 fingers only, it's Mickey Mouse's hand. She sure is, that lady. It's old school cartoon. She's strong, she can distinguish anything. She's got cool practically coming out of her ears. She's basically everything I Don't worry about it, that is correct for a cartoon character. Besides, don't buy anything, don't buy anything, look at it. And we have like 3 stubbies with fingers here, okay? Don't buy anything, okay? Don't see this thing we have hooves! Yeah, Powerpuff Girl hands! Okay, it's Powerpuff Girl. They cute it up. They call it hooves. Okay. That pause you there, Suzu, can you teach us the alchemy? I didn't do so good at chemistry. Anyways, this is the cranium. This is where the neurons activate when you see your very cute little sister. And you think, let's protect her. I'm gonna give her $5. This city of New York at a particular anime convention. I will see her cut out. The card cut out and I will throw $5 at her. And it will magically teleport me.
As yesterday, I celebrated my 3rd anniversary as a VTuber with a brand new model reveal, along with my first hand-cam stream, and many, many punishments. As today we check in with Nikke English's Ike Evelyn, tweeting out this morning, Twitter is dead? Yes, while I may have survived, Twitter may be having some problems. As the staff of the platform were given an ultimatum to join into Twitter 2.0, being given a deadline of 5 p.m. Eastern yesterday, or to take a 3-month payment severance package and leave. And as it turns out, a majority of those employees have chosen not to be a part of Twitter 2.0, with some estimates ranging from 88 to 90% of the workforce for Twitter now having been lost, and the majority of those remaining because they are on work visas. As news also spread that employees have been locked out of Twitter now having been lost, and the majority of those remaining because they are on work visas. As news also spread that employees have been locked out of the Twitter buildings, and with these buildings expected to reopen on November 21st. This news sent shockwaves across the platform, especially by VTubers, including Nikke English's Pomo Rainpop saying, what is even going on? Chibi saying, if Twitter is dying, then I can finally say chat is cute, and they'll never know. Axel Serios asking, is Twitter gonna die? And later, if Twitter dies, where am I gonna get to see the Nachans? While also tweeting out, we drink to that huge dub boss man, showing these photos of Yago featuring Axel's birthday merchandise, which will be gone forever after December 5th. Other VTuber reactions to the Twitter news would come from Giri, the cooking VTuber, saying, please stop, my Twitter Twitter addiction is at risk, and following the lead of many others, creating new accounts on other social media platforms, Yuri opening up a brand new Instagram and saying, started from the bottom, now I'm back at the bottom, and even opening an OnlyFans. Let's go ahead and check that out. Okay, well, there's no escaping that, is there? Others would take to Twitter to confess their love for their Oshis, even acting as wingmen to those who Let's go ahead and check that out. Okay, well, there's no escaping that, is there? Others would take to Twitter to confess their love for their Oshis, even acting as wingmen to those confessions, with some of these confessions receiving responses, such as from Crazy Ollie and Finana Riagu, that while an Alouette would tweet out, yes, fall Twitter fall, but upon finding out people were actually serious about this, creating a socials spreadsheet, saying, hey, artists, video editors, mixers, and music producers, if you're a freelancer within our community who has relied on Twitter to help run a personal business, feel free to drop socials here, saying further, even if Twitter doesn't die, this will still help me personally too. One of those business owners being Techie at Techie Cutie, stating, gonna be so fun watching 10 years of my hard work building this account and my business go up in smoke after finally seeing some success, all because some dumb billionaire couldn't stay in his own lane. I know Twitter isn't going to disappear overnight, and I plan to be here until the chip watching 10 years of my being Techie at Techie Cutie. This will still help me personally too. One of those business owners being Techie at Techie Cutie, stating, gonna be so fun watching 10 years of my hard work building this account and my business go up in smoke after finally seeing some success, all because some dumb billionaire couldn't stay in his own lane. I know Twitter isn't going to disappear overnight, and I plan to be here until the chip sinks because my livelihood. Twitter isn't going to disappear overnight, and I plan to be here until the chip sinks because my livelihood depends on it. What we can do is formulate our backup plans early. Adding, I guess I finally got the approval for products on my profile. What great timing. Go buy a boob mouse pad or something, I don't know. Eggtuber Tectone would say, if Twitter's dying and I can only tweet one last thing, it's I only downloaded this app for porn and to promote my Twitch. Nuts would take part in the hashtag RIP Twitter, saying nothing of value was lost. Nuts would take part in this app RIP Twitter, saying nothing of value was lost, all while Poma received a warning for trying to tweet out, I will bite you. And with nearly 90% of the staff now gone, she would say further, who's gonna stop me? Whaletuber Bao, tweeting, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor, and then retweeting an illustration of herself getting railed by Rick Sanchez as her last retweet. Bishojo's Zentrea, admitting, since Twitter is going to die at any moment, nobody will probably see this, I'm a furry. And artists had their say, such as Sabi, stating, Twitter, please don't die on me, I still have to post half-naked Selene. Vyugan's Uni showing her age, saying, if Twitter shuts down, can we all agree to go back to MySpace? Tricky with, if Twitter really does die, I wonder what I'm going to open and close every 5 minutes. And even more confessions. Haruka Caribou, admitting, if Twitter is going to die at any moment and I got inspired by Zener, I guess I can spoil y'all a bit if no one will see this, definitively stating, finally, I guess I have a cult. And many other accounts, of course, point to other social media platforms, such as Holocure, pointing out they have a YouTube channel. Bishojo's Kason saying, looks like it's time for me to become Instagrammer. YouTube's Twitter account, giving us just in case. And Tumblr's case, Instagrammer. YouTube's Twitter account, giving us just in case. And Tumblr's Twitter account passively aggressively giving us this photo of Welcome Home Cheater. There was also news that Tumblr users were reporting that the platform is currently unavailable, leading to Tumblr to reply, hold up, like 12 new people joined. We're working on it, give it a sec. The official Among Us account would tweet out simply, dead platform, LOL. And artist Nami saying, if Twitter goes down, you can find me living life to the fullest in the Pokemon world. That's right, it's Pokemon Day. The latest entry now released, and numerous VTubers getting ready to play it, including Nanashi Mume. And the Pokemon FOMO set in. The Paycos Bell saying, I want to play Pokemon. Iris tweeting, everyone is playing Pokemon. And Bae further excusing herself from duties because of Pokemon, sharing, I have 10 messages from my manager, and I just messaged her saying that I'm intentionally ignoring her until tomorrow night. Nikke English's Scarlet Yanaguni would give us 2 versions of herself to choose from, all while Mori Calliope got ready for a Nuzlocke run. But unfortunately, her Switch had an American account, forcing her to wait even though she resides in a realm that exists in the future. We also have this reaction of the game coming from Elena Lazar, stating, holy, the new Pokemon game is not great. Slowly improving after 6 hours trying the 4-player co-op, and so far it's kind of cool. And yes, the 4 members of Tempest are taking part in a 4-way Soul Link. Pulsar English's Vesper Noir receiving this illustration from Paco. Cosmic Dragon Vienna would give her feedback, saying the new Pokemon games just feel so empty and lifeless to me. I wish they didn't commit to pumping one out every year. We dreamed of a high-quality 3D Breath of the Wild style Pokemon, and I doubt we'll ever see it. But let's see how this new Pokemon game looks.
Now you can extract something local. They don't want to block.
And there's still plenty of hype with the game looks.
How do you not get next? It's hard.
And there's And there's still plenty of hype, with Crazy Ollie saying, I bought the physical copy of Pokemon Scarlet, but no signs of the mailman. Thankfully, she was able to get a hold of the game, along with Olive and Nisha's Pavolia Rainic, showing off this screenshot and saying, I'm excited, that being a special Nintendo Switch Pokemon edition. Also picked up by Shy Lily, saying, cut me one of these bad boys. Had to get them all the way from Denmark, but we got it. Along with Hololive English's Oro Crony, saying, I wait for the physical copy of Pokemon because I'm a gamer, but also a collector, but more importantly, because I have old school habits, even if it means I wait forever. And now back to Pokemon. And now back to Crony, giving us her time in this illustration by way of Ripa, receiving a thank you from Crony personally. As Crony would say, no matter how fast I run, I cannot run away from the pain. Along with E.T. Kun saying, someone save her. That while you should be saving up for this, a special Oro Crony collab product, now accepting pre-orders. Check out the PC case with its exclusive artwork. Crony going on to say, very excited to announce the Crony PC. Are you prepared to upgrade your gaming drift? It's the perfect case, so buy one now. Further along with Hololive English, we have Galguda playing some Sonic Frontiers.
Why are you so fast? Where am I going? So you have to help me. It's a job. What just happened?
Unfortunately, Gura may be in the market for a brand new PC, as she was not able to use her main PC and instead had to resort to a backup. Let's go ahead and see the results. Leading to Gura to simply tweet out this as a response to the stream, while also providing this video message for the Anime Festival Asia event, set for Saturday, November 26th.
Hi, Anime Festival Asia! Hi everybody, it's me and Gargoyle. It's Booba from Hololive English.
Guru would confirm she's being joined by Morika Live for the event, who herself has said, don't miss out on Cinderella Behind the Music, included in my major first album, First Press Limited Edition Blu-ray. You may find a never-before-seen footage of a recording session that while Callie also shared Persona 5, I'm playing Persona 5 Royal next week. Yes, at last, it looks like the Atlas permissions are here. While we are here, that being this weekend's Anime NYC 2022 event, complete with these screenshots from our Discord showing off this banner for Hololive. And of course, loads of exclusive merchandise, including new Omo Cat merch, involving all of the active members of Hololive English and Hololive Indonesia. Also joining the event is Amelia Watson of Hololive English, taking to a packed stage at the event today, having earlier taken part in Yozora Mill's morning show, and gearing up for Overwatch. Not only Nanashi Mume, but Nikke English's Celine Tatsuki this Sunday, November 20th. Next, we check in with Long, character illustrator for numerous VTubers, providing the official artwork for the Comic Market 101 brochure. That while the character illustrator for series Fauna has confirmed their attendance at the event, receiving from Fauna, congratulations Mama, I'm so happy. Your art is beautiful as always. And we now have the official layout of the event, and as you can see here on the right, VTubers are as big as ever, taking up more space at this very popular fan event. Further along, we have Hololive English's Takanashi Kiara, whose cover of For Blood now has racked up 500,000 views, all while she has completed her holo talk with Hololive Japan's Usada Pecora. And yes, the most important topic, that being that Pecora has bought a fucking monkey, was indeed talked about. Pecora herself on her brand new sub-account would actually get in on this meme, sharing this picture and tweeting out in English, fucking cute, fucking monkey, leading to this artwork from King Biscuit of a funky monkey. Kiara later saying, Pecora Senpai, thank you for letting me interview you. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. I was quite nervous, but happy to talk. And now for some more Pokemon. Next up, we have V-Shoujo, partnered up with Senpai Squad, giving us some official Kason hoodie and shirts with this merch and much more available at the Purple Plum booth at Anime NYC. That while we have brand new merch from V-Shoujo and Faku, giving us brand new skateboard decks of both Bebe and Silverveil. And yes, we do have reports on the ground that the actual booth is also offering up the Project Melody decks. That all while Mama Veil would tweet out Happy 3rd Anniversary False ID, wearing my t-shirt and using the mug today to celebrate your milestone. Thank you so much, Mama Veil, and thank you to those who have taken part in our Ubu Market merch drop, where you can pick up the hat, the mug, and so much more. And yes, we are also partnered up with Advanced GD. Follow us on Twitter, where we'll be offering more giveaways. Further along with V-Shoujo, we have Iron Mouse, seen here reacting with WTF. No way. That from Commander Mizzy saying, oh my god, Iron Mouse cosplay is available to buy now. Crazy how cosplay sites are so quick with it. Proud to say I cosplayed her before this was mass produced. And yes, VTuber cosplay costumes are a thing. As here we can see wigs for Galgura, Shy Lily, Minato Aqua, and many, many more. And who could forget the always quality site AliExpress giving us this 2022 VTuber Hololive Iron Mouse sexy summer clothing. And speaking of Iron Mouse and Kason, they will be attending Anime NYC for the VRL meet and greets coming up on Saturday and Sunday. As also today we have Eye Candy debuting on November 26th, saying goodbye babes. Rest in peace, 3D Candy, April 2021 to November 2022. Going 2D and saying debut coming on November 26th, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. That then leading to this cheeky reply, oh man, exciting, who's rigging it? Hope they don't pick it up. That coming from Modeler 2Win, aka Twin, aka 2Win Tails, the VTuber goober who will be joining us on our YouTube stream this Sunday, November 20th. And now for more VTuber news, we turn to our co-host, Cody. Take it away.
Hello there. She's on vacation forever. That being everyone's favorite cat girl, Nekomata Okayu, who after taking a well-deserved month-long vacation, tweeted, sad news, Okayu enters the infinite vacation arc. After being unable to change her name, of course, not being aware of what's going on with Twitter, she messaged her manager, who proceeded to do what any manager would do, which is laugh very hard, as Fluffy Sheep Tsunomaki Watame is also in Twitter name jail, saying, I can't change my name from vacation, tweeted, sad.
More VTuber news, we turn to our co-host, Cody. Take it away.
Hello there. She's on vacation forever. That being everyone's favorite cat girl, Nekomata Okayu, who after taking a well-deserved month-long vacation, tweeted, sad news, Okayu enters the infinite vacation arc. After being unable to change her name, of course, not being aware of what's going on with Twitter, she messaged her manager, who proceeded to do what any manager would do, which is laugh very hard, as Fluffy Sheep Tsunomaki Watame is also in Twitter name jail, saying, I can't change my name from have a nice day. What did you do? A mysterious power has been activated. This referring to her recent adventures in Hokkaido with Iris. Although at the very least, she's wishing us all a nice day. So that's sweet of her. Watame will also be joining the Animal Festival Asia in Singapore for the first time ever, along with other confirmed guests, Callie, Anya, and Muna. Next, we visit Holics, whose 1-year anniversary is coming up, and their first manga is now available, titled Holics Meeting. It's a comedy that covers the story of how secret society Holics came to be. And in other non-news, we visit the Subutomo Noelle, who recently had an odd collab with her Oshi Subaru. Noelle tweeted this image of a signed plushie, saying, I was so sweaty from nerves, so I took a bath. Subaru is of course one of the 4 tour guides for the Fuji Q Snowland collab, alongside FEK, Leo, and Ayame. Kabuki QRT'd this image, saying, if you see it, please come and join us. For those that have a bit of a sweet tooth, a new collaboration with Bandai Candy is launching in March, so you have plenty of time to save your money. Each pack will contain one of 35 cards with a handwritten profile printed on the back. But it's not just the talents this time, as A-chan tweeted this image, showing both her and Nodoka have their own cards. But that's not all the news we have from A-chan, as she has made a permanent form for asking questions to the talents she features on her interview segment, and also reminds us an English version of the Hololive Production Academy is launching soon. Cybird, the company behind the exam, gave us a look at the current stats of the Hololive and Stars courses, with only 14% of takers getting a perfect score on the Hololive test, and 27% on the Stars. The test can be taken multiple times, and those that get a perfect score will be put into a lottery to receive a voice line from their Oshis. And it's Pokemon release weekend, Shuri has given us a look at Pokemon Trainer Marine, as well as Pokemon Trainer Pecora, while Konkito has created this art piece of Pokemon Trainer Shion. Meanwhile, Pavolia Reine of Hololive ID was unsure which version to grab, casting a fan vote. This led to Violet being the winner, so naturally she bought Scarlet. Don't have a segue for this. Yopi, dopi, yopi, dopi, yopi, dopi. Back over to you, folks.
Thank you, Cody. And next we turn to our co-host Heidi, bringing us more VTuber news.
Hi everyone! Starting off, we check in with Nikke Sanji English, as they announced the release of their Black Friday goods on the 23rd, with popular merch resale and complimentary wallpapers coming soon as well. Nikke also announces the release of their Thanksgiving goods, set to be released on the same day, showing us a sneak peek of the illustrations featuring Lazulite, as well as Noctix. One of those members, being Folger Ovid, will be making an appearance at Anime Festival Asia Singapore 2022. And yes, this is the same Folger who urges his fellow Nikke talent Kyo Kaneko here to cancel Minecraft so he can stream Pokemon, doing what he usually does, which, described by Kyo himself, is enabling apparently. But this is also the same Folger who had taught his other fellow talent, Millie Parfait, how to use her dishwasher. We also see her genmate Anna Alouette attempt to guide her as well, as this half of Etheria go back and forth, sort of like tech support but for dishwashers. And speaking of Etheria, we now check in with Nikke Sanji's Na Sera, who, along with fellow Nikke Sanji talents Safina and Vanhada, announced the premiere of the Korean cover of Etheria's debut song God Sees All. And following in suit of song covers, we continue on with Prism Project, as their talent Pina Penguin announces the premiere of her cover of Ado's new Genesis, as well as fellow talents Rita Kamishiro and Aoi Tokimori, as they announced the release of their song cover of Lion from Lacrosse Frontier, with the two talents also holding a Vocaloid karaoke after party. Moving on, we check in with Face Connect, as their talent Kaneko Lumi recently celebrated her 2 millionth birthday, or at least we assume, as we don't truly know how old she is, as well as announcing the sale of Lumi's limited time only birthday merch. And now, let's take a look at Bond En, as Sugar Jasmine, one of the talents from Bond En's new wave, Luna Caddis, has recently debuted, with Bond En announcing the next talent in the lineup, revealing the model of Baby Mimi, set to debut on the 21st. And we can expect to see 2 other members of Luna Caddis soon, with the appearance of Summer Bell's Twitter, who shows us this teaser of her model's ear wiggles, as well as the account for Harima Tem, filling up the 3rd and 4th members out of the 5-member lineup. But the debuts don't stop, as now we move on to Real Core, as their second wave Eternity debuts today the 18th and tomorrow the 19th, featuring the talents Chiffon Von Leviathan, Shelly Concerti, Rui Aventai, and Highlight Leviathan, with all 4 of the talents' waiting rooms now open on YouTube. And lastly, if you're looking to debut, look no further, as now we check in with Aiko Air, as they announced the launch of their Season 2 EN VTuber Audition, as well as an upcoming VTuber Academy for aspiring VTubers to gain experience. So be sure to stay tuned for more info. And that's all for me. Back to you, False.
Thank you so much, Heidi. And yes, our co-hosts are getting into the Pokemon spirit. Heidi bringing us this, saying choose your starter. I think I'd pick Pucodee, as we now have even more Pokemon. That while I received this artwork last night, that by way of the British android Rainy saying happy anniversary doodle for oh no, he's hot. It's true, and that is all that we have for this episode. As always, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe below. Send your VTuber news to our Discord. We record live on Twitch, and we'll have more things VTubers say for you soon.
Hey, I saw you working hard this week, so I made you this big bowl of tech news. Careful now.
It's hot!
Gamers Nexus may have found the reason why the RTX 4090 connector is getting even hotter than that bowl of tech news I just gave you. In a video published on Wednesday after completing 2 weeks of testing the infamous 12-volt high power connector, the GN team disputed the weak solder joints hypothesis put forward by Igor's lab, stating politely that Igor didn't appear to conduct any actual heat testing and only looked at adapters that hadn't failed, which is kind of like looking for socially well-adjusted teenagers in a school chess club. That seems unnecessarily rude. Steve from Gamers Nexus instead postulated 2 potential causes for the failure. First, foreign object debris created either in manufacturing or by repeated plugging and unplugging, which could get into the pins and heat up from the conduction. The second hypothesis was a scenario in which the connector is not plugged all the way into the graphics card, which is the only failure scenario they were able to replicate. It seems like the adapter overheats when it's not absolutely fully plugged in, whether that's because you didn't realize you hadn't gotten it all the way in there, or because you did get it in, but then bent it at a sideways angle, which pops one side out a few millimeters. I mean, we all do that from time to time. Sometimes I pop off. And we're trying to summarize this as best we can, but Steve's 30-minute video has way more detail, so go watch it. Findings may be good news for NVIDIA, who found themselves the target of a class action lawsuit over the melting adapter, as well as a merciless tweet from an AMD exec. I wonder what burned more. Probably the 4090.
Yes, they even...
NVIDIA just released a statement regarding testing of their own that is consistent with GN's conclusions and stated that they are aware of only 50 cases of failure globally, which is a drop in the bucket. I guess there's no reason not to buy a $1,600 GPU now. We are kidding. That's a joke. Do what you will. Speaking of things that can be hot, deepfakes. You've seen your favorite celebrities in commercials or a trailer for an upcoming British series, and that's it. Nowhere sketchy at all. And one company is hoping to keep it that way. Intel has developed a technology to detect deepfakes called Fake Catcher, which can operate in real time to detect deepfake videos. Intel, much like our fans in the YouTube comments, quickly claimed to be first to do this. Fake Catcher reportedly uses a deep learning AI that analyzes the blood flow mechanics of a face to determine if the likeness is authentic or not. And apparently, it has a 96% success rate. It doesn't work as well for bloodless people. The tech is based on photoplethysmography, a technique of measuring the change in blood flow in human tissue. A real person's tissue will change color microscopically as blood travels through all those tubes in their face. The old blood tubes, they call them, back in the old country. And deepfakes are currently unable to replicate this phenomenon. Let's hope nobody unsavory figures out how to do that anytime soon, namely the bloodless one. Elon Musk, aka Mussy Baka. That's right, we're still not free of this torment, and so neither are you. It seems Twitter lost its payroll department and hundreds of other employees after Musk gave workers an ultimatum on Wednesday. Work long hours at high intensity, or leave with 3-month severance. For some reason, a lot of people in the finance department took the severance and left to presumably work at a less extremely hardcore company. And it wasn't just them. One report claims that less than 50% of Twitter's employees decided to stick around for Musk-Chan's Twitter 2.0. That's the name of the anime. Yesterday, Twitter let employees know that all office buildings would be temporarily closed and badge access would be suspended effective immediately. Apparently, this was done to prevent sabotage by employees, but also they're still figuring out which workers they need to cut access to. Man, can't trust the people he's fired. They also can't trust the people that are sticking out. The badge manager was even fired and had to be asked to come back. Can you believe that? You shouldn't, because it was actually a joke. But that didn't stop Elon from thanking him on Twitter instead of getting at him for impersonation. I was all about that right now. Okay. This was actually a joke. But
Sign up for
the badge manager was even fired and had to be asked to come back. Can you believe that? You shouldn't, because it was actually a joke. But that didn't stop Elon from thanking him on Twitter instead of getting at him for impersonation. I was all about that right now. Okay. Later that night, everyone thought Twitter was going to die and started saying goodbye for the second time in a month. But this time, Elon got in on the game
Now
too.
you're a streamer.
The next morning, he asked his followers, "What should Twitter do next?" Accomplish that. What next? Now it's time for Quick Bits, brought to you by Manscaped. Christmas is right around the corner, and their new Performance Package 4.0 will make a great gift to your partner. It includes their waterproof and cordless Lawnmower 4.0, their Weed Whacker ear and nose trimmer. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet launched today directly into the ground. While the game has extravagant ideas, the execution leaves something to be desired. Sometimes the camera doesn't follow you, sometimes you have to battle a wall. It happens. Sometimes you fall into a void, and sometimes it's your Pokemon. But you get a Pokemon that functions as a motorcycle. T-Swizzle, who you may know by her stage name of Taylor Swift, caused a bit of a ruckus when she announced her first tour in 5 years, and the pre-sale crashed Ticketmaster. Then, Ticketmaster announced that due to the massive demand during the pre-sale, the general sale would be canceled. One rule, Ticketmaster, don't f with Swifties. In the aftermath, Ticketmaster actually posted, then deleted a blog post explaining what happened. Subreddit seems to think they might be criticized for comments.
And mathematics.
With demanding Swift fans 2 times? Meat doesn't have to be murder anymore. The United States Food and Drug Administration has approved lab-grown chicken.
Yeah, life began because
made in steel tanks by the company Upside Foods.
And the math was just right to create.
I assume Upside Foods decided to make chicken because it would be easiest since it tastes like everything. The FDA stated that they had no further questions, which means they're either confident in their decision or they're scared they'll sound stupid if they ask, like I was in university. And I failed the test, so let's hope it's not that. Multiple small businesses have been hacked on Facebook and Instagram and are getting charged hundreds of dollars on PayPal. Each. Hundreds of dollars each. Yeah. Apparently, hackers gained access to their Meta accounts, add their own accounts to the victim's ad accounts before removing the original account owner. Then, they get the victim banned by posting inappropriate content so that they can't access their accounts and alert Meta that they've been hacked. Who came up with this? The hackers are then free to buy ads with someone else's money. How did they get access to the account in the first place? Well, they might have bribed an employee, since more than 12 have just been fired for selling users' information. Wait, that's my job, said Mark Zuckerberg, probably. Because they fired you. And researchers have detected an unusual black hole. A merger named GW190521.
What's it mean?
For good reason. Didn't fit the typical model of 2 black holes orbiting each other, then colliding. In fact, it was determined that they weren't spinning at all, but flew at each other through space before crossing paths and then eating each other in the universe's most terrifying yandere meet cute ever discovered by science. That's how I would describe it too. And you'll be able to discover more tech news if you come back next week. Don't worry though, I don't bite.
Why 14? Why not 14? You have a better answer? But Nana Nyla said you were free. Okay, if Nana Nyla told you to go jump off the bridge, would you do it just because Nana Nyla told you to? You think Nana Nyla's going to God?
I know Thanksgiving's right around the corner, but I'm too excited. By golly, I tell ya, I can't wait, so I'm serving up the turkey early. So I hope you brought your appetite, because here comes the choo-choo train open wide. I'm feeding you something very wacky today. This week, 2 Arizona school teachers lost their jobs after some of their OnlyFans content they were producing leaked. And it wasn't so much the existence of the OnlyFans itself, it was more so the fact that some of that content was filmed in the classroom that the woman teaches at. Her name is Samantha, and she was an 8th grade science teacher by day, but by night, she was a penis professor. And she filmed videos with her husband where he would just fuck her in the classroom that she teaches at, just reducing a holy dojo of education to a simple cum dumpster. Now, in response to all of this blowing up, she's come forward with another video, but this time she's not getting her ass spread open, she's spreading her side of the situation. So, she has this video that explains why she did all of this, as well as going over how everything unfolded, and I'd like to share that with you all, as well as going a bit deeper about the situation, because it's maybe even a bit more than wacky. This is starting to teeter on the edge of being pure silliness, even, I dare say.
I created content at the beginning of the summer in order to earn extra money on the side to help pay for our basic necessities that our salaries can no longer meet.
So she starts by explaining that teacher salary, especially in Arizona, is dog shit. And you'll get no argument from me there. Teachers get paid in popsicle sticks, basically. I think their salary is laughable compared to the work they're expected to do and how miserable the job can be. You make more money boosting League of Legends accounts every other weekend than you do as a full-time teacher. It's fucking ridiculous. I think it's just sad. And her husband is also a teacher, so a 2-teacher salary isn't exactly like hitting the jackpot. That's not an infinite money cheat code or anything. So she says that her and her husband started to struggle with being able to meet the basic requirements for their family and their children, which is why she looked for alternative income methods and chose OnlyFans. But then the question still exists of why do it in the fucking classroom that you teach your students at? It makes no sense whatsoever.
I chose an anonymous name as well as blocking the entire state of Arizona on my OnlyFans so that it wasn't accessible to anyone living in the state.
I didn't even know this was something you could do. I had no idea our technology was this advanced where you could just ban an entire state from checking out your OnlyFans. It makes sense that she tried this approach here, so that way no one in the immediate area would ever find it, but clearly something went awry. The technology must not be bulletproof because they still found it, and rather easily it seems. Just listen to this. One student reportedly told his mother that his teacher was spread over his desk. What a crazy conversation that must have been. Just picture yourself being that kid. You're hanging out, sipping your apple juice, just a normal 8th grade day, and and a friend of yours sends you a link to a video your teacher filmed and says, "Isn't that your science teacher, Miss Samantha?" So you click it, you open it, and there it is. No secrets left. Your teacher is being spread like butter on toast, and it's on your desk. You just sit there thinking to yourself, "Oh man, I did algebra on that desk." And then imagine going into school on Monday and coming right up to that desk, like you'd have nothing but like these war flashbacks, these visions of cheeks being clapped on your desk as a tear streams down your face. I'm also curious how many desks she was fucked on top of, because in another report someone said, "That was my friend's daughter's desk, and she is mortified over the situation." It really seems like no desk was safe in this situation here. And I have to wonder, did they like clean up after themselves or anything? Because they didn't set it up like it was a scene out of Dexter where he puts up like all of the, you know, sterile environment, like surgery operating room kind of shit. They just went in there raw, and like in the actual classroom and fuck. Did they at least bring Clorox and wipe off the desks when they were done using it? Or did students then go into that classroom after the weekend and wonder why their desks smelled like asshole? This whole thing just doesn't make any sense. But you know what does make sense? How great my G Fuel flavor is. Divine Peach. Anyone that's tried it has had their lives improved for the better. I have no doubt about that. And I'm happy to report that the cans are here and they're a GNC exclusive right now for stores. So if you want to find your closest GNC, there's a link in the description for that to pick up a can of Divine Peach. Now I've mentioned this on stream, but I'd like to mention it here as well. The caffeine content on my flavor is 140 milligrams as opposed to the standard 300 milligrams for other cans. And I'm really happy about that because that's the caffeine that I prefer. So I wanted to bring that to your attention as well. And there's also a sweepstakes going on right now for anyone who buys a can and takes a selfie of themselves dressed as me. You stand to win a G Fuel mini fridge or a 12-pack of Divine Peach.
The video that was created and advertised was made after contract hours on the weekend. No minors were ever present or involved in the videos.
I don't think anyone was ever trying to make the accusation that minors were present or somehow involved in the content, because that would be a whole different ballgame. This would be an entirely different conversation. That would be a massive, massive, massive crime. Now, what people are saying is even though minors weren't present, the fact that you're using their space for adult content is a problem, obviously. So although there's no kids there, like Junior's not knocking on the door of the classroom, "Miss Samantha, I've got an extra credit homework, oh jeepers!" Like even though there's no kids actually there, the fact that you're fucking in their playground is an issue. You can't just go to a kid's space and film this kind of content. It's not okay. You can't just like venture on over to Chuck E. Cheese and get your back blown out in the ball pit, film it, and expect nothing to come from it, expect it to be all hunky-dory. And again, why did you want to use the kids' space for your porn? Why? It's not like that was your only option. You could have done your OnlyFans anywhere else, like at home. Why did you take it and film fucking porn in the space that you teach children? It is so fucked up and weird. And also, I'm sure all of you have realized this by now, but after school hours and on weekend doesn't necessarily mean there's no kids on the campus. I remember growing up, there were always club activities and shit that would go on weekends. So it was still very possible that there were kids in the nearby vicinity. It doesn't mean that there was no kids ever even close to their situation. It's just, luckily, none of the kids ever like walked in on this shit. The whole video also isn't helped by the fact that she's clearly reading something she wrote in Microsoft Word and is trying to like keep up with it. So she'll take these long pauses to scroll, and you can see sometimes she loses her place in the document. So it also comes across as very insincere since she is blatantly just reading it very monotone from her monitor. So I don't think that helped anything that she was saying here, to be honest.
I am already paying the consequence by losing my teaching certificate as well as losing the job that I loved most. I thoroughly enjoyed working with my coworkers, teaching my students science, and it brought joy to me every day. Looking back at the situation, I fully regret creating the video in the classroom after school hours. But I felt trapped in my financial situation, and I felt this was the only way that my family would be able to survive.
Really? This was the only way, the only option? Having your husband give you the Big McThankies from McSpankies in the classroom you were a teacher of? That's the only way your family could survive? How? And why couldn't you just film yourself getting fucked by him at your house, in the safety and comfort of your own house, in private, away from everyone else, and certainly away from the area that kids go to learn? Jesus Christ, the whole idea was to sell a fantasy to perverts about a school teacher being fucked on the job or whatever. Why not just set that up at your house? Just get a little desk, a TI-85 calculator, and a ruler, and then still have your husband give you the business there, away from actual schools. Like, it just seems like a no-brainer. So yeah, overall, a pretty wild and wacky situation. Again, I do understand teachers do not get a fair salary. Their pay is pathetic for what they do, and how important teachers are. They're like probably one of the most important jobs, and yet they make no money from it, basically. So I do understand the financial struggle, but that doesn't excuse what Samantha and her husband did here. All of their actions fucking in the classroom that they teach kids at is despicable and sick. So it's no excuse for their actions, but I do understand that the teacher salary is terrible. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah.
It's suddenly Calvin. Suddenly Calvin on Irish Street. So yeah. I did watch it. You know, see Calvin? Dude.
Oh, the music. That feels like a fucking eternity. Yeah, I like what's better than just talking about shit that you like. And just not arguing every 5 seconds about. I mean, we are going to be arguing regardless.
That's Calvin! Okay. So like, what the heck? So I was like kind of surprised too. Because I really hired like some random people in the house. I didn't expect Calvin to be here. So yeah. I don't know. But yeah. So yeah. You watch this thing, you can see when Calvin is here. Oh, dude, you have to go like, It's not safe to be all smack and talking about management.
Yeah, because it wasn't until I was making by 3x3 I realized I didn't really grow up watching a whole lot of like variety of TV.
Yeah.
So I had to actually text my sister to be like, what the fuck did we watch growing up?
Yeah.
I legitimately don't remember. So half of
It's
these
good TV, you don't fucking remember it.
Well, no, I remembered it, and she reminded me because we were both like, what the fuck was it?
What is my favorite TV show of all time? I can't tell you. I can't remember.
Yeah. Well, actually, I had a similar problem to Joey. You know, I don't think I've actually seen that many TV shows.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Or like seen it down to like the end, or have like an emotional attachment. to the
Yeah,
TV show.
like there's lots of that I've seen, but like they haven't really stuck with me. I don't really feel that strongly about them.
Yeah, because let me tell you the difference between like a TV show and an anime. Anime, 24 episodes, one season, you can binge that in a month. Yeah, one or two. You start a TV series and it's like, hey, here's 9 seasons of 24 episodes that's an hour long. True. And that's like a a fairly middle length TV show. You know? If you talk about some of the most famous TV shows like Breaking Bad or something, that's 5 seasons. That's so short in terms of like for American TV shows, right?
So the rule is that we decided to not include any anime because we've already done the history. We can do it was like a mix of basically it's like any TV show, right? So it's like a mix between like Western cartoons, like narrative driven like TV shows, or just TV programming we used to watch.
Really anything every series.
Yeah,
yeah.
And basically anything that's not anime.
Anything that's not anime and a movie.
I can name off more anime that I've watched than the entire broad spectrum of TV shows in every country.
I feel like my list, Grant's list, could easily be my list. I'm pretty sure I know what Grant's going to put on his. And I could have put them on mine, but I was like, Grant's going to put them on his. I'll let Grant talk about it.
Mine's going to be some weird shit.
I hope so. I hope so.
When isn't it, Joey? When isn't it?
Mine's going to be some weird shit.
It's the math rock, by the way. I'm like, the fuck is that?
Joey the Midwest emo.
I don't believe it's real. It's not real.
This I definitely felt more like casual coming into this like than a lot of other watch TV.
Probably.
Yeah, because like I discovered anime really early. I discovered anime really early in life. So I'm like, why would I need to watch TV?
Come on. I don't know, like, sometimes anime's great, but sometimes you need like a bit of Jack Bauer 24 and to like spice things up.
Yeah, I mean like, I get that as well. And I like
one of them.
That's not one of them. That could be on my list.
Really?
I love 24.
I don't think I've seen a single episode.
24 is like the thing I watched on 15 hours.
If I tone it down, this is at my discretion. I mean, every stream you say it's overthrow management. I never said that. I never said that.
I don't know. This doesn't even look like a Pokemon at that point. I don't know what to say.
I'm perfect talent.
It doesn't even look like.
I have 1 million subscribers.
Not sure how I feel about it.
I am cute and da all times. Yeah.
You need to find.
I am the perfect, cute, sweet, lovable, adorable sister. VTuber.
Yeah, looks like a Minecraft song. Are you going to survive? Oh yeah, hold on. Well, use bird. Okay, I think this is gonna be good.
I know enough about 24 through osmosis, but I've never sat down and watched any episode.
This is the movement about water, by the way. It's like not knowledge. Just want to specify that. But it's the best. Actually,
Did you just come actually?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of TV shows that I've watched. Like, I've actually seen 24. But I've only seen 1 season of 24. I've seen like 3-4 seasons of Lost. I've seen 2 seasons of House. But like, it takes up so much time. Right? I've watched a lot of TV, but I've never. Yeah, I've rarely.
done in my student days.
Yeah, I've rarely finished TV shows right up until the end, just because there's so much of it. So yeah, that's why I had a hard time doing it.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, should we leave it to
Trashbox turn?
His face is like almost gone.
Yeah, it is almost
He's probably
gone.
redone. He's like
Yeah.
a battered wall. He is a battered wall.
Yeah.
All right, who's on first?
Thank you.
Oh, it's you! It is you, Connor.
All right, can I bring up Connor's
But
screen?
you are
For those of you,
nothing.
in case this is your
It's
first time you're watching the
fine.
Crash Test 3x3 video, we should do a quick explanation of what a 3x3 is. Basically, it's, as the name suggests, it's a box, 3 squares by 3 squares, 9 in total, and it's basically 9, whatever the topic is in this case, TV series that you feel strongly about, or you grew up with, or you really enjoy, you really like, you want to share.
So a lot of these are some of my favorites, but maybe some there's a good story behind it, or
Yeah.
what it's helped me.
Yeah. Basically, you'll get a good idea of what that person's personality is like based on the 3x3.
Yeah, that's mine. I pull it up.
Pull it up.
Where is it?
Creeping in.
Oh!
Okay, so I know for starters, right? Grant's probably put Peach on his, but I had to do it.
I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad.
I only know this one from the meme.
Okay, I'm glad that you put Arcane on it.
I had Arcane on.
Yeah,
I
because I was like, Connor's gonna put Arcane on his.
That's an anime, though.
No, it's not. Arcane, like we argued before, wasn't an anime. I argued it wasn't an anime, but no.
Before starting, I have to say, this is the worst cropping I've ever seen.
Yeah, I did not care to.
Hemo. Hemo, Kane.
God,
Dude, I can't even see the title of Mad Men because it's
Yeah, they put this big ass fucking watermelon on. I'm like, what the fuck?
I was like, when looking for mine, I tried to look for like square images of them.
same.
Because
I just gave up.
I've never seen Arcane or
Well, I'll explain what they're on.
or In Hunting.
So let's go. How do you guys want to do it?
just go through them. I mean, okay, so
Actually, before we get into it, I'll just say what each show is, and then we'll talk about it.
please.
Number 1, Bang, Animal Channel. Number 2, in the middle top, Pressure. Top right, Arcane. Middle left, Better Call Saul. Middle, Taskmaster. Middle right, Futurama. Bottom left, Come Dine With Me. Bottom middle, Mindhunter.
Yeah.
Bottom right is Mad Men.
Okay. I was wondering because I've seen this image through memes.
Let's start with Come Dine.
So Come Dine. So Comedy Land. I'm sure the response. I'm sure you did put it on your list, Tom. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay, there are a few things here that I very much consider putting on.
I was very close to
obviously,
putting
Futurama,
Futurama.
very, very close. Coming me as well, I think is pretty much the only.
I made my list and I was like, yeah, you can tell I'm white without thinking. I was like, I felt like I made it and I was like, yeah.
This question.
Yeah. But that's fine.
Right, so I too enjoy television.
Right, so let me explain Come Down with Elizabeth. It's a British TV show and it's fantastic. I swear the thing is shot on like a budget like $100.
Yeah.
They air like one every day. You don't like understand how this works. They air so many people. So the whole concept behind this TV show is you get 4 strangers who all are very proud of their cooking in the house. And the idea is that once in this nice, is it an hour?
I think it's about
30 minutes. They all go.
Let me explain.
No, I had a great explanation, but I forgot. Do they go to everyone's house in one episode, or they go to one person does one episode, everyone's house?
Okay, so it's everyone. So it's 4 people.
Sometimes 5.
Sometimes 5, but most of the time it's 4 people. And these 4 people are going to take it in turns to host a dinner party. And within this dinner party, they have to impress the guests as much as possible, not just with the food, but with the experience of their home dining experience. Right. So sometimes they put as much effort into like personalize their home dining experience as possible. And at the end of the day, each contestant rates how good their experience was
and how good the night was.
And how good the night was.
Yeah. But obviously, right, like as everyone's voting for each other, it's kind of a trust system of you're not going to be a bitch. Everyone else will win because you want to win.
Yeah.
And so it kind of has a lot of really fun elements to it, a lot of snide moments, but also the best part of the show is the great. It's so good because you get a bunch of just generic office workers, just normal people. You tell them throw a dinner party for random strangers on camera, and it's fantastic. And then they also decided, and this is the best part of the show, they decided that they were going to make the narrator just a guy who takes the piss out of everything they do.
Classic British
just completely sarcastic, 24/7, and it just keeps the show going, and it keeps you invested.
This to me, Come Down With Me, this to me is peak British reality TV. Because like I imagine like a Come Down With Me in America. God, every time I say come now, I can't. Come Down With Me. Oh my god! Like if I imagine like, can you imagine an American Come Down With Me? It would be like the most over the top dining experience.
Cookies wasn't down.
You know, 10 fucking vine booms in one shot, like boom, 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 boom. Carrie overcooked the chicken.
It's great. There's very minimal editing. It's really strong. Really stale.
It's like the thing that shines about this is just British sarcasm and sass. Because they never say that they have a bad experience with the meal. But that's what makes it good, right? How do you not insult the host of this dinner party while still insulting the host of this dinner party? It's fucking fantastic.
And like most of the time, it's like 4 very average or below average cooks just giving each other shit.
Right. I feel like I've definitely seen clips.
It's really good, and these things are really like, while the person's cooking, I'm pretty sure the producer's like, hey, go and snoop around their house and look at things and comment. And they just like raid each other's houses. It's so bizarre. But it's really fun, and oh my god, it's just the amount of bickering and just bitchiness involved is fantastic. And it's just so like surface level. Like they don't ever say it. We're like, well, Timothy's quiche was rather cold, so I'm going to go 5 points. Like, what? What do you mean? Like, you're making shit up. Like, you just made it up. Or, like, someone will be like, the food was all amazing, and one person will be like, actually, I hated it. It was not
It's like, you're right, it was
I think there's one clip where someone actually did properly go off. Like, there was actually drama. It's one of my favorite like television clips of all time. She's like, because a guy was like really salty that someone else had won. And by the way,
I know this. He stands up, right?
And he stands up. But yeah, by the way, the winner, they only get like 100 quid. It's
like
it's nothing, right? It doesn't even cover the cost to cook the fucking food. People are playing for pride. And there's this one clip where this one guy gets so fucking salty that someone else wins, and it's like one of my favorite moments in TV because he just starts like, it's the most British insults that he just starts throwing out, and he just goes, well, feel free to get the fuck out of my house. You reverse out of this like you walk with the grace of a dump truck or something like that.
It's so good. Can we play the clip? We don't play the clip.
You won, Jane. Enjoy the money, but I hope now you spend it on getting some lessons in grace and decorum, because you have all the grace of a reversing dump truck without any tyres on.
Oh my god. It's just fantastic. And it's just like, to me, it's what reality TV should be. It's like none of this like ruin someone's life or just make them fucking miserable or just sell sex. It's like, let's just get people to cook for each other and just let them just give them the tools to have their own destruction. Like just saying, hey, rate their food. And just see what happens. And it's fantastic. I think there's like a bazillion episodes.
Yeah, there is.
1,051.
1,051 episodes. Basically, you know that TV show that's always seems to be
always on.
This is always on in one channel or another. If it's not on like channel 4, then it's on one of like the reruns of like one of the other channels. It doesn't matter. I'm surprised it even has seasons. Like,
it's really good. Yeah, it's very. And this is where that meme comes from. The guy puts the whiskey. Sorry, we're calling it. It's so gross. It's so like revolting. But it's like it sums up like home cooking. I just do it my way.
Okay, so I obviously know Futurama, Hannah Montana, obviously. Peach Show you guys talked about. I feel like you've told me about Peach Show.
Let's go to Taskmaster.
Okay, so Peach Show then Taskmaster. Okay, so Peach Show. I will explain it all.
You've explained it to me before, I remember.
So imagine 2 British people whose life is just not going the way they want to, and instead of like actually doing anything about it, they just take it out on each other and just cause the most cringe situations for everyone around them and themselves.
So this is like narrative, right? It's fiction.
It's fiction, and it's
not like reality TV.
It is one of the most intentionally cringe shows in existence. And if you love cringe humor, this is the thing. There's no show that even comes close to this. I mean, I think the first episode opens up with Jeremy, who is one of the 2 main characters, with Jeremy and Mark. Mark is played by David Mitchell, who is a fantastic kind of. He's really great at playing these weaselly characters. These kind of like weasel-looking characters that are very like, and he plays that amazingly. He plays this kind of timid, but very like self-righteous guy who thinks he's way smarter than he is.
Kind of like Michael Cera like type, or
Michael Cera. What would have to go wrong in Michael Cera life to be? It's like imagine an actually somewhat intelligent 40-year-old man who just made all the wrong life decisions and is angry at the world for it. So he kind of thinks that he's owed more than he gets. gets, and so he just takes it out on everyone else in a very British way. And he just takes it out on Jeremy, but Jeremy is also just a giant buffoon. And the first episode opens up, I believe, with Jeremy meets this girl who's wearing like a beanie, and he wants to sort of have sex with her, and then I think they get together, finds out she has cancer, and doesn't want to be with her anymore, and tries to kind of break it off in a really weird way, and it's just so cringe, where he's trying to like, he's like, because he doesn't fully understand, like, he knows what cancer is, but he's never met anyone with it. He's just really fucking awful at being able to even remotely understand how to talk to someone with cancer. So he's like,
when did this come out?
It's like 2000.
Okay, I was gonna say it's very 2000s humor.
No, this is like this basically as today.
This
didn't age poorly at all.
This is aged like perfectly. I still watch it to this day.
Right.
Me and Sydney still binge all the seasons. Unfortunately, one of the bad things about British television, unlike American TV seasons, every like there's like 7 seasons of each show, but like every season has 6 episodes, and that's 6 half-an-hour episodes as well.
But like, this is what I really love about some British TV shows. It really feels like it earns the 6 episodes, 30 minutes each. Where it's like there is not a single beat missed in the show. Like there is no episode that sucks. There's no episode that isn't funny, and there's no episode where there's like 5 moments that isn't going to be like that.
Just like sometimes it's just almost every episode. And there are some lines that are just like stuck with you for like my entire life.
There's a completely unrelated plotline. I feel like this sums it up so well. There's an episode where Jeremy is one of the characters, works in a gym, and Mark is going to this gym and doesn't really want to go to it, he's kind of being forced to. And Jeremy, for some reason, why does Jeremy not go to the gym anymore? I don't know what he does.
I can't remember. I think he joined it to get with a girl or something like that.
Yeah, so he joined the gym to get with this attractive other worker there. And meanwhile, Mark doesn't want to go to the gym anymore. So he makes up this elaborate excuse that one of the masseuses touched him. And it's this whole awkward ordeal where he has to go to the office of the manager and awkwardly explain who he touched while the guy was there, the masseuse. It's just this stumbling, horrible, cringe-inducing thing. Like, and he touched me. And the guy goes, what the fuck, I didn't touch you. And then to get fired because Jeremy doesn't want to work there anymore, he like shits in the pool and then tries to blame somebody else. It's this whole like, it goes from 0 to 100 every single episode where everything just accumulates and builds, and it's fantastic. It's so good.
Yeah, it's cringe humor at its best. It's British humor at its best.
Do you want to feel like you're British for some reason? Like, watch this TV show. Tell the British person to watch the show. They'll love you.
Exactly. I mean, Sydney fucking loves this show, and that's how I knew that she could understand British humor. If you can get Peep Show, because I show Peep Show to my mum and dad, they're like, why is this
It's
funny?
too much for my parents as well. It's too much cringe. It's a lot. There's not a single episode where you won't be uncomfortable.
Yeah, the best way I can describe it is like, just imagine 2 fucking assholes trying not to be assholes, but in the end of the day, they're just trying to get on with life, but they somehow find themselves in the worst fucking situations.
It's so good.
And like, it's not just even these 2 characters. There's so many like, if you've lived in England, you've like recognized who these people are, because there's like some, sometimes you have a show that it's a bit too close to home. Because there are some characters that you kind of recognize as a person that you've met in your life before in the UK. Like one character that stands out to me is like Superhands. I think Superhands, who's just that guy who just brings drugs to everything, right? And he's just like, he's just lost control of his life.
Right. Why is he called Superhands?
No one knows.
No one knows.
This guy's just insane. And it's also shot really interestingly. It's all POV.
Yeah. I think that's why it's called Peep Show.
Yeah. And they shoot the scene multiple times, but like, so the camera keeps walking between the POVs in the scene. So it's never an angle of like, okay, he's over the shoulder. It's like, it's always POV, which makes for some really good moments, because a lot of the times, really awkward moments hit so hard because the person who sees you that the awkward thing happened looks directly at the camera and is looking at it like you did. It's really good. It's so good.
Really interesting.
And it's just amazing. Like, and it's no other TV show's kind of shot like this to my knowledge. All
POV,
and it just works.
Yeah, watch Peep Show. It's amazing.
I know you guys like rave on about it.
And the POV thing also makes it feel very uncomfortable because you're often in the face.
Right.
A lot, and it
feels like you're
makes
there.
You kind of feel like, okay, this is cool.
Gamers. Let me tell you about Gamer Subs.
I will literally die if I don't drink Gamer Subs. Sugar isn't good for you, but Gamer Subs is.
Gamers, if you need a clean energy drink with no crashes, no sugar, and tastes amazing, you should be drinking some Gamer Subs.
Gamers, if you don't need energy but you just want to replace all that sugary crap, we have the caffeine-free version as well.
Did you know that Gamer Subs also doesn't mix with flavors such as the classics known as, and I'm reading this correctly, Kitty Nut or Guacamole?
Gamers. Let me tell you about Gamer Subs.
I will back to the episode. Yeah, and then obviously Taskmaster, which I think is okay. So Taskmaster, let me explain it for you. I think the show is blowing up, and it's going to blow up a shit ton in the US as well more. I know a lot of people have recently come out to the US. Yes, it's very old in the UK. I don't know how to explain this. You get a bunch of comedians together.
Yeah, I actually wanted to do a Taskmaster for After Dark.
Yeah, we definitely want to do this at some point. The format is just cool.
So basically, it's kind of like a game show, but not really. And now that you put Taskmaster on, I'm like, fuck. I have so many shows I should have put on my list. I completely forgot there was this genre. So
that happens a lot.
I wanted to put up a panel or slash kind of thingy type kind of.
Yeah. So I think this is like a very British genre TV show. So I completely forgot. Where it's kind of like this British panel slash game show, right? But what you don't try to do in this game show is win. They just try to be as entertaining as possible.
Right.
So with Taskmaster, it's basically like a game show where you take a bunch of comedians on, and then you give them the same task, right? Could be anything, right? Could range from getting a marble out of a bottle that's been sealed and like full of jelly or some shit.
There's some really obscure like things that you're like, why would you do this? Like, there'll be like 30 socks and like find the orange in the sock, but all of them will have something different, and you're allowed to like sniff 3 or touch 2.
Right.
Yeah. So they're given like a very ambiguously worded task, right? Sometimes some tasks are more ambiguous than others, but it's up to the contestant to figure out what is the best way to do this task, right? And so
there's always like a life hack to solve it.
Yeah. There's not always a life.
So it'll be just a house, and you can do anything in the house with the challenge. So like for one challenge, it'll be like there'll be a room, it'll be like hide 3 eggplants in the room. And whoever hides the eggplants the longest when the guy's searching wins. So it's like some contestants hide like the eggplant. Others smash up the eggplant and try to like squish it.
Yeah.
And some people start eating whole eggplants.
Yeah.
It's like the rules are always set so ambiguous where any interpretation is correct, and it's up to the taskmaster to decide if somebody deserves a point based on that. Because maybe somebody did something it's a little too cheeky, and the taskmaster had a great day, so maybe we'll be like, no, I don't like that.
That's why it's a perfect trash taste, because we can't follow the rules.
So the rules are ambiguous, and then you never follow them, and then the guy in charge just changes his mind.
Yeah. So that's the point, right? I'm sure a lot of people will be like, I can't believe he lost his task because he didn't follow the rules correctly. Well, that's not really the point of Taskmaster. The point of Taskmaster is just to see the funny ways that different people approach the same task. Right. Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah. And you can go as out of the box as you want. The only important thing is you gotta. It's kind of like you kind of gotta like try not to take the piss, but also take the piss as well, right? So I remember what one task I remember recently was there was a switch in the room, and the task was figure out what this switch does, right? And so what happens is like 9 people out of 10 they start flipping on the switch, running out, looking at every light in the house, looking at every appliance in the house, seeing if anything changed, run back in and like flip the switch on. And then they repeat this process, right? Until they finally figure out that the switch rotates a second. That's what the switch did. Yeah. One guy just cut the power to the switch, right? I was just like, oh, switch is on. Because it has no power. Boom, task done. Oh wow. So that's the kind of like thinking outside the box, because it didn't necessarily, because he's technically right in that the switch does nothing in that moment because he's technically not breaking the rules because there's no rules.
Yeah. It's very loose rules.
Yeah,
very loose. One of the best things is that it's completely available on YouTube for free. You can watch all of it, nearly all of it on YouTube for free, which is amazing. There's the clips. They have a clip channel, which is amazing, but you just watch straight the whole episode. Oh, cool. And the best part is that it's structured in a way where every episode is its own self-contained thing, in like a greater season. So it'll be the same comedians the whole season, and the points are like that. But you come in any episode and enjoy it. But there is nothing that requires you to watch the previous episode. If you want to, and you'll get more out of it, you can go 1, 2, 3, up until the end and see what it is. So it's seasons, they have like 5 seasons. It makes it a bit more consistent and makes it have a lot more rewatchability and more reasons to tune in. It's really good. Really good. It's going to blow up in the US.
I highly recommend it. Probably you won't go Taskmaster.
I think a lot. I know it's already popular because they made a US version that sucked, as they always do. But I think a lot more YouTubers and stuff will start doing stuff like that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's going to happen. It's good. Taskmaster is fucking amazing. That's my British TV show.
What is Mindhunter?
Do any of you know what Mindhunter is? Mindhunter is so good. So Mindhunter, unfortunately, at least to my knowledge, is not very continuing. You can Google this. They had 2 seasons, and for some reason Netflix, or I think some creative staff involved, didn't agree on some stuff. Maybe I can fact check me. But it's basically about it's a really good Netflix like drama, but kind of loosely based on real events. So why the FBI decided to start figuring out what psychopaths are.
Is this a drama or
like a drama, but kind of loosely based on real events, very loosely? Because they were a lot of the time. Way back in America, people were killing people with seemingly no motive. And nobody understands why certain groups of these people were very, very organized, didn't seem to care about the killings, would kill like 10 people, and then some people in the FBI are like, I think we should study these people who are clearly very intelligent, very good at their crimes, and who clearly are not like the other criminals.
They're not like other criminals.
Yeah, right? Well, it's basically like, this is where it's a story about how basically psychopath profiling started.
Every true crime fan.
They're
not like other criminals.
But, dude, it's so good. Like the acting, the shots, the cinematography, the pacing is amazing. It's on indefinite.
Which basically means it's done.
And it sucks. So as they go in the first season, they basically spend a lot of seasons with this FBI guy who's really dedicated to figuring out this, because he really believes that if they can figure out what makes these psychopaths tick and why they're doing this, it can help them profile in future and figure out how to stop this happening. Again, this is all based on loosely based on true events and whatnot. So they interview a very famous serial killer over the course of the first season called Ed Camper. He was like a very, very famous serial killer. And the actor in the series who portrays him is insane. He's so good. And
I think I've seen clips of that.
The guy like killed his mother, killed his family, and then went on to kill. And he killed so many people. And the only reason they caught him is because he got bored and turned himself in. And he was really well spoken. Didn't wasn't
I've seen like interviews of the real.
Really creepy guy.
Really creepy.
Because he would just be like, he would be willing to admit anything and talk about it in full. And so a lot of the first season is just them talking to him, going back and forth, trying to convince the hierarchy this is worth doing, going back to Ed, talking to him, main character getting a little bit too invested in talking to this serial killer. And it's just really good. It's just such a good human drama, whilst also kind of showcasing like a really fascinating part of FBI kind of history and this kind of how they came up to start even doing this.
Every true crime.
And then the second season, I think they have some Charles Manson stuff. Again, it's all really, really interesting. If you want a really good kind of crime, detective, really unnerving drama.
Is this series starts off with something like because of the shock?
I watched this when it came out, and I remember that it's just been one of those shows where I always check every month. I'm like,
is
anything happening? Because it was getting so good.
It's the dad that went to get the series.
Yeah, literally, but even because the 2 seasons are so good, I still feel comfortable recommending it. Being like, this is such a good show. It's so good.
Because I remember Sydney was like, I want to show it's on Netflix and stuff like that, and I'm like, what is it about? And she's like, serial killers. I'm like, okay, Sydney. All right, you're from Wisconsin. I get it. Okay. I remember just like walking in the room, seeing someone blow the head off with a shotgun.
Is that a massive spoiler?
No,
it's like opening scene.
And
I just walked out. I was like,
is that one with the guy with the thing around his neck and blew up, or a shotgun? Definitely shotgun. Okay, that's the other.
But it was like a drama. It wasn't like a documentary.
I've seen Evil Geniuses. That's good.
Mindhunter's amazing. If you want just a great drama, you want to be fascinated in brawl, go watch it. It's on Netflix. It's a shame we're not going to see Please bring back season 3.
So Hannah Montana.
I mean, okay, look, you talked about you had a crush on Hannah Montana, but like, sell me on the show, because I've seen.
Oh no, it's not good.
That's the thing. I've seen bits and pieces of the show.
It's not good. I think though, in a way,
is it a guilty pleasure?
No. I feel like this has a lot more impact on me than I've cashed with it. I hate to be like, well, you're a child, you're impressionable. At the end of the day, I'm not afraid to admit Hannah Montana changed my life.
Then were you? How did the change of that Milo Micro affect you?
What's Hannah Montana about? I'm not seeing that.
Right, so that's a great question, though. Fantastic question. So there's Hannah.
How does it take to graduate?
Yeah, well, the stage name is Hannah Montana. It's this girl. I can't remember why she wants to be on stage. I'm sure she's her dad is
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Billy Ray Cyrus, who's an actual musician.
Right.
I'm sure that helps get the show.
Achy breaky heart.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
so it's about her who she's trying to get to school, but she doesn't want people at school to know that she's a pop star. So she lives this dual life where it's just Hannah. And
she's living the best of both worlds.
Yeah, so that's where the best of both worlds come from. So she's trying to balance the nobody can know I'm Hannah Montana, but also I gotta go to school, but also I gotta do these hit performances. I don't know what her real name is. Her name in the show is
Hannah Smith.
Can we pay
I think it's Hannah, but I don't know, it's fun. And I think in a weird way, I think like the whole Hannah Montana and the Disney and all that kind of got me into like American culture a lot more.
Right.
Got me into the path of kind of like the idea of maybe performing. Yeah. Because before that, I had no desire in my bone to perform or get on stage.
So basically, you watched Hannah Montana and you went.
I think it was. I did want the best of both worlds. And now as a social media person, I was like, how about just one world and I'll make that the best.
You can bind the world.
Think further, Hannah. Go further beyond. So I don't know. In a weird way, the Disney Channel has this weird kind of intoxicating effect on kids. Like, hey, you're fucking entertaining, you slut. In a weird way, I think it kind of does.
It's just basically
It's selling
everyone on the Disney show is like a theatre.
I hate to think the show sucks in a weird way. It was fun at the time. I was interested. Again, it just got me into it, and at a time when nobody, because I find in school, if you're not a theatre kid, you are never allowed to be a theatre kid. You can never join. You know what I mean? There's a cutoff period. If you are not in the theatre kid period by like age 8, you are not allowed to.
The thing is, like,
you
have to be born and raised.
They are a ruthless bunch. Whether they like you or not, you can join the football team. You cannot become a theatre kid.
No, and that shit stays with you.
Oh yeah.
Like once a theatre kid, always a theatre kid.
You meet someone, and then they were like, yeah, I'm a theatre kid. I'm like, I fucking knew it. Of course you are. I knew it. I can sense it from the aura. You know, you feel the pressure. You feel the
some real high school musical vibe shit.
It stays with you. I swear they never drop it. And again, like in school, a part of me, I had that tiny little inkling. I was like, I'd love to try this. But even at 10, I'm like, the windows. Because like, because the teachers wouldn't pick you. Because they would never give you the opportunity to do anything. Because they're like, well, we already know. Like these kids.
Yeah, we know who can.
These are the kids.
And
this is the thing that I felt in a weird way. I hate this. But credit where credit's due. So a little bit of it kind of brought out that that's like, fuck, I kind of want it, but I didn't know how. How do you get into it? And that's kind of like what kind of maybe planted the seed to then when I found anime, I maybe think, actually I want to.
Did you ever watch like High School Musical?
Yeah, I didn't really want to sing.
Right.
Something about acting kind of spoke to me, but I didn't. She sings, but it was kind of the acting part of it.
Oh,
a lot of the channel, a lot of these kid actors, I thought they were amazing. Props to the kid actors. I don't know how the fuck they did that. I can't act now, bro. And I think that planted the seeds. Maybe want to pursue something, and then discover voice acting, and that was like stars aligned, right? So that planted the seeds for me. But also, a lot of people like they can't get into theatre. I like that there's ways or kind of motivations pushing us to do it. Because like people like fucking Gerard Butler, right? Or who we'll talk about later. Don in Mad Men, what's his fucking name? John Hamm. Those two are both school teachers. Just got into acting at like age 40. I love that shit. I want more of that. I hate it when it's like, if you didn't act from age 10, get the fuck out of the industry. You're a joke. It's like, I hate that shit. I think acting should be like, if you want to try it, go the fuck ahead. If you don't, if nothing comes of it, who cares? I think having a way to express yourself and having a way to perform is so just fulfilling and satisfying. I don't know why fucking Hannah Montana put that in my brain, but thank you, Hannah Montana.
Thank you, Miley.
Express yourself. Express yourself, guys.
Alright, then let's talk about Mad Men, I guess.
All right, Mad Men.
I know the name of the show, never seen a single episode.
Yeah, it's like advertising, right?
This is like the Chad show before Chad shows existed. Like, John Hamm plays like a giga.
I love John Hamm.
But like, it's great because in the show it starts out as like, Don the show. He's this kind of, he knows everything. He's smart. He's killing it. But as the show goes on, they slowly introduce flaws to him and humanize him in a way that feels great. And it's about, it deals with a lot of the topics at the time. Like, this is like 1950s. It deals with a lot of sexism. It deals with a lot of misogyny. It deals with other cultures not being recognized at the time and how they interact. Mad Men is about Don and the ad agency. They make ads for people. So a lot of the time, the show is just, how do we make this ad?
For newspapers and billboards and stuff like that.
Big brands. They're like the premium A-grade marketing company in New York, Manhattan.
Well, this is when like agencies started becoming like a real thing. They started realizing, if you advertise correctly, you can make like a shit ton of money.
So a lot of the drama comes from okay, this client. These needs how that character is rapped. It's a great way of introducing actors for a few episodes that have a good impact on the main cast. And then how that kind of plays out in the and it's a great scene that I feel like people doesn't handle themselves. They have a scene where they like purchase something. One of the guys right, and they made like the ad agency compete against another ad agency, made the best ad, and they wouldn't like each other. I wouldn't like it. You will buy my services, or you want to work with. And it's just this whole thing. I wouldn't get to. I feel that so much now. This happens so much now. It's bullshit. Wow, but it's great. It's a great show. What makes it? I think like that also about like really good characters, really good writing. It's just slow. Nothing crazy happens. Nothing explosive happens every episode. It's just you like people talking, you like the dialogue, you like development. I like it. It's just a great show, and it's very slow to start. I think that's the problem. It feels like alright, when's something gonna happen? Let's lay the foundation. Really love it.
Because like I've always found the advertising world just interesting to begin with. It's like especially seeing like the evolution of the advertising world. Like look at like old days in the 60s or something, and like an advertisement would literally be, here's my product, here's what it does, let me just stuff all the benefits of using this product. And like I think like somewhere along the line, I'm not sure if it was like must be TV. It was this was on TV. But somewhere along the line, I think like the most basic example I can give off is like I can think of is like the cigarette industry. Where Marlboro started like they stopped marketing their products and they started like marketing a feeling, a lifestyle. Instead of just being like, hey, here are cigarettes, they're gonna fucking kill you. By the way, buy a product. They're like, this is the American way.
Yeah, it's like peak 1950s America figuring that stuff out.
Yeah, like
really
just like it's this is like how good 250. It's like that shit.
It's a long one. I feel like 9 seasons. You slowly watch Don's life change quite a lot, but it's good. It's worth it. I got into it and I couldn't stop. It was in full. We also have Futurama. I mean, you guys say much about Futurama.
We're all this close to Futurama on.
It's like, I don't know, it's like, how do you make, like, it's like Matt Groening's, I think the show funnier than Simpsons, has a storyline, has characters you love more, it just hits everything.
I feel as well the humor is a little more geared towards like the older generation. Because like Simpsons has a lot of Simpsons, but like around like comparing it to Simpsons during the time of Futurama was airing, like alongside.
Definitely like they cared way more about Futurama.
Yeah, it's kind of like a throwback to more old school stuff.
I mean, one thing I've always loved about Futurama is that they actually gave a shit about the sci-fi setting. It wasn't just like a haha, here, wacky setting hard. Like there are so many episodes of Futurama that they really delved into this like really like niche scientific concept or something like that. It was basically kind of like peak Rick and Morty for Rick and Morty. You know what I mean? Like
Futurama rants at Rick and Morty walk. Oh, I'm Rick and Morty, I'm gonna piss all that.
I mean, it's especially like when they start delving into the story aspect of Futurama. Holy shit!
Some of the later episodes.
Like fucking fries dog. I mentioned that, you know, everyone has the exact same reaction.
Just like really funny jokes about using the sci-fi setting to like a huge advantage. Like just like one of the first episodes, right, is like Bender goes into suicide. Like, tries to con it. And I feel like that tells you literally everything you need to know about it. The guy doesn't want to pay for his own suicide, he's trying to con it, and then gives up immediately. Like it's such good writing, and you can tell that everyone on the team cares so much about making the show as fun as possible. And I just love it so much. And I love the episode where Fry drinks 100 coffees. One of my favorite ones. I fucking love that episode so much.
That's such a good fucking episode.
I love that episode so much.
Yeah, what I love about Futurama is just the cast as well. It's rare to see such a perfectly balanced cast. Like I think it's like even better than Simpsons.
Oh yeah, the side characters definitely shine. And even like the every now and then characters that you see, and like some of the concepts that you see, like you know, obviously there's like you know, because Futurama and like Mac it's like okay, we'll throw in like a couple of like celebrity modding and stuff like that. But the fact that these like celebrity cameos make their way to Futurama as just a hint, it's like that's like immediately way more funny than it's like here's the character that you all know and love that just comes into the frame. It's like yeah, it's more interesting. And then I guess we'll find
there's like 70 clips. I just think that Arcane should be watching. I am frothing at the 4th game of season 2. And I just think they released a behind the scenes recently that is fantastic. It really showed how much love and care.
Yeah, what you say, Connor?
Yeah, what you say?
I don't know what more I can say about Arcane. It's a show that hits the ground running. It's good. It's Joey's favorite show. I love it. Alright.
So I think that we've not put Breaking Bad because we would have taken away. I think we would Breaking Bad. I meant Universe. But I think we would want to talk about it in some capacity. I mean, it's like
team mascot.
My favorite. Are you putting Breaking Bad? Or you putting Universe?
Yeah, I think like I would put both of them on. I feel like Universe the whole world of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul is fantastic. And honestly, I mean, there was a Better Call Saul recently. It was insane. It's so good. Like one of the best TV shows I've ever watched. Like flat out. I mean, I've been watching the show weekly. Not weekly, since it airs weekly. Since the university. So I was watching Breaking Bad, and that was airing weekly when I was like 15. And I just think that there's something about it that it really captivates everyone online as well. People are in love with this world of the show. I think it's just because of how just careful and how meticulous all the character writing is. And how there's a lot of twists and turns in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, but it doesn't feel like it's done for any particular shock value. It's like if a character dies, it is a big deal, and it's dealt with really severely in the show. And a character's death has such rippling effects on everyone in the cast. It bothers me how good it is. And I can't do it justice. And Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, you know all about it. It is just amazing. And I hate being that normally guys like watch Breaking Bad, it's a good TV show, but it just is. It's literally just is an amazing show.
I mean, I don't know if it's good or not, but like, I've seen it. I think it's an amazing show. Zero emotional connection, which is why I didn't put it on my list. It's like I think Breaking Bad epitomizes everything that I guess does not interest me about TV, American TV shows, where it's just it's. I'm not my child. Yeah, I know. I'm like my perception of Breaking Bad is every reason why I'm an anime. If that makes sense. Where I think Breaking Bad is like I think it's an amazing show. There's so many movie pieces, so much care and attention that we put into the writing and the themes and how the show evolves and things like that. But it's polished. To me, it's a show that's like polished to a point that's I don't know how to say it. It's polished to a point where it just doesn't interest me.
Bro, I never even get a chance.
I want to see the pinnacle in like TV storytelling.
I think one big thing again is that it's so grounded in reality. But part of the reason why so many people attach so many characters is because they feel like such
don't want your characters to feel real.
He's innocent, I think.
Yeah, but like I think it is an extremely tall order to make characters feel real, and somehow Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul are masters of making you care about these characters who are so well written.
They are incredibly well written. Too like
it's so strange. I've never heard anyone have that complaint.
Yeah, no, I don't know this complaint. Right? I'm complaining that the show's too good. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Sometimes you love. Sometimes I like a bit of rawness. Sometimes I like a bit of unpolishedness. Sometimes I like it when something is just is not like this well refined. It's too clean.
This is such a bizarre argument.
This is going to build on one of the shows that I'm going to put on my which is okay. This is half politics. I think Breaking Bad is an amazing show.
I can understand that. I just think I love it a lot. I mean, because like when I first watched it, I was like 16. I rewatched it since. I still love it. I just think it's just amazing. It does everything so goddamn well. Why it's like fucking number 2 on IMDb.
I mean, do you think Better Call Saul better than Breaking Bad now that's over?
That's tough. I think
if you had to pick one of the two,
I think Breaking Bad offers a more complete package of hitting every kind of emotion. Saul is a very, very slow burn that really believes that in its storytelling and its characters to tell an amazing story. It knows that the characters in the universe are so strong that they can really slow burn. The first 2 seasons, it's a very, very slow burn. Not that much happens. And it's like for 2 seasons, it's very slow. It's all just setting the stage, building up these characters, showing you why they're going to be why they are. And it's like, it's so rare to see a prequel that almost improves on what the main thing did and kind of offers even more reason to go back and watch the original. Like, you know, Jimmy's character of Saul in Breaking Bad is very funny. It just makes Better Call Saul turns into this amazing ground character where you can understand why he went down the path he went down. It's just a great drama. It's slow. It's very slow. I think that's why Breaking Bad might just edge out for me. Breaking Bad just hits the ground running. Breaking Bad has to do higher. And whereas Better Call Saul had the brand of yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people wouldn't watch Better Call Saul or wouldn't have got past the first season if they didn't know about Breaking Bad. It just trusts that you want to see the payoff.
I think that's the analogy of why I'm not personally attached to Breaking Bad. So Breaking Bad is like if you built an AI program to write the perfect TV show, that would be Breaking Bad. You know, it feels like it is the perfect TV show.
With correct Spanish. Apparently Spanish is dreadful. I don't know. Apparently Spanish is like unwatchable Spanish. I'm so sorry. But at least Better Call Saul has an actual Spanish person playing a character every fucking year. No, Gustavo is not even Spanish. Apparently he's Spanish to live.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently it's fucking unbearable because he's supposed to play a Chilean dude. But he's from Denmark or something and has African descent. So there's no Spanish ties.
What role does Bob play anyway?
I think that's what I mean. It feels like a perfect TV show, but it feels so good. It feels like it was written by a computer. And
so what you're basically saying is that like some flaws in the show.
I mean, it has. Okay, I'm not. But like sometimes, even watch like sometimes one of my favorite things is kind of like feeling a connection between the person who made this particular thing. I like feeling like I understand what they're trying to portray or express. You know, with Breaking Bad, I feel complete faultless because I feel it's just amazing. It's perfectly written, but I don't know what you know.
So there's nothing wrong with like a show being like inherently perfect in its writing or like incredibly good in its writing. Like you need some kind of thing that gives you a connection between you as a viewer and the person who made it trying to express themselves through it.
I mean that's why that's why that's why Evangelos is one of my favorite animes. It doesn't necessarily have to make sense.
I wonder if that's just a post my person. I feel like I feel like I understand the messages they're trying to put out.
Yeah.
Well, I feel the same thing with music. It's like sometimes you just want to listen to a good song and don't give a shit about who's made by it. Sometimes you want to be like, well, I need to care about the song because I want to care about this person.
Yeah,
Alright, who is next then?
Oh, it's me, okay.
You're going in order.
Yeah, alright, time for some weird shit now.
This episode is sponsored by Box. Box is a monthly subscription Japanese snack box that delivers authentic Japanese snacks straight to your door. They work with family businesses all over Japan to send you a new thing of these every single month.
Oh, no, we got that.
Yeah,
Basically, the MVP highlights of all the Japanese seasons and flavors in one box. And luckily for you guys, when you have your first order box, this is the first box you'll receive.
All the boxes you'll receive will be the ones that match the themes of every single
I'll
month.
say each box is completely packed. It also comes with a book that teaches you all about the snacks, unique flavors, and where they come from. What's the unique flavors we have today, John?
Well, I found this Kumamon Black Sesame Cheat.
Alright, who is next then?
Oh, it's me, okay.
We're going in order.
Yeah, alright, time for some weird shit now.
This episode is sponsored by Box. Box is a monthly subscription Japanese snack box that delivers authentic Japanese snacks straight to your door. They work with family businesses all over Japan to send you a new theme of these every single month.
Oh, we got that. Oh, wow, yes, it's basically the MVP, the highlights of all the Japanese seasons and flavors in one box. And luckily for you guys, when you have your first order box, this is the first box you'll receive.
All the boxes you'll receive will be the ones that match the themes of every single month.
I'll say each box is completely packed. It also comes with a book that teaches you all about the snacks, unique flavors, and where they come from. What's the unique flavors we have today, John?
Well, I found this Kumamon Black Sesame Cheat. These are actually really nice.
Oh, what do you have there?
I have here a 600 unplanned chocolate.
Ooh, try this one. Oh, Joe, how does that one taste? Look at the taste.
It looks like a coaster.
Does it taste like a coaster or is it full of flavors?
It tastes delicious.
Yeah, that's double. Oh, fuck. Now, I might have to reorder this one just for this one snack. Honestly, just give this one snack, please.
Well, can't I if you give box you as a present, you get to give someone you love a fun and unique food experience and support our channels at the same time. It's a win-win. And don't forget to click the description and use the code Crash 15 to get $15 off your very first box order.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, what is this?
So yeah, some of these are very Australian. My brain's like, if there is a single person watching this episode right now who looks at all 9 of these and goes like, yeah, I like these. Okay, so we got Simpsons, Speaks and Specs, Dr. Sky, Adam's Family, Mythbusters, Ed and Eddie, Fat Pizza, Russell puts all the Avengers in off.
Okay.
Which one would you like to start? I know what this 3x3 screen is. What? I don't watch television.
Literally, half of these are from your fucking childhood.
Yes, of course they are. I watch TV series.
Simpsons. Why Simpsons so like
Okay, so I was really debating. At first I put in Futurama, but then the more I thought about it, I have more of a childhood connection with the Simpsons. Even though Futurama came out not too long after, right? Like mid 2000s or late 2000s, kind of. But I feel Simpsons was that like one cartoon that has always been around. And I have like fond childhood memories of watching Simpsons with my sister more than Futurama. So like the only like I guess childhood memory I have of watching Simpsons was before my dad never really saw it out. He had this like old CRT TV, right? And he was gonna throw it out, and I was like, no, I want it. It does still work. And he's like, yeah, if you like get the antenna thing on it and you extend the fucking and it still works. And I'm like, okay, can I put it in my room? And so there would be nights where like my dad would be watching some kind of TV so I can give a shit up. And my sister and I would go into my room and we would take turns holding the antenna on the TV to get good reception enough to watch reruns of Simpsons. And so because it was played on Channel 10, there were like ad breaks every like 10, 15 minutes. So every time an ad break came on, we were like, alright, your turn to hold the antenna. And I would have like fond childhood memories of that. And like that would happen after Futurama came out because in Australia it would be a rerun of the Simpsons and then immediately after it would be an episode of Futurama, right? So it would kind of be like a Simpsons Futurama combo thing. But I still remember more and vividly remember more characters and jokes and stuff like that from the Simpsons.
I consume a lot of Simpsons.
Yeah. And because like I remember I grew up with the Simpsons.
Oh yeah,
The Simpsons existed since I was born.
Yeah, it's like a game every year.
Yeah, exactly.
It came out every day.
But then I remember when Futurama first started airing, it was like a new thing. Yeah, Simpsons has just like always been there.
When did Futurama come out? 1990.
What was your favorite Simpsons episode?
Peak Simpsons for me is the 24 short stories about Springfield. You know that one? Which one was the one that? It's basically just like it's basically just like a fucking Quentin Tarantino like short stories about different characters in Springfield that all coincide with one another. And there's a lot of like movie characters. They carry like Pulp Fiction, multiple kinds, and like just like classic movies and stuff with Simpsons characters.
Yeah.
And also like we used to have like DVDs of like the True House.
I love
those are like
those even like the Shining parody episode of the Simpsons like that.
I love the Shop
Yeah, also like the Robot House of Death. It's like they like like an AI like house and it's voiced by all the characters. That's like voiced by Pierce Brosnan.
I think True Shop Mr. Burns is how I started the
Yeah,
right? Like
honestly, I was like genuinely sorry.
I remember as a kid, I was watching True Shop Mr. Burns Part 1 and it ends. Right? I'm like, what do you mean it's ending? What?
Where's Part 2?
What do you mean I have to wait? I'm like 5 or something, right?
Yeah.
But like the writing was so good that you know you got a fucking child.
Yeah, and I think as well like I had it really good because like obviously Simpsons started way before me as well. And so like a lot of the Simpsons that we saw on the shitty CRT TV were reruns of the old Simpsons, which anyone who's watching our Simpsons will agree is Simpsons, right?
Yeah, exactly. When did you stop watching? When did you stop?
Yeah, pretty much.
I saw something on the UK, right? On Sky. Yeah. My dad bought 2 football. Yeah. So it was like, oh, we'll buy this, and then they're using the wife one there. It's the family. We've got other channels. Right. So we had that. Each of the 4 episodes a day from 6 to 8. Yeah. So every single day after school, Sean literally wherever you watch Simpsons every single day.
I remember I think it was like on weekends that we do like 3 or 4 episodes runs. Yeah, it was great.
I can remember exactly when the Simpsons started. It's actually like the Simpsons movie, I think.
Yeah.
I remember like, oh, okay, so wow, Simpsons movie. That's a big fucking deal. I'm like, at that point, I hadn't like watched. You know, I grew up with the Simpsons. I wasn't like regular.
You don't realize like season like 9 or 10 shit.
Yeah.
Because this is funny.
Yeah. And then I remember like people fucking losing fucking spider things.
Oh, I hated that.
And I'm just like.
Yeah, that was definitely the least funniest part of the Simpsons. That was like there were many.
Yeah, that was like I remember back when that came out, people were saying, I'm like, this is a picture of my I was just like, why are people quoting Spider-Pig? It's not Spider-Pig rants and pickle Rick and Morty.
I fucking loved, especially like when we were playing games with all the best Simpsons.
Oh, you can run.
Oh, okay.
That was fucking coin toss. That was peak Simpsons.
Yeah, what the fuck is Specs and Specs?
Specs and Specs is a TV show. It's like a quiz show. It's a quiz show. It's a music quiz show.
Like a gay pride show.
No, they just happen to have a ring.
It's
named after I think a Beach Boys. Right. So basically, it's this kind of imagine like QI, right? But except all the questions and all the guests are musicians. Yeah, and obviously I'm fucking musician, right? So it's like that show's really cool because not only do they get really cool musicians on as guests, but they also like it was hosted by a strange comedian called Adam Hills, and he had in each team there would be like different kinds of music themed quizzes, and like they would also bring like talk show and they would like talk about guests and stuff like that. I think one of the weirdest segments that they had was they had this quiz early on in Specs called Musical Serial Killer, and basically what they would do is they would show a black and white picture, and just by looking at the picture of the person, it's like a mugshot. Like you would have to guess if it's a musician or a serial killer.
So wow.
And a lot of the times, and as a kid, I watched that and you play along with this because it's not fun crying along. This is before True Crime Show was a thing.
Yeah.
And so like it was really weird that I swear the more someone looked like a serial killer, the more likely they were like vice versa. Yeah. And so there was stuff like that. There was another one where it was like they took songs and translated back in English, and then they would read that out and you have to guess what the song is. And so like it was just like really cool ideas and quizzes.
No doubt. That's a great idea for not God.
Honestly, I came up with like I came up with so many like quiz ideas and stuff like that in my videos through Showrunners. Yeah. Because it was just like really interesting and fun ways where you could kind of another one where there was like an exercise bike that was making the line work, and you had to kill the bike at a certain speed for the song to be able to play.
Oh, that's cool.
And you have to quickly guess what the song is. It's just
Yeah,
like
sounds good. Yeah.
it's a really good show. Even if you have no idea about music, just the fact that it's like hosted by a comedian, really fun, has all the really cool guests, and just like the quiz scenes is really good. Just like really good show. And then I guess top right is the only Japanese show we got. So basically every American punishment game remake. So Silent Library is one of the most famous ones these guys came up with first. Another one with Silent Library. I guess basically Silent Library basically is just again these guys started first. Basically you would go into a public library, sit around the desk, and then you would hand out cards. You flip them over, one person would get the punishment, and then they would have to do what the act was. And these punishments in the show were fucking cool.
Japanese TV shows is a big
Like Fish Puzzles, another show that
they definitely push the line.
dude, some of the things that they did on the show were like actual culture. Like it's crazy. Like one segment that they did was 24-hour no reaction pie-face challenge, where basically one of the comedians in this group would live in this like mock house, and the entire time for 24 hours, the rest of the cast are throwing like pies at his face, and he will react for 24 hours. Yeah, it's just shit like that.
Just being pieboarded.
You're being pieboarded for 24 hours straight. Yeah, it's insane. Another one was like 24-hour tag, so they would be inside the gymnasium, and then randomly a dude would pop up, and if you got tagged by them, then you have to be punched. For 24 hours. It's crazy.
I noticed in Japanese TV, when you've done your time, you've done the South America, pretty solid, you get to be the reactor.
Yeah.
When you become the show, you become royalty in Japan's comedy scene, you get to react.
Yep.
That's what big dogs are. Because they're on everything. Every big celebrity face you see, always the motherfuckers in the corner of the screen.
Yeah, all the comedians that you see just in the react on the screen, they start off in shit.
Yeah.
So it's like we've done our time.
So they work their way up the system, man.
Like honestly, if you're a YouTuber, just watch the episode of that, and it's just a trend for content.
You've definitely seen some TikToks.
Oh yeah,
That guy's fucking
12
yeah, so that's like one of my Japanese shows. Also,
Great
Japanese and then Japanese quiz game. Mythbusters was one. Okay, so this was during this was the original Adam Family TV show from the 60s. This was during the time where I had this like weird obsession with watching all the films. So I would like this was during the time where I would be like, so was Citizen Kane actually a good movie? So I would watch like Citizen Kane. I would watch Citizen Kane like all the all the films and like all the fucking.
This is how you started your author.
I was, yes.
I was like, I never stopped.
I was like, I'm not like this other kid watching Breaking Bad. Fuck off. I'm gonna watch Adam Family.
Let's cook.
But yeah, I think what really was cool about Adam's Family, like even though this is a 60-year-old show at this point, it's still fucking hilarious.
You watch modern TV shows pop on the TV, holy shit. When for some reason in a place and old TV shows come on, they're always so good.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know if I'm like crazy, but like, they're always funny.
They must be good in order to have still be
survive. Yeah,
it's like Survivor bias. Like people get to see the best we remember.
Right.
Cherish and nature we get.
I'm sure out of every one Adam's Family, there was 20 really shit shows. But yeah, like I mean,
what is Adam's Family about? I just know the name.
Adam's Family is about
comedy. Is it drama?
It's a comedy. So Adam's Family is comic book series. But basically, it's about this really fucking weird family called the Adams Family that are like very like macabre and like obsessed with like death and stuff like that, and it's like very weird.
Good evening, good night, having war in the world. Please take it half hours.
絶対ダメだからな。
よし。ラッピー。あ、これで言ってるけど、ウンファが一番懐かしんでるよ。あ、そんなにプレミアじゃないんだ。そうなんだ。チラチラ見てたよ。いつもあなたがいたポジション。あら、準備バッチリ決まってるわね。決まってるわね。私もカタカナでラッピーに帰ってきたりが見ても立派な我が校の生徒で二人で協力する姿はもっと私としたことが一番大事なものをナナさんに渡すのを
黙れと言ってるだろ。
ここでは何ですので嘘という前に言いましょうか。
なぜだ。
なるほど。
なぜ私たち
大切なものって何かしら。
黙るのが趣味。なんか言え。
はい。なるほど。
タイランド級。
もしかして
アークの近くに現れた作戦覚えてる。
もう御三家来る？もう御三家来る？早くない？なんかいつもだとさ、草むらに入っててなんかポケモンに襲われてる子を助けてそっから選ぶみたいな流れじゃなかった。始まる前にくしゃみがめちゃめちゃ出ちゃって出てきてください。めちゃめちゃ鼻声になっちゃった。
その腰についてるやつからじゃないんだ。
ということですね。
プレミアムボールからじゃないんだ。
流れ弾
留学する生徒には
作
ポケモンを
戦中に民
渡す決
間人が
まりに
巻き込まれる事故なんて
3匹の中からパートナーとなるポケモンを
そんなことで
1匹
責任を問われたり
選んでもらいます
しないってこと分かってるわ。
草猫ポケモン
体の半分が
エメックスさんおはよう。
血を流している
おはよう。
その人間
マネさんおはよう。キャラ
私が
さんおは
何を考
よう。
えたと思
かわりさんおはよう。シガハさんお
う。
はよう。
経営書を書かされるな。
ラストマートハイキさんおはよう。
壊れてしまった
次は
私の頭が
めっちゃ出た。
心臓が
かわいい。
人間を守るために作られた
めちゃめちゃ鼻声になって
人
さ
間の死を悲しまず
カップル
ただめんどくさいと思ってしまったことが
いやー誰にしようかな。わカニヤンくすみが出てる。誰にしましたおはよう。
変だと思ったのよ。
匂う発達
だからやめたの。
わ
自分が何かわからなくなって人間でもなく
ポケモンマイオレットをやります。
ニケでも
イエーイ。
自分が何かわからなくなっ
あちらのお家にいますのでじっ
た。だ
くり
から傭兵のように放浪する三流になったのか。
リゾート地なんだ。
私たちの気
み
持ち
んなは
なんか考
ポケモン
えもせず
やってますか？
挨拶もせずに
とっても礼儀正しい校長先生だったわね。
お前が出て行ったことを知った私の
気
気分
分がないんですよ。
お前にとっては
答えろ。この子たちと一緒に歩いて
大切な
めちゃめちゃくすみ出た。
避けるな。
わかるかも。
大切な仲間をあんな風に扱うのか。
お出かけするのは持っていきなさい。
こんな夜中に叫んでどうする
なんだ
の？
ろう、花粉なのかな。
ラプチャーを招待
スマホロトの席のくさみの原因は何なんだ。
すまない。
何しよう。
こいつ謝罪もできるんだ。
新しいスマホ
恋は泣き終わった
今野菜ナイフを探しま
帰り道
大事
に変なも
野菜ナ
のを拾い
イフいるのか。エイフィってあれだよね。あの子ですよね。
メティス
お迎えのにわあ、かわいい。これ3匹と一緒。かわいい。
is definitely worth it. But a peak promise is as good as, well, we don't know yet. I don't often make promises, but I'll try.
ちなみにね、私が一番好きなポケモンはあれです。これかな。アブソル。アブソルです。
あっちに行く？
移動中よ。君がこの子たちの子な。誰このお姉さん。この人も先生？どの子が初めてのポケモンになるんでしょうね。なんでおひえが腐ったリンゴ持ってんの？あれ思い出す。皆さんごめんなさい。ありがとうございます。今日面白い。カメラそれ出るといいですね。ね出るといいな。っているな。ちょっと出るかどうか知ってる人言っちゃダメだよ。言わないでね。あ、燃やしてた。焦がしてた。ほんと見てなかった焦がしてたんだ。なるほどね。好きありがとう。急に告白された。腐ってるって言っちゃった。どうしようかな。まあもう決めてるんだけど、私が使ったと思う。この方の中に花のようなのになってる。どんな子が引っ越しててすごく離れてしまう。私はでも普段は学校の寮にいるけどご近所同士仲良くしよう。はい。お腹の底からいい返事。これからよろしくね。でもさんは我が校の生徒会長にチャンピオンランクのすごい力を合わせて遊んであげるよ。ポケモン勝負大好き。さあ早くやろう。同じクラスの仲間同士ゆっくりと。
ほらね、みんなの力を合わせればすぐに終わるでしょ。
ポケモン勝負やりそうだ。すごい戦闘狂なんだなこの子は。そう。
ユニはここに
今ベボラってなったさ。確かに。
行こうかな。
戦闘を始めるわ。
それではあなたがパートナーにしたいポケモン決まりましたか？ もう好きな顔って変わんないからな。ちょっと一回ニャオハオ。多分こんな感じが好き。かわいい。みんな一緒に元気出してみる？かわいすぎる。レバリノさんおはよう。ニャオハオ。でも飲みてないんですよ、そういえば。ニャオハオどうなるのか知らないで生きてる。ヨナさんのヨナどうかな。チャンスを今までも選んだことがない。かわいいな、この色。かわいいの多いよね。急に人気出してる。ちょっと困ってる感じかわいい。今までね、ずっと水か炎しか選んだことなかったからね。コアスにニックネームをつけますか？多分だけどね、今まではね、タッチとの名前覚えるためにニックネームをつけてこなかったんですけど、コアス命令することはある？ひどい。
Irie, I can't believe you got in trouble. It doesn't look like I'm in trouble, right? Have you guys enjoyed your time here? No. People refuse to take my rejection. I see. It's fake. They don't go to school.
アヒルは好きに生きる。アヒルは好きに生きる。かわいい。ネタバレ禁止とかも忘れてたな。かわいい。目の色どう思う？かわいいな。
Now you made me wonder, Green. Well, let me assure you, there's a reason why I.
もうちょい薄いなんかあれはいいんだけど。どうにかならないだろうか。
Oh, now you made him sad. He's a fully grown man. He's a fully grown man. He can take it. He can take it. He needs to know the truth.
もうちょいなんというか青みのあるブルーがいいっていうか。ブルーとは薄すぎるかな。こんにちは、男パラレルのオクタゴンさん、こんにちは。
Whoa! Oh! He's the reason I chose
どっ
this
ちがいいかな、山本。
He's the reason I chose Team Future! Along with the Team along with the Violet X. He was the reason I chose はい、あの時はそれぐらいポケモンの別にいたので。
あー、なるほど。
心がけですね。
もうちょい青めきを。
At the area known as Area 0. 戦果を上げなくて私はこの子で。Oh my gosh. Professor is showing up so late into the game. What the heck?
やっぱり来ない。
なんかさ、今までWhy is this only? Why is only his mouse moving?
自分が選んだ
There we go.
相性強いやつ。
There we go. Everything else.
あれ？ニャオハだと思ってたんだけど。違うんだ。ちょいこれが。
なんか優しくなった。Wait, is he?
ブルーになればいいんだけど。
それでさ、自分より強いタイプの子がいるのはマジで。I did not mean to offend you. I wish to ask for your assistance. Why is everybody asking me for assistance? I literally just got my Pokemon today.
いやー、連れて行きたい。もう。
I literally just got my Pokemon today. And I'm like a 10-year-old kid. Why are these irresponsible adults asking us? I just got our Pokemon
後で帰られ
today.
るでしょ、きっと目のよ。
For help.
そう信じて。
And then when I say no, they can't handle the rejection and just say,
今を逃したらもう出てこないとかある？イエーイ。
I don't want to make me that
I don't feel bad, so I'll just say yes.
命令することはある？
This is one agreement I will agree to.
うわ、
移動中よ。
なんかがっつりこんなステージあったらライブアカデミー戦闘を始めるわ。
Too much like a pop.
まずポケモンバトルしてください。学校なんだね。
I don't have any great news. Show me the wolf battle. Is that your fault?
ポケモンと一緒にいれば誰もが
Is that your fault? What have you done?
さあ君もポケットモンスターの世界へ。
Everyone asking 10-year-old stuff for that. Asking the norms and done one. This is true. 10-year-old saving the world.
本作は
What
わから
has the
ない。
world come to?
校長比べる。
Until then. Bruh.
あれであっちも。
You're asking for a
いやしろ。
favor. One person asks for a favor.
や
Doesn't
らし2人に向か
overrule.
ってやるみたいな感じな
Doesn't
のかな。
doesn't approve of our rejection. Another person just does it over the
似合うが。出た。
What is up? Your manners are
大泉よ。メモさん全部のセリフにびっくりマークついてで笑った。確かに。
I already have the chosen goal.
すごい。あ、頑張りやすいるよ。今気づいた。頑張りやすかわいい。脳筋だなこれは。かっこいい。わすごい。内戦前に30分仮眠したらね。何の手直しになった。
Pokemon setting does not make sense.
Please.
Literally doesn't make sense. I don't
わすごい。
understand.
進化してるな。ブラックホワイト。
Auto saves.
からさやってる。ポケモンと戦わせ共に成長したり。かわいい。なんかユーモアも言わないより生徒の可能性を引き出せます。仲間とポケモンと新しい自分に出会えるの。北西激流。北西激流って何？ペーパーアカデミーより入学を心よりお待ちしております。わかんない。あれ、私ケンバールスクロールすまん。
I don't really care. Nothing's really going on. Very own private.
でも今回は白いポケ縛りなので、ここはまず白いポケを集めていきます。おー。映画の始まりっぽい。攻撃か。防御を下げるかな。あれ防御を下げるのってなんだっけ？ギャマよ。防御下げてからミステップやろうと思ったの。ギャマを出た伝説のポケモン。乗り物にされると話題の伝説ポケ。出た。尻尾を振る。
Wait, what's SWSH? What's that?
相手の方出た。倒れた。ナミデグだ。いいぞ、偉いな。偉いな。ヒョロヒョロしたやつか。偉いな。賞金として300円。映画みたいだ。300円。もうやっちゃったの？いやかもポケモン。俺さいつも思ってたんだけどさ、カメラ感度がね、負けた相手から分取るってこと？割となんかシビアな世界だよね。グレイスを捕まえた。だってさ、全員ポケモンごめんね、なんか詳しい気にしてない。またやろう。またやろう。うん、やろう。絶対だよ。美少女。じゃあ。そう、なんかカツアゲそう、カツアゲみたいな感じだよね。めっちゃおしゃれな。ポケモン全部負けたら目の前が真っ暗に連動設置。画面が大きくなった。目の前が真っ暗になってる相手からお金せびるわけでしょ。大きくなった。楽しくないんだけど。カツアゲじゃん。Wait.
Pause was there, but was it back?
イエストとこの子はノイズ人物です。ポケモン図鑑で自分が捕まえたポケモンが自動で登録してる。ポケモントレーナーになったら要チェック。いるかな、白いポケモンいっぱい。白っぽいポケモン縛り。でも私の時代は図鑑といえばノートに手書きでしたから。ママの部屋だ。勝手に入るのやめておこう。図鑑を手書き。先生の声が聞け。時間を手書きって大変すぎ。想像もできないですよ。なんで
そうでしょ。
Sorry, what
なん
happened?
か
I have no idea, but
しかし
apparently the
時
two
代は変われどポケモン
まさ
は
か
さスイッ
pause,
チ
but
さ
for two people
いつ
in
も
a
のでも
Yeah,
普通
I
の
know
スイ
like
ッチ
some
なんだけ
colleges
ど
have like
これじゃないんだけど
two in a room.
出会いのおもちゃのスイッチなのかな
本物じゃないから座
大きなスイッチの方があるでしょ
Actually, good question. Unless you just have to, unless you casually just have keys to like every single room, which is kind of disturbing.
いいようち
In that case. Arya is still short. I'm not sure.
無理のようです
あるぞ
身代わりないの
I've seen two in a room, but way smaller than that.
それ
Really?
ではあなた私と参りましょう
It
か
really is, especially the individual one.
コラボスイッチは無理
The individual
おはようお父さん
probably like
お
super.
はようみゃんおはようみゃんみゃんがかわいいなこれもうすぐ来てるんだ今日から新しい学校だもんね
Stop
と
blabbering.
っても
I've
楽
been
し
living
み
in a 20 people room.
でも行ってきますにはちょっと気が早いみたいボタンをここからやるともう少しで待っててくださいだって教育に必要な大切なのがまだ届いてないらしいおはようみゃん
Not in-game cutscenes really run me off, but not as much as the
あら
rest
ちょうど来たんじゃないみゃん出てちょうだい
They put in too much glowing, like shiny
もう美
like,
人か
effects.
可愛い子が生まれるのか他もポ
The
ケモン
lighting is kind of
生息地
very off.
めっちゃあり
Was there a time skip? Yeah, there was a time skip. Large room and bunk beds, no
綺麗好きで思い込みが強いなんか
Yeah, 20
あれ
people
で
in
めっ
the
ちゃ
room
マリ
sounds
ス
like-
ごめんください
That would give me like claustrophobia. That would literally give me
あ
claustrophobia.
なたはミュさんですねそうです私がミュです
But I do
ミ
know
ュ
like
ファンダが遅れてしまい
I
申
have
し訳
heard
あり
that
ま
like
せん
people that go to like
こと自己
conventions
紹介がまだでした
to
ね
save down on cost. Apparently like a bunch of
脳
people
天
get
気
together,
データア
like
カデミー校長
50
クーベルと
people
申し
like
ます
crowd together in a hotel.
校長来ちゃったけど
Cut their
校
costs
長先
down.
生自らいらっしゃったんです
Survival
それはびっくりした
sleeping randomly on
大
floors.
人になる人や全て私の責任ですので
Not everyone does that.
一人は
What
ま
I've
ったの
heard.
なるほど
Apparently
そう
there's
なると
people
こんな先の方
I
が
heard
い
that I
る
was like,
し
isn't that like suffocating? That's so many people.
わざわざすみません
How do you choose?
せっかくなのでぜひお茶でも飲んでいってくださいここから何すれ
If
ば
that was
いやい
me,
や
I
本当にお構い
probably
な
just
く
like fork out the money or just
Yeah.
like
ママ校長先生とお話があるから何するのって学校の準備してらっしゃ
so
い
many people.
僕と妄想必要ではーい一応書いたこちらへレポート書いてこのランプ可愛くないこのなんかしゃがめるパブリック調のランプ
I don't know how people
おしゃだね本当におうち デリシオンのソルジャー
The treasure hunt. It's
わすごい
finally
スライ
starting.
ディングしてる
What are we supposed to do?
お
What are
金
we
の
supposed
話入学金はいくらコナン積んでくださるんでしょう
to
か
do? Let's walk and talk.
あとはこれは入学金によって生徒の待遇が異なっています
Yeah, at some point you have to realize that renting
パッ
seats
クの王
for
様
a
に
lot
つけ
of
ようか
extra.
ママどうしたの
But I'd
かわい
rather
い
like
早速お友達ができたのね
yeah. At that point,
可愛いが
it's
すぎ
like
る
I'd
が
rather sleep in my car. But then
学校のバウンデーと呼んだけど素敵
you
な
want to
先
be
生
able
が
to
製造
have
か
access
わ
to
いい
the
が
shower
だよだってか
How do
わ
you
いい
shower?
学園ライフ楽しくなりそう
So that's out of the like things as
お
well.
金の話してるとこすいません
I'll just
全部バッチリ決まってるわね
yeah, I feel like I would do that.
ルナサンドイッチを手に入れた
Yeah,
だよあな
definitely
ためっちゃ
private.
名学校の生徒です
Some people
か
just
わ
don't
いいあ
shower.
りがとう美味しそう今ちょうどさ朝も昼も食べてなくて一番大切なものを皆さんに渡すのをびっくりしていました聞こえてないよこれは何ですねお外へ参りましょう
Oh, that's true. They could sleep in the car and then go to the gym to have a shower, huh?
大切なものって何かしら
When we actually not shower for that long?
No.
Really?
初めて尽くしの毎日が始まるよでもさ10歳でこんな冒険に出るって
On this whole time!
お母さん
Ari,
も
you're
相
way
当
too...
心
Ari,
配だし
you're
勇
way
気
too ready to just sleep in your car. I mean... I would rather that than sleeping in the like area with like 20
変な
plus
人にはついていっちゃダメだぞ
She only showers once a week? What?
ケモンたちは出てきてください。
食べないじゃね。
あ、3つ放り投げるスタイル。
配信前。配信前。
先生とにはポケモン出す決まりです。
機会を失った。
3匹の中からパートナーとなるポケモンを1匹選んでもらいます。皆さん分かりますね、どの子を選ぶのか。皆さんにはもうお分かりだと思います。サネコペクモンのニャーハさん。ニャーこのポケモンのゲータさん。
秘伝マシン探しておきな空飛べないみたいなシステムじゃないの。
クラベルって誰？コロモスポケモンのサックスさん。サックル。とても人懐っこくて、私のそば離れないんですよ。さん付けせっか拾ってくるのかわいすぎ。でも紅茶よりも皆さんを気になるようです。洗濯メモリタイムですが、そろそろ次のとこに向かわないと。家庭派物スタイルでやってるの先生。大変すぎないか？
邪魔します。
こちらの、これから見るからお家にいますのでじっくり考えて。白っぽくなくなることあるの？そんなことある？そしたら解雇です。ノクノク。それではもがめちほど失礼いたします。白っぽくなくなっちゃうことあるのかな？どうしよう。とってもネギ楽しい校長先生だったわね。みんな素敵だけど一匹飲まないといけないの。そう。
レモンの家に行くんだっけ？
一緒に歩いて様子見てみるのもいいの？ポケモンのこといっぱい分かるかも。でも今から入学へは
何をす
自分でするのに持っていきなさい。
何するんだっけ？
スマホのとまたに入れた。
何するんだっけ？あ、目的地は右下のマップにマークが出てます。
かわいいや。
ここに行けばいいの？おさじ、あ、そうだそうだ。おさじのコミックはメモを置いておくだけ。
かわいい生き物が3匹もいる。
方を教えてもらおう。
I'll teach them humility by not doing. Okay, I would teach them humility by like not listening to what they say. But
カワウス。白くなくなっちゃったらどうしよう。
I need to help them.
Hello guys, Jonas.
I'm just so lost.
みんなついてくるよ。
Basically, if you're lost, this is what's going on.
トランスレーション、Thank you.
Go around.
Thank you, Sunny.
Destroy the Team Star base. Go around and like go to these zones that like the daddy issue boy told you to go. Go around and defeat all the gym leaders.
But I had some routine
So you have to go around these 3 different things because you said no, but people can't take no as an answer.
歩いてるの可愛くない？
Oh my gosh, I'm literally using this Pokemon as like a bicycle. What is up with characters these days and stuff just popping out from their chest? Why do things always just pop out of their chest? Whether it's a sword, whatever. Even this Pokemon has like something popping out of his chest. Huh, it's always been like that. Fair enough, I got
なんかの力ってすげえ。
モンスターボール5個手に入れた。
マルチできるんだね、やっぱこれ。
全部で。
Oh, like that.
持ち歩けるのが確かに
さあ。ハートの力って強いおじさんみたい。
My pronoun is bad.
Thank you. I'm not.
かわいいブーギーみたいな子がいる。
かわいいやんか。
I forget how you check the map. If he has legs, then why does he have wheels?
Well, it's not using legs as the thing. I guess he's faster without feet. I guess he's faster without feet.
ただ致命傷
は
爽やかな目サークス。ヤマタは草に同化してますなんて言ったら。オレンジが好きなのかな。配信とかのさ、バイオレットがめちゃめちゃ多い気がする。ゲスですけど。昔のサムネイルとかバイオレットでコメントだ。コメント2個あるの。どういう基準で選んでんだろうね。掛け替えもあり。そうだね。掛け替え的な買い方だったの。こんなのいらっしゃい。この子が初めてのポケモンになるでしょう。やっていけたらと思いますが、まずはあなたのイメージを選んでください。了解です。これあれだよね、なんかキャラメイクみたいにできるんだよね。なるの選んでね。こんにちは、はじめましてだよね。いいだ。多分早到着ですね。お願いします。あんたはもう一人の子。もしかして、だから片目に定住されるメガネ。です。チャーシューっていうのあったね。やっぱりそうなんだ。向こうのフェチのご近所さん。近所なの。
Wait, there's a grasshopper Pokemon. I mean, I could.
彼って人気ないのかな。すぐマスターボール使っちゃった。
That is shiny.
なんかな、あんまわかんないんだけどさ、色によって何が違うの？物語は一緒でしょ？ポケモンサーブ大好きさ、早くやろう。やろうの感じがやろうなんだよな。なるほど。
Yeah, but then she's weak.
なんか違う。無理がするこの子しっかりとやで、伝説のポケモンサーブのくださいね。なるの知識不足で申し訳ないんだけど。伝説のポケモンカードにそうだってしまった。すごい。お話は一緒でしょ。あとなんか学校が違うみたいな。パートナーにしたいポケモン決まりましたか？学校が違うみたいな。本当はフリータが大好きなんですけど。戦果を上げてもらいます。口を上げた声リアルになってる。見上げてくる顔が止まらないんですけど。
Does anybody have any idea?
光線開始。かわいすぎる。なんかあとなんか
移動して始めるよ。
マスターボール使っちゃう。好きな
Really? You can't use your wheels to get up there.
Weak. お腹空いてるせいで食べ物にね。
Oh my gosh. How do
ネギ猫
The rendering is so freaking bad.
選んでるから。ネギ猫の子に任せるとして。
本気で行ってみようかしら。
この白い子にしようと思います。おいいの。
桜餅だ。
東京リーダーこういう名をくすんでいる。
私は正しくては
東京リーダーとにしようと思います。ラッキーなブルー。決めた。それだけ目の色変えられないの。リーゼント部分の変色が多くなると書いてる。
I mean,
ワースリーゼントに
it
飲み
would
込ま
make
れたら
sense
書い
if
て
we were
る。
playing an older Pokemon game.
どれなんでしょう。
Do you not see this?
これってなかったもん。ねえ、なんで
なんかliterally.
どうしようかな。
Why would?
白い食べ物。可愛くない？びっくりした。
The rendering is also bad too. Look at these shaders. Even Minecraft has better shaders.
あらの完成。あらの完成です。
No, I don't even want to battle you.
金髪であればもうそれは何なのよね。
Oh my gosh, and sometimes these angles are so bad.
ちょっと薄いの。
Some of these angles are so bad too.
釣り赤の方が濃いのかなと見られる部分です。
リーゼントの数は
Literally went for the迅速かつ正確に頼むんだ。There's a Pokemon there.
お、綺麗。ヒロ君が
Literally can't find the time.
めちゃめちゃ細かくできんじゃん。どうするの？聞いたみたいな。何さんおはよう。
Yeah, you can.
大切にされてます。
But they literally went for the what's it called? Yeah, this I feel like this definitely could have been in the
多いよ、全部見てたら時間がなくなっちゃう。何やったらバランスもいいよね。わかる。それ何やったらレモンがその気に出したのか。なんでレモンが危険ですね。レモンがグギャーって言い出したのかが。皆さんおはよう。これでいいから。
You're just next to me. It's not
皆
like
さん
I
は
even
ニュー
ran
ハチの
over.
ポケモンなんてませんでしたか？リアルになったから垂れ前ランドで超見えるから。今レンドレスの新しい子を迎えたいです。
You do you.
前に深いレモンが作るわけですね。あれ、皆さんドレスタートライン決まってる人たちが登れたりするのかな？いいね、このフルメイクで1時間過ごそうです。無理だと取られちゃったんだけど。ここは何回ね。フルメイク1時間かけた。
Wow, and then
東京のレモンがないので。一緒にね、やってく。自分がなるからずるいよ。止まった時はマップを見るのです。これは自分だから。
I mean, I guess they really wanted to go for like
それそうよ。
open world, but then I feel like she didn't implement it too well. I feel like they tried to combine regular Pokemon with Pokemon Arceus, but they
雨登りできたらすごい。雨だったら登りそうじゃない？
tried to pull Pokemon Arceus. Are all your settings on high? Are there settings for this?
すごいな。
Is that what's going on?
あ、かわいい。猫口っぽい
There's
の。
nothing There's nothing to upset my graphics. Arceus was fun. I've never played Arceus. I never got the chance to play Arceus.
っていうかこれさ、パッケージモンスターじゃない？未来ドンじゃないこれ。最近ガチ恋してしまいました。一番可愛くなりそうだと思ってるし、恐ろしいこの女の子は一緒に帰る。ありがとう。皆さんが一歩も寝れるのはデルビ皆さんは初めてのポケモン勝負ですからね。あれ、私今なんて言ったの？校長はさりげなくニャンホに勝ってるんだけど、ビルビルの進化系が減ればビルがいいんだよ。何つものポケモンを繰り出したところでした。移動中よー。進化後か。欲しい。今見ててマスロンのデビューさん。あ、かわいい。何あるすごい。すごい。そう、未来ドンだよね。チュルル始めるわ。チュルルじゃない。こんな感じかな。元気なものあげてくれ。
But I'm just trying to talk.
見てみるくん。あげる。楽しんでほしいな。
I'm having fun playing.
これミルクは鳴き声からクリアしてグリエータの攻撃を下げます。やばい、サンドイッチ超リアル。
Went back and forth between reading the stuff and not reading the stuff.
体当たり。
これってすごいリアルです。やめてよ。
頭もプレンプレかわいいな。もっとも寄せられるから。限界まで攻撃を下げてゴールドいいね。そして本戦に一発で倒すのです。
They got rid of Nurse Joy. Yeah, that's kind of stupid. Why did they get rid of Nurse Joy? It's so stupid. That's like one of like.
ミルクの性格気になるね。
Oh wait, that's
どういう性格してんの？いけミルク、今週の水鉄砲だ。
なに
ワンパンじゃないの？そう。めっちゃ俺入れてくれんじゃん。ワンパンじゃないの。ワンパンじゃないの。これで始める。 水ハマーに強い。そうそう、予選がっちりのね。これなんて迷惑死んじゃうんだけど。
留学がグレープアカデミー。いいね。かわいい。
なんかぶっつげんな。いや
常に感謝を宣伝しました。
イケメンだ。勝った。ちょっと飲めなかった。
落とせば入るよって。
やるな。でもどっか行った。
始まりました。
初めての勝負で勝ったなんて何回か言うのすごい。絶対もっと強くなるよ。めちゃめちゃ憧れの好調だな。めっちゃそうですよ。
さっきもポケットモンスターがすごい。
今すぐめっちゃやるのかと思って。だってそういう意味
ゲームの
ポケモンに対して鬼近すぎんかでも。
アニメのキャラクターとは全然違う。
何でもやるの。そうかそう。気にしてない。ありがとうみゃ。
もういつの間にそんなところに。
わかりやすいよね、それもちゃんね。これ来たポケモンかわいそう。
I wish they kept like
4歩4だ。ガチャ。
確かにもう夜が上げてあるからあるから進められるな。
ワクだ。ポケモン実は詳しくなくてごめんなさい。
あ、女神が回せません。出会いの数だけあの子たちに大きな成長をもたらすでしょう。
かわいい。ちっちゃいポケモン。このピンだ。
かわいい。ヤングース。あ、ヤングースって前もいたよね。こんな見た目だったっけ？図鑑完成を目指してぜひ頑張ってくださいね。皆さんからありがとう。私は皆さんのご家族とお話がありますので、またお金の話をするのか比べる。かっこいい。
I don't even know if Irie is gaming. Yeah, same. I
皆さん
can't
わ
tell
かんないのいいので、どんな人からされて
ヘルが入りました。
Yeah,
始まった。さっき始まりまし
今任せてください。
Man, actually,
た。あれなんていうの？グラフィックっていうの？
Mama
イラストっていうの？めちゃめちゃ綺麗だね。
いやー、こんちゃんは持ってっちゃうの？
Mama just
さあ、
wanted to
2000
learn
と
how
来
to
たのにいいのね。
ride a
メ
motorcycle.
ビウスにニックネームにつけました。はい。
I was really worried. I was like, I don't know how I feel
時
about
間も
this.
ちょっと頑張ろう
Are
か
you
な。
sure?
時間とい
Are
え
you
ば、
sure you want to learn
野
how
生の
to
ポケモン捕まえたことないです、僕。
kind of worried.
これがバイオレットの焼きだな。表紙に。
Yes, I have my Pokemon right now, and I'm very confused. I'm very confused. How do I get up there?
海だー。
I went up
海。
there, but there's no way. Like,
結構入れるんだ
あ、
けど。
かわいいオチ。
いや、待っててね、これ
こういうオチ詰めたかった。
oh, there is.
幅は。
日本では難しい空気がいなくて。
陸だな。
使うね、何か
I
な
want to
ち
learn
っちゃい
how
オーバーライ
to
スとか大丈
ride a
夫そう。
motorcycle because
どうだろう。
all the traffic, and I don't want to deal with traffic, and I just want to get home and
なん
walk.
かすごいポケモンが小さく見える。
いいお部
I
屋。
was like,
いいね。
I'm fine with that. You do you, but I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of
こ
scared.
れはデルビル。
The rock is sparkling. Yeah, I think that's
いい
very.
な、海のあるの。
Yeah, that's very. That's very.
うん。
And this is the item.
そろそろに時間を
Man,
乱
there's
する
so
の。
much things like hidden
し
in the
ない
grass.
か
And
も、
I'm
どう
just
だ
like,
ろう。
oh, I didn't mean to
まだ
touch
何
you.
も
I'm
考えてない
sorry.
けど、とり
I didn't mean to
あえず
touch
やりたいところまではする予定だから、すぐ終わる可能性もある。
ポケモンがっていうよりもゲーム操作が心配な面もあるんだけど。
レモちゃんと一緒に投稿するんだってね。
なちゃんポケモン何が好き？
スラスバル、とりあえず強いポケモンだけ捕まえていこうかなと思ってる。
That's all great and all.
モンスターボールをスラ縛りするの。どうしよう、プレミアムボールあんまり好きじゃない。赤色が入ってるのが好きくない。
壊れちゃったとかさ。
でもどっからいいかも。
もう見れてなくない？
でもおさまにしたいな。 見た目が綺麗やから
なんでもおっしゃってくださいって
サンドイッチもあったわかんない
Yeah, los
どうする
platos
怒ってんのなんか
I know my
ゆっくりご覧ください後ろどうしたらいいのおーヘルがこれからお家はなんだ山田隆の毎日なんじゃからかわいい経験してくださいおいつからいでもいつだって帰ってきてねお休みしてもいいんだからねなんなん今こんな大きさの地上天の気をつけていってくださいはいなんとなくではなさそう
La señorita es muy buena hablando.
食べたくなってきたでもお母さん優しくていいよ何
The disrespect.
昔だっておかわけじゃないの
You think so? Wait, what are those like?
昔はねアニメを見たんですよ
And why are there so many random Pokemon like items like sprawled about? Like, what were they thinking?
かわいい
Why did they
クラ
litter
さだってク
everywhere?
ラマジ楽しみ
I can't be bothered.
めっちゃいやめっちゃ可愛いクランだ可愛いゴミイケメン30って町の名前かわいい今回の御三家足あんな感じなんだ緑のあれかレオが立つなってやつかでもまだ見てないんですよそうなの本当未来言わないで言わないでください朝でのマーケが始まる道恥ずかしいのにいいけどみんなの情報を避けてきたんですよなんかね、すぐなくなっちゃう可能性あるのか考えてなかった
Wait! You can jump?
調べてきました
Don't freaking be Wait!
ありがとうこんな伝説のポケモンがなんでこんなとこに白いのいるかわいい誰これは黒いのクリップヒが黒いのご挨拶しかけたかいる誰かいるすいませんネモ先輩僕白いポケモンしか育てられないんですけどすいませんどうしたらいいですかキャッチャーのリリース来た
大丈夫なのかな
ピンポーン何がすいませんちょっと黒いポケモンを僕管轄外なんですけど強くなるなら行った方がいいのか強くなる可能性このめっちゃこっちそれを出したものを捕まえて育てるのかもしれないバッテリー入ってきたけど
非常用のバッ
バッテリ
テリー
ーのに来ないで
感謝する
こんな世界は普通にバッテリー入ってこないで
間抜けな奴らだ
おーすごいいっぱい
事情やがってくる
校長直々に来たんだけどありがとうございます
どんな私たちコアの他にも電気を補助動力として使っているからね。That's not a Pokemon. That's a literal flamingo. 普通のニケよりも気をつける点が多い。Not a flamingo.
そうだし作戦が終わってすぐに上がってきたってのにすぐにスピードをこれからやるしかないよシューの一押しをなんかお構いなしなんだから覚えられない言われた通りに動くなんてだったらあなたが何か
こういうのドキドキするよね。そこまで。自己管理は栄養素も必要なものの一つだ。私たち自己管理の待ってくれない。じゃあ、
あったキラキラ
I'm just casually playing my legendary Pokemon. ニケにこんなことを言われるとは。まだまだ任務長いのか。
いいね茶色いじゃないかよ
I already thought about too much like a steel.
茶色とか憧れるよね
Look at this. ここに
お前大きいな
We don't have よこせ。ほら。
大切なあげられるものじゃないか
遺憾だ全員だなぜ私たちは尾行した
もういいでしょう
主演に言われたの
なった時は
あなたたち
の心得声ガラガラだ
お前の口から出た言葉の中で一番面白かったぞ
そうだよね
しらしらしかったけど
何しに来た
I would understand more if they delayed the release of it.
情報が漏れちゃったみたい
I wish I was growing for it.
アブソルート専門の情報部があるからあなたたち生徒の様子を報告されるのよあなたたちがこっちに向かっていたから
ニャルハが様子高校してるの嫌じゃない
そしたらかつてなんだけどどういう
上身長148センチぐらいなんだけどそういう様子高校してるの怖くない
が目的だと嗅ぎつけた瞬間
でももうそれぐらいなのかな大きさ的には
I guess. I mean, we've had things like literal trash bags as well.
そういう言葉はできてた
話はいいからもうね
Why are so many items lying about? Who's littering?
明日からも
Stop littering so much.
サムネイルがめっちゃ可愛いね
枕を出せ私は枕がないと寝られない
前後すると単なる
私たちも枕はない
こんな世界のどこかなんだよ
Wait, no.
寝る
No, it's not. No, I need an app from like.
私が別の番をしよう
I got confused.
みんな安心して熟睡するようにしてんだ
It's not Alakazam, it's Hypnos. It's Hypnos.
家にもらえるんです
It's Hypnos. Where's the
あ
app
こういう
from?
感
Is
じ
there
だ
app
と
from
いらっ
this
しゃい
game?
ませ
Can I get an app from this game?
マジでさ外に出ましたおもちゃだポケモン2丁あもう出てくるんだわーこれが御三家ってやつでしょあーでもこんなことなる一匹選んでもらいますポケモンのニャオハさん
All the way here. Door. There's a door.
ニャオハさん
Can I enjoy the next 8 hours of endurance?
ニャオハって
Okay, I think you guys are
ニャオハ
forgetting,
さんなんだ
but
ね
like
はにゃ
like I have meetings on Friday, so I can't stream as long as I would want.
めちゃめちゃアホそう
I wish I could like stream for
め
longer.
ちゃめちゃアホな顔してるかわいいおげえさんこれは毎日
Oh, I guess it is. We're playing
What's
on Let's have the meeting on stream and then go
Go
back
for it.
after. I'm just gonna skip the meeting. Irie is
面白可愛すぎるこれたら面白可愛いこれだけでもノーさんが気になるようです
Yeah. I don't like the powders.
これでまた
What do you
一
mean
歩
egg?
夢に近づいたわ
The only times I've missed out on meetings or when
あ
I
ーめ
was
ちゃめちゃ
sick.
見つめてるよ
Literally, that's the only time I missed out on meetings. Why do you guys not want me to?
ダメなんだね
Actually, no, there was one time I missed out because they switched the schedule and I did not know if they switched the schedule. I was like,
スマホロトムおー
何よこれ
スマホってこと
これこっちがモンスターボールに収まるんだ Herein lies モンスターボールに入っちゃう
Y ボタン
Kill Dior, come back later. Okay. Nice.
困ったら一回もワ逃げちゃうの
I'm sorry, I posted You're not Prince, but it's okay. If you're Prince, I am also Prince. You cannot be Prince. Remember what I said?
ついてきてるかわいいめっちゃかわいい
Remember what I said? I am Prince. People like Prince, so please like me. Prince,
そういうのめっちゃなんだ
you're my favorite Prince ever. Thank you. Okay. What should I name this? What should I name?
みんな割と綺麗だね
What should I?
これのこっち見てるかわいいじゃあ行っちゃうのかな
確かに
Did I upset you, Irie? I'm feeling like I did it. No, I didn't. I didn't. You didn't upset me. Nobody upset me. The only thing I'm upset about is this game is kind of confusing. But it might just be because it's not very much like the other Pokemon I'm used to.
こうやって見るとちょっとすごい確かに 中央先にせよくなる何びっくりマーク何過去作だとおい教えてくれたのねコメントあるよってラジタウン無理よ砂の温泉入る知ってるかな
We're not getting anywhere.
What? 4人でやりたい先は長いんだこうやってポケモンってリスナーさんが渡すよね小さくかつ正確に頼むみんなと一緒にできるのかなだそう温泉入ってた始めるよそうだ途中のプラトタウンすごい怖いっすらレッツゴー
That is a way to get up there. Yeah.
かわいいあ、かわいいめちゃめちゃかわいい
Hey, Irie, are you
結構
winning?
ニャホーおとなしめなんだね
Game Freak's losing. I don't know about me winning, but Game Freak is losing right now.
おげたツボだなわあ、燃やしちゃったあれなんで燃えたろって顔してるかわいい
I have many questions.
そうなんだ
I don't know if I'm gaming either. I can't get anywhere.
壊れちゃうまでいじめるんだから
This is so confusing.
まだ選んでないです私が片付けておいたらどこが食べたらポケモンになるでしょうねあったねそんなやつこの子何歳
Why? Reserve. I'll come back. Hey, did you give me money yet? Give me money yet? Don't die. I can't stop. Have you encountered fun difficulties yet? What's the transportation count? What's the transportation count as a... Die. You can terrorize for
めちゃめちゃドキドキなんかさあるじゃんドキュメンタリー番組みたいな恋愛ドキュメントバラエティーみたいな最後に海辺で告白するみたいなそんな空気だねあなたは誰を選びますかみたいな無理どうしようマリルリ
Skip this animation, please. This animation is like so.
どの子にした赤い子にしよう
This animation every single time I use
はね今だいぶ惹かれてるこれアンフォーサカメンかわいい
So
ヤオコ
dramatic.
もめちゃめちゃかわいいなんか
Okay,
ニ
here's
ャ
my
ノハっぽいからね
Wait, you're here?
怖っすめちゃめちゃいいねさっきの見た目のシーンがかわいい
I didn't see you until just
か
now.
わいいタイプだね
Magical girl duck. I'm not a magical girl duck. I'm not a magical girl duck. Aria's cute today. No, I'm not. Okay, yeah. This animation that these look no reason. I'm getting costumes. No. Wait. Fighting is because verb damage, right?
わっかわいい今から手持ち悩んでる
やめろ
そうそう
Wait, wait a sec, wait a sec. I think it was strong against... There we go!
あれなのかな、お互いがお互い強いみたいな、じゃんけんみたいな感じなのかもしれないですね。
Why are we not getting into whatever? This is boring, it's not so long. We're literally not getting into it. I need a GPA. Please, Larry, thank you. Sleep well. Sleep well, sleep well. But sleeping well is like, oh my god. Oh my god. I honestly need.
ではナロが選ぶのは
Where's my turn left? GPS. Oh my god. I'm sorry. My head's not working. It's Friday.
ここにしますクワッシュニックネームをつけれるクワッシュノーマルファッションにしたうわアヒルがいっぱい巻いてるけどなんだこれは
But actually, somebody has anybody played?
うるさいかわいいじゃん
I'm like actually. Thank you. I'm listening. And there's like no people.
かわいいだろいや水浴びのシーンのつける何やるか分かったとってかわいいなニャオハムあれ水浴びシーンには勝てないなあそこでなんか付き合ってた早く出られない県外車のあれが無理か焼きかなんでそんなネタで走るのゴラゴはなんかいい案ありますよね。みんなに聞いたらネタになっちゃうからな。これが長いです。
Do I need to pay?
壊しちゃます。
I'm ready to game. That's what you guys say. Wow! What do you mean? You already beat the game. What? Do enemies kill too? That's what I've been wondering. Because all the enemies so far has been around my level. Where'd you? Hey, I'm not normie gamer girl. What are you talking about?
確かにちょっと青いもんね。
Did I just exit the
オレンジにせい、インディさんに消されない大丈夫
Is it because I exited?
確かにってこい。お腹空いてるからさ、
Yeah, what's up?
気がするんだわ。かわいい。いい名前だね。
Sure.
かわいい。
Yeah, it's a maze.
どうしようかな。
You would not play this even if you're not a normie, then name every game. What do you mean? That's not how it's level scale to different areas.
なのなのだからで卵を夢に帰るのいけない。いやーかわいいかわいいキュートキュート
Thank you.
キュートルーコンはスカミニアチューマイスにキロさんはい気合の助けを持っていた
Oh, they heal you.
あ、どっちでしょう
Steal the Pikachu. I wish I could.
確かに色が違う
So you're a
はい、
healer.
どっちかがいいあー、どっちでしょう
Okay, yeah, let's battle. I'll up you up. I'll up you up. Alright, you'll see. Thank you. I wish I could, but I don't think I can. hand you half an egg? Oh wait! Now that you mention it, I think he did. I think he. That's so. I don't know if I trust the half-eaten egg. I don't. Pokemon rap cover went. Oh, are you talking about the? Oh wait, I don't actually know the lyrics to that song. But have you guys heard the Korean like version of the opening song for Pokemon? No, it's the ending song. It's literally like Katsura, Iksu, Pai.
待ってわよ、これ変えられないよね。ルーかわいいよね。
I don't remember the lyrics to the song. Hey, 손을 남아 그래 용기를 남아 그래 용기를 남아. And then it goes like Pikachu, I'll link you guys the song one day. That's like one of the like most memorable like Pokemon songs I've ever heard.
ちょっといいかしら、ピカ。私が今。
Very good at also the Pikachu. I don't think I do Pikachu that well. He has a very creepy smile and then she goes like. Oh wait, actually, speaking of Pokemon, did you guys know like oh, that's critical. Nice. Pika. Naruto's Pika. Wait. He looks so upset and angry. Oh my god. Backpacker looks so angry. Why are you so angry? Now we're all bruisey and bluesy. Amazing. This guy is amazing. Wait, let me heal again. My duck is taking way too much damage. Way too much damage. Yikes. Very. Oh, that's a revive. Just kidding. Now, kill me. No. Kill me. Thumbnail, right? You guys know. Artist. Mark that art. She marked that art at NSFW. She marked that art for NSFW. I was so freaking confused. I was like, I was so confused. I was like, I don't know why. They suddenly marked it as an no, they're okay. Marked it as an Somebody is feeling hard. He needs to lock himself out of his card. Holy crap. This is getting really dangerous. This is really dangerous. Okay. Let's not buy that from When you guys just like keep away from your lock yourself from your financial information stuff. When you I don't want that. I don't think when I go on the background. What do you mean? No. I'm on the right way. No, I'm not.
ゲイにっつってんのこれ。母さん関係ない。うわ楽しみだよ。両手足座りちゃった。何やるんだよ。
I'm not giving financial advice. I'm just saying what I would do. Doesn't mean it's financial. What do you want? Hey, Irie, from what I gathered, it's still like much to this around, but I couldn't find it. I don't think it'd be hiding somewhere that tricky, so don't go falling off any cliffs or anything. Where are you? Battle me for I am mighty. What is this businessman doing in the middle of the mountain? What is this businessman doing in the middle of the mountain? I think your financial advice now. I'm pobre. Is it just me or does Jigglypuff kind of look in this game?
もうデビューしちゃった。
Is it just me? Just finished burying a body. Is he a serial killer?
かっこいい。
Is he a serial killer? Is that a
ネットを繰り出した。いけ、ルー。かわいい。かわいい。
Rock Mario?
いけ、ルー。
Oh my god.
だったらポケモンシャル楽しんでほしいな。
You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Jigglypuff has you're not too long. It's this little guy. It's a very creepy looking little guy. I think I prefer my Jigglypuff. Watch out! There's Super Smash Bros. Mainly Jigglypuff!
これどれでもいいのかな。水でっぽー。
Come on, kill it, kill it. Yeah, the motion is odd with Jigglypuff pudding. Mmm.
かわいい。効果は抜群だ。
Please. What?
水は炎に強い。そうそう、石が G だね。やった。だから、心も使ってみたい。わあ、かわいい。Don't
fall in love with the enemy! I'm not into that forbidden love! Only in fanfiction! I only approve of this in fanfiction! And anime series! This isn't anime! This is just a game right now!
こっちしかないのか。すごい素敵ですね。水でっぽがいいのか。これはもちもちかな。ランドマーク左か。
No! Don't you dare! Don't you dare, Papador! Papador, I swear! Papador!
命令することはありません。うちのルー全然映してくれないの。ルームシャトルをうちの子も可愛いんだからちゃんと映してね。後ろに校長の後ろにねお入るね。
Papador died for his love.
命令は迅速かつ正確に。なるほどね。お勉強しました。
Peppa, 始めるよ。
水が強い。炎の水は効果抜群。
I don't remember what she
にらみつける。
Use a grass move like that.
水でっぽー。効果抜群だ。
I should have probably used something else.
特に水でっぽーで。
Croc would have won.
なんかあれらの
Are you salty that I
倒
chose
しちゃうなんて。
to duck over the crocodile? Are you salty?
これが楽しくて幸せなポケモンしてるね。
Gets up the butt.
私たちの存在を証明する時が来た。
300円。
Gets up the butt prize.
これもらえるん
The
だ。
others need more damage in the power. Skittle? I forget what Skittle
天
is.
才ありがとう。
楽しみだよ。
はい、そうですよ。
Skittle たかい返事を当ててやろうって言うんですね。仲良しだ。校長先生かわいい。仲良しさんですね。かわいいな。時代だね。レモン図鑑。おー、なるほど。たくさんポケモンがいるんですけど、面白いポケモンそうだよね。もうアプリなんだね。裏がポケモン捕まえるときもバトルするんだよね。それはトレーナーとじゃなくてそのポケモンとバトルするのか。図鑑完成なんてあるんだ。ポケモンセンターは珍しになったの。ポケモンは今までのポケモン全部が出てくるんだ。移動中よ。敵が出てくるじゃないですから。図鑑うまんのかな。結構な飛距離。誰のポケモン捕まえたことない。優しい教えてくれるって。待って。ちょっと税金対策経費削減問題想定するほどみんな旅の始まりですね。なおさ、ポケモンはアニメしか見たことなくて、一歩夢に近づいた。こんなんなっちゃったんだ今。皆さんちょっと簡単にいい笑顔。朝ポケくんママの動きがママだね。It's only $1.20. It's $1.20. 戦闘を始めるわ。寮生活なんだ。なるほど。お小遣いとお弁当。サンドイッチ大好きサンドイッチ。みんなポンダリング出た。誕生日のスパイラータイムは好きなんだよ。寮生さんに教えてくれてありがとう。ピクニックで食べるのに最適。ちゃんと教えてくれるんだね。ですね。But my duck has a flying tie! My duck has a freaking flying tie! Yeah, I need a better part. 来てくれよ、ママ。行きます、ママ。バイバイ。Who should I switch up? I should switch Sheena. 登録いいね。あ、そうだ。女性のポケモンの使い方。捕まえ方。教えてもらう。足が動かない。もう2ヶ月切ってんのについてる。さっきのおじさんまだ立ってる。ゆーい、グッチを知ってるなんて。天才でしょ。おっ。全方面回復が優先してあげるよ。大事の子。Anyway,
なんだろう、あれ、こうやって料理を作るのにすごい生まれませんが、バカですよね。どういうバカ？お店分かれてないんだ。楽しみだぞ。ユニが楽しみで遊んであげるよ。モンスターボール。モンスターボールとスーパーボールとなんだっけ。
Oh my
なん
gosh.
か3つぐらい種類あるよね。
Yeah.
黒いやつと黒いやつ。
Can you imagine what Ria would say to you if you told Ria you're useless?
ホテル好きか。
Battle
なん
the
か
small
来た。
Pokemon.
ヒコヒコ。はい、ポーズさん。
ユニはここにいるよ。Oh gosh. I mean, look. How was I supposed to expect a freaking level 17 trainer there?
かわいい。
How was I supposed to expect a level 17 trainer? The wild Pokemon are only level 8. Literally, am I killing them? Will I defeat them in battle? Otherwise, how am I getting like their fur and their body parts? It makes no sense. No, this isn't Legend of Zelda. This ain't Legend of Zelda. Throwing a boomerang.
鳴き声。
Oh my god. Oh, they're electricity Pokemon.
攻撃が下がった。攻撃が下がったね。
すごい、作れるんだ。
こんなに子供から負けるんです。これかわいいね。
So far past it. We're near it.
これ欲しい。が下がった。
Delicious, right?
これもういける？
I didn't know that.
モンスターボール。
Wait, I didn't know that.
そうだ。
The best place in Red Dead. 欲しいな。Red Dead? What's Red Dead?
やったー。
What do you guys think is like the most messed up
登
board?
録完了。
Ari, do you know what your objective is right now? Yeah, get to the rock titan. But I'm having a issue trying. The doll Pokemon? I thought Cubone like lure was pretty bad.
おー、いいね。
That steals bad kids?
緑のなんていうのメッシュ。いいね。いいな。なんか
There's a Pokemon! Ash, catch him, Mom. Have Mr. Mind Husband. Mr. Mind
失
Husband is
敗する
not.
こともある。なるほど。
There was a great Pokemon genocide.
ありがとう。めちゃめちゃ優しいじゃん。
There's a
も
ghost
う終わらせ
Pokemon
てあ
that's
げ
straight
る
up
って。
not. I forgot the name of it!
え、本当？なんで？東大。なるほど。
Wait.
いいね。なんか朝からこんなゆっくりして。
Wait, no, I was trying to battle you.
朝じゃ学校行くの本
I
当
mean,
に
yeah,
苦
they
手
were
で。
always together, but I
早起きが
thought he
苦
was
手で
just like
さ。
a babysitter.
いつも登校班遅れていて。
X and Y had a Pokemon genocide. Did I finish X or Y? I think I have X. I have X. I don't remember if I finished it. Pippa laughs at your damage. Pippa laughs at your
帰って
damage.
くるのかよ。それとも戻ってくるの。なんか光ってる。
Why do you think? Okay, if you guys want truly immersive
水ごつり
Pokemon
水
lore,
ごつり
you
落ちてん
gotta
の。
read the Pokemon special like manga.
誰？
The Pokemon special manga is actually messed up.
すごいな。
Yeah, that manga is like actually messed up. It's difficult. Yeah, it's good. It's definitely good. I 100% recommend it to the people who have never watched the Reddit. Didn't Arbok get cut in half yet? Arbok did get cut
赤くなっちゃったのに
Also, Mega Mach. Dude, I love that Pokemon. Is that Pokemon?
Ah, yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce that. Mawa. Have you read that? Manga. No? Manga about Pokemon.
虫タイプマジタイプってどうなんだっけ
No, Koga just uses poison.
この方が強いの
If I remember correctly,
木の中に
Koga is like the poison generator, so Koga used poison, gunpowder or something.
買えるように見えちゃうんだ
Oh, yikes. That was What is Pop Pop?
あと1個でそのところ
Makuhita sweat! Are you kidding me? That's an actual item you can get! Why am I collecting his sweat?
あいけるそうなんか光ってる誰
Why am I collecting a raw Pokemon sweat? I don't understand. Do I want to use rare? No, I don't want to use rare candies yet. Rare candies are better used like in later levels.
すごい回ってるかわいい
I need heal. I require heal. I require heal. My duck is dying. My duck is dying. My duck is dying. My duck is dying. Do something about it. My duck is dying. My duck is dying. Heal my duck. Heal my duck.
使える回数決まってんのから
Gotta get that rare candy.
体当たり
Wait, what? Okay, so I couldn't see. I couldn't really watch that stream because I was at
声の謎の草多分それだ
There's bonuses?
おしっぽがめちゃめちゃ可愛いね
What are the bonuses? You're rock. What's it? I might need you. Turn into Mawa. My favorite Pokemon, but they are not in Scarlet and Violet. They're not. That's a shame.
あでも後悔今一つ
Nice.
タコが一番強い
What does this evolve to? I'm gonna catch it because it's rock.
あ間違えた
Wait. If it's a mushroom, it's a fungus. Fungus is kind of like a skeleton. Should I name it after Remy?
使える回数なん
Should
だ
I name it after Remy?
確かにありがとう
Should I name it Remy?
よしそれ完了
これで揃うかな
よし行こう針を持ってみながらちょっと横目に見ながら可愛いのがいたら捕まえよ
No, 8. Let me leave. And I'm gonna add this one to a party because I need a rock. I should get a rock. That's right. What's your request? Sorry, you're useless. You're out.
もう3匹しかいないからあ
Sorry, you're benched until.
No,
No, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no.
あ、間違えたなんか増えた
Good.
奮い立てる
I'm not letting you evolve. At that. Some Pokemon get super ugly when you evolve. I'm not letting that.
ルーンの攻撃が上がるなる
I'm
ほど
not
ね
letting.
自分の攻撃力が上がる
I'm not letting you evolve.
あ、剥がれたじゃあ虫かポケモンって
You're not evolving your Pokemon. I don't really want to evolve certain Pokemon.
それが強いのかな
They're usually cuter as is.
あーやめ
Wait,
て
that's not the challenges, is it actually? Bumblebee too. I love Bumblebee too. Bumblebee too. I love Santa's favorite Bumblebee. Yeah.
おっしゃやったね
ポケモンショ捕まえた十字キーなんかポケモン作るときなんかさ、ポケモン GO はやったことあるんだけどポケモン GO ってボールが3回揺れると必ず捕まえられるみたいなだと思うんだけどこれもそう今のゲームは全部そうかなボール3回揺れたらできるんだけど私を踊るのかスカートにしたいんだけどマイナスそうなるほどね元気のかけらSakana will never be Garden. Did you know Spoiling's heart stops if they stop bouncing? Yeah, I heard! 同じポケモンもう図鑑に乗ってるポケモンだったらどうなるの Yeah, so I don't know, like, who's in charge of writing the lore for some of these Pokemon? I'm actually kind of worried for the guy who writes the lore for these Pokemon. Also, Charmander dies if the flame goes out of his tail. Yeah, I remember OG, like, when I was watching the, like, OG Pokemon, like, the anime, I was like, oh my god, the fire in his tail is gonna go out, he's gonna die, save him, whoever abandoned him is a piece of butt. So I was really sad about it. Man, I love Charmander so much, but I was so upset because like... あ、なんかいる。入ってるワンちゃん。ないんだけど。あら、仕上げられちゃったの。見て帰ってきたよ、そっちで。中にも。先輩。Are there normal animals? Ah, very nice! Also, Charizard is only 5 times the average US male.